Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me in the translation booth?
Alo? Geldi. Assalamu alaikum. Dunya Uyghur Kurultayı'nın 7. Kurultayı'nınki vekilleri. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all. We will open our program today with national anthem of East Turkestan in Czech Republic. Thank you. My name is Omar Kanat. I am currently serve as the chairman of the executive committee of the World Uyghur Congress, and I'm also the director of the Uyghur Human Rights Project in Washington, D.C. I'm pleased to welcome you all to the opening of 7th General Assembly of the World Uyghur Congress and celebration of the East Turkestan National Day. We are gathered here on November 12th, which marks one of the most significant days in the Uyghur calendar, East Turkestan National Day. This day marks the creation of the 2 independent republics of East Turkestan in 1933 and 1944, which stand as a symbol of spirit of the Uyghur people in our longing for freedom and democracy, which has been brutally suppressed by the Chinese government since then. Uyghur organizations around the world are celebrating East Turkestan National Day, and it will be marked tomorrow with a large protest in London together with many groups supporting the Uyghur cause. Now I would like to welcome and thank you all for joining our international conference on steps toward accountability for the repression of Uyghurs. Our award ceremony and opening dinner last night provided an inspiring beginning for the conference. I wish to commend the organizers of the book fair and photo exhibition as well. The opening dinner helped us come together as a community strongly dedicated to universal rights and the highest ideals of humanity. Today, our task is to jointly plan our work to halt genocide and crime and many other Jewish and non-Jewish genocide prevention organizations joining us here today. I want to extend special appreciation to all our Jewish, Muslim, and Christian brothers and sisters who are standing with us. Speaks for the Uyghur people during our people's darkest years. I'm honored to serve closely with him on the board. Please welcome him to the podium.
Assalamu alaikum. Dünyanın her qaysi yerlerinden kelgan aziz mehmonlar. Good morning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, delegates to the World Uyghur Congress 7th General Assembly and International Conference, Uyghurs' Rights, the Road Towards the Accountability. I'm delighted to see so many policymakers, scholars, legal experts, honorable guests, media, and activists here today. Thank you for your commitment to our community. First, I would like to thank Czech Senate for its support of the Uyghur cause by adopting genocide resolution. I also want to thank Kazakh and the other Turkish people have been detained in concentration camp. Some of these that have survivors, these horrors have joined us for the conference today to share the story. We thank for them to finding the strength once again to tell the world that Chinese Communist Party is doing to our people. The painfully reality is that genocide is personal to every Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and the other in Turkestan and the diaspora. Each one of us has our own story. Imprisoned family members, disappeared friends, stolen children. Even those of us in the exile still feeling grief of the Chinese regime, we are harassed and punished. Our family held hostage because we refuse to remain silent. But Chinese authority will not stop us from speaking out. We will keep educating for our people until our freedom, human rights, and dignity are restored. That's the main mission of the World Uyghur Congress. And it is what we have gathered here today to carry out. Academic experts have joined us to share knowledge on gathering evidence of the Chinese government's crimes. We also have leading legal experts here who are fighting to help us gain the justice and the deserve. And the policymakers who are building the political momentum we need to create change. We'll discuss how government around the world can build, coordinate international opposition to the Chinese Communist Party. There is still too much for us to do. International community has not met this atrocity with the condemnation and action they deserve. But we are gaining ground thanks to tireless work of the human rights advocates and the fierce determination of the Uyghur people. We are also joined by more than 250 elected delegates and the number of candidate delegates from more than 25 countries to join the World Uyghur Congress 7th General Assembly. During the General Assembly, we will evaluate the last 4 years' activity and discuss future strategy for the organization and elected new leadership for next 3 years. I want to thank you all for choosing to stand with us and on the right side of the history. This event is an opportunity for the international collaboration. We have so much to learn from each other's and experience. It is through this exchange that we will build a strong, sustainable, and powerful resilience. But this is also a moment for hope. Our movement has never been so organized and so powerful. We are on the path to change, and it has been proved for each of you in this room today. Finally, I would like to make an announcement today. Taiwan Parliament, exactly parallel time to the General Assembly, established Taiwanese Parliament Uyghur Friendship Group. Thank you for all joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dolkun. Our next speaker is Erkin Alptekin. His towering leadership in our struggle for freedom and human rights cannot be overstated. From days of exile in Turkey to being the first one of the Uyghurs to move to Munich to work at the Radio Liberty and wisely guiding our movement in exile, he has never given up on our national dream. Please welcome the father of our modern Uyghur freedom movement to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Markanot. If you stand here, I'll get nervous.
Okay.
I might not be able to speak.
Sure.
Mr. Dolkunisa, you have forgotten your speech here. Shall I give it to you? I have to organize, continue to organize. Yes, even I am not given the job. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all from all parts of the world. And I would like to welcome our countrymen, our ethnic brothers from Turkey. Hoş geldiniz. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I was asked by our President Dolkun Isa to give a brief speech. I was not prepared to do that until a couple of days before I was spending my time with my doctors in the hospital. So I had to paste and cut and paste my speech, and a young man called Kuhn helped me to draft a brief speech. So thank you for helping me in that respect. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Dolkun Isa, for the President of the World Uyghur Congress and his colleagues for extending me an invitation, and not forgetting an old man, the grandfather of the Uyghurs, to attend this meeting here today. Since his election as President of the World Uyghur Congress in 2017, Mr. Dolkun Isa and his colleagues have taken important steps to develop the World Uyghur Congress as an organization and to advance the advocacy. It has also played a leading role in the organization of the Uyghur Tribunal, which has given the Uyghur people the historic occasion to testify in front of the legal panel. That was the first time in our history, and I would like to congratulate him and his colleagues. How about? All right, the World Uyghur Congress has brought many other issues to the attention of the world, such as the destruction of Uyghur cultural heritage, the pervasiveness of Uyghur forced labor in Eastern Turkestan, and the birth control measures attempt to diminish the Uyghur population. One of the World Uyghur Congress' other major achievements of the past 7 years is the growing collaboration with other communities facing repression from the Chinese government, like Tibetans and our Inner Mongolian brothers. They call it Southern Mongolia at the moment. Okay. Distinguished guest, Mr. Dolkun Isa and his devoted colleagues represent the third generation Uyghur leadership. Madame Rabia Kadir was the last representative of the second generation. The late Mehmet Emin Bora, Isa Yusuf Altekin, and Osman Tashtan were the first generation of leaders who laid the foundation of our struggle after settling in Istanbul in 1950s. Like the first and second generation of leadership, the current third generation will also be facing some challenges, such as the pervasiveness of preserving of the Uyghur culture among youth in the diaspora. That's very important to keep our identity for the future generations. I call upon all mothers and fathers to raise their children with national heritage. The solidarity of the East Turkestan people living abroad in the face of China's attempting to sow disunity. They're spending a lot of money to set the Uyghurs one against the other all over the world. They are Uyghurs, unfortunately, those who are attacking World Uyghur Congress and its leaders as a result of China's policy. Most important of all, to the end of horrible human rights atrocities against the peoples of Eastern Turkestan. If I may, China thought until a couple of years before, if we destroy the religious belief of the Uyghurs, we will get rid of them. But after all, they found out that religion is changeable. I couldn't find a better word for changeable, because Uyghurs were, 2,000 years, were Buddhists, shamanists, and Maniheists, and then in the 9th, 10th century, they embraced Islam. Religion is changeable, but ethnicity cannot be changed. Even they destroyed our religion, they saw that the Uyghurs kept their national identity as an Uyghur. So now what happened is they started to attack the ethnicity of the Uyghurs, to destroy them as a whole. That is the policy which is going on. After the Second World War, it was said never again, but it's happening. So the world should wake up and stop this second, I would not compare with the Holocaust, but almost destroying the ethnicity of the Uyghurs. The world should do everything to stop that at the moment in the future. As information from East Turkestan is difficult to receive, our scholars have an important duty to keep reporting on the situation developing in China. China is facing a lot of internal conflicts, which we might not be able to read in the press. And the last 800,000, it is said, illegal demonstration took place in various parts of China because of various, economic, social, and other reasons. So we should look into that. Our scholars like Mr. Erkin Ekrem and Dr. Ekin Siddiq over there, they should look into those problems seriously to see where it could lead to and prepare accordingly. And lastly, the growing danger of China's attempts as a territorial expansion, which brings into conflict with countries in the South China Sea, as well as India, Nepal, and others. China is demanding 90,000, they have occupied 40,000 square kilometers of land from India, and demanding 90,000 square kilometers of land from India. And at the border regions, there are skirmishes going on between the Chinese soldiers and attacking the Indian border guards there. We should look seriously into these problems. And if I hear the stories, if it's true, those Uyghurs who have, those Tibetans who have served in the Indian army are giving special trainings nowadays in India and in Nepal. And what can Uyghurs do in that respect? We have to look into that maybe. I would therefore call upon all my countrymen, international organizations, NGOs, civil societies, and the friends of East Turkestan people to become a shield to protect, assist, and support us of the World Uyghur Congress, which is the only source of hope for millions of East Turkestanis who are gradually disappearing from the historical scene. The situation has never been more dire and requires solidarity more than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, please allow me to introduce one person. That is Mr. Wasim Abdullah. Is he here? Stand up and show yourself. They are 73rd generation Uyghurs in Ladakh, Kargil, and in Srinagar, Kashmir, India. And the first time our Wasim Abdullah is coming here representing the 70 Uyghurs, those who have lost their mother tongue, but kept their identity. When I saw them, 2015, they said, "We are Uyghurs. We are Uyghurs." We should never forget those people, Dolkun Isa, Mr. Dolkun Isa, Ömer Kanat, and all other leaders, Hidayatullah Bey, not to forget those 70 Uyghurs there. We should keep them, assisting them all the time. Thank you very much. When you get old, you always cry a little bit. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Erkin Altekin for his inspiring words. Now, I'm pleased to introduce Senator Powell Fisher. But before I introduce Senator, I would like to read a message of head of the Czech Republic Senate, Miloš Vystrčil, to our President of the World Uyghur Congress, Mr. Dolkun Isa. Thank you for your letter dated August 19, 2021, in which you appreciated the Czech Senate's disapproval of the Chinese regime's attitude toward Tibetan and Uyghurs, but also toward Taiwan and Hong Kong, which was incorporated in its resolution. I am pleased that you have chosen the Czech Republic to hold the 7th General Assembly of the World Uyghur Congress, and I thank you for your invitation to speak at the Congress. I am convinced that the chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defense and Security, Mr. Powell Fisher, who will make a speech at the General Assembly, will present the voice of the Czech Senate in a dignified manner and will fully represent me. Wishing you a successful discussion. Senator Pavel Fischer, as a Czech diplomat and politician here in Prague, he has always fought for democracy and human rights. He served in high office with great Václav Havel when he was president of the Czech Republic. We thank him for his advocacy for the Uyghur people, especially in his role in passing the Czech Senate resolution on June 10th, recognizing the Chinese government's abuses as crimes against humanity and genocide. Senator Fischer, we look forward to your remarks. Yeah. You will not become nervous if I stay here.
Mr. President, dear friends, distinguished members of national parliaments, excellencies, welcome in Prague. You are in the heart of Europe, the city which was so cherished by people like Franz Kafka or Václav Havel. Both of them people of pen, of spirit, fighting and addressing the absurdity of situation and of the time they had to live through. By doing this, they succeeded to open the space for freedom of thinking, even though the situation was very complex at that time. Let me just quote at the beginning several messages that we adopted in our resolution from June, because this is a message not only to our own political leaders, but we wanted to prepare this resolution together with our friends worldwide. Then I will speak briefly about our own experience of totalitarian rule, and then speak about accountability, the key word that you had identified for your today's meeting in Prague. In our resolution in June, we noted with concern that there are massive violations of human rights and freedoms, genocide and crimes against humanity, ethnic discrimination, and the suppression of cultural, religious, and political identity in the People's Republic of China, in particular in the autonomous regions of Tibet and Xinjiang. We noted with concern that the government of the People's Republic of China, despite repeated official requests from the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, refused to grant access to independent missions of the international community. And with concerns, we also noted that the government of the People's Republic of China, contrary to its commitment to hold the Olympic Games as free and open, misused the Olympic Games as early as 2008 to further suppress human rights and freedoms, which was also reflected in massive repression of minorities enjoying special protection under the Olympic Charter. The Senate appealed to the government of the Czech Republic to evaluate the fulfillment of international human rights obligations by the PRC, to systematically comment on the human rights situation in the PRC at the UN Human Rights Council or the UN General Assembly, and to actively support similar initiatives of other states. We appealed also to our own government and other political representatives of our country to reject the invitation to participate in the Olympic Games in the PRC, as their presence could be misused to legitimize further discrimination, violence, and suppression of fundamental rights. And we, last but not least, appealed to the Czech Olympic Committee when selecting future organizers of the Games to ensure their readiness to comply with the principles of the Olympic Charter and their other international obligations, and to prevent the abuse of the Olympic Games for political propaganda. This resolution was voted, approved, and discussed, and approved by a huge majority of the Senate, and we are very happy to be part of the parliaments worldwide who addressed this issue. The key word of your meeting is accountability. This accountability is of every one of us who enjoys freedom and democracy, be it in our quality of citizens, entrepreneurs or clients, officials, members of government or parliaments, members of different NGOs. Our accountability is to show and to explain that there is a public choice that we can still do, that we have a freedom to make the decision whether we buy or we travel or we support publicly a regime which is oppressing fundamental rights and freedoms within its own territory. Last but not least, you are in Prague, this city which was also marked and destroyed by the totalitarian rule. When people from our own country read the current status of CCP, they are astonished, because the Chinese Communist Party is in the full continuation of Stalin's ruling, who tried to submit to his power the European, and not only the European continent. It is our task not to forget lessons from the past, and also it is our task to accompany you to keeping the flame of freedom alive. Your mission is not possible without perseverance, continuity, exemplarity, also in terms of accountability. And I am very thrilled to speak to you in this very podium after the national anthems were presented to the audience. I am thrilled to speak to you in your National Day. And I am thrilled to speak to you on my left with the flag of the European Union, this body which enshrined in its fundamentals the unity in diversity, and by sticking to the ideals succeeded to meet the challenges of the Cold War and totalitarian rulers of this continent. Yes, we have to stick to our own responsibility to be accountable, and with our own experience and ideals, we are ready to accompany you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your very inspiring words. It is our great privilege now to be addressed by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, a great champion of human rights. She is responsible for passage of the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act and other extremely important congressional action. This is her message to our conference. It is a privilege to send warm greetings to distinguished parliamentarians, diplomats, scholars, and representatives of the Uyghur Community Association from all over the world. who are gathered in Prague for today's conference on Uyghur rights and the road to accountability. In the Congress and across the country, support for the Uyghur community as they suffer an ongoing genocide has long been and continues to be strong, relentless, and bipartisan. Beijing's oppression and persecution of Uyghurs in China, from mass surveillance to mass incarceration to mass killings and more, is a truly challenge to the conscience of the world and demands our urgent action. America's resolve to counter these horrific human rights abuses remains as strong as ever. I was proud to appoint Mr. Nuri Turkel, a Uyghur American, to the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, where he shined a bright light on the fight for human dignity and human rights. In 2020, the Congress enacted, on a strong bipartisan vote, the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act, a law that holds accountable those complicit with the crimes against humanity being committed against the Uyghur community. And I have called for a diplomatic boycott of the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing, so that we do not honor the Chinese government as it commits these crimes. President Biden, working alongside Congress, has shown historic leadership on this front, including by working with allies around the globe to impose the first ever coordinated sanctions on Chinese officials responsible for these crimes. The message of this action is clear. The world stands united against Beijing for its campaign of atrocity, and we will not relent in our defense of the rights and dignity of the Uyghur people. The leadership and partnership of the World Uyghur Congress in this fight will continue to be essential as we lift up the voices of the oppressed and seek to hold those responsible accountable. On behalf of the Congress, best wishes for an inspirational and impactful conference. Best regards. Okay, now, okay. Now, we are fortunate that Nuri Turkel is also able to join us in person today. He is an attorney in private practice as well as a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute in Washington, D.C., publishing frequent op-eds and articles on the Uyghur crisis. He was appointed by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to serve as a government official on the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom and is currently vice chair. As a co-founder of the Uyghur Human Rights Project and currently its board chairman, and in all his work, he continues to provide outstanding leadership for the Uyghur cause for freedom and human rights. Please welcome
friends who have been fighting incessantly for the Uyghur human rights. Your sacrifices, commitment, and dedication truly inspire me, and it is an honor to be with you all today. Today, I'm representing the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, or commonly known as USCIRF, at this conference. USCIRF is an independent, bipartisan U.S. federal agency that monitors religious freedom issues around the world, makes policy recommendations to the President of the United States, Congress, and Secretary of State. I'd like to take this opportunity to commend the World Uyghur Congress, led by my good friend Dolkun Isa and his capable team, for convening this important conference. I had the honor of advising all three presidents of the World Uyghur Congress since its founding in 2004. I can attest Dolkun has carried this solemn responsibility as no one could, particularly delicate time for the Uyghur communities around the world. Dolkun, thank you so much for your monumental efforts, personal sacrifice over the years in standing up against the brutal Chinese regime and in promoting human rights, religious freedom, democracy for the Uyghur people and others who have suffered the same suffering in China under the Chinese Communist regime. I also would like to acknowledge a man who has laid the foundation for so many of us, Mr. Erkin Alptekin, who is here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Alptekin. I don't see you. Oh, right there. Thank you. Thank you for your exemplary leadership in the noble fight for the Uyghur dignity and freedom. I'm encouraged in my own work in the United States by so many dedicated to the Uyghurs' cause, including Mr. Ömer Kanat, who leads critical Uyghur human rights research and documentation projects that are vitally important to US policymakers and American public. Finally, I'd like to honor the camp survivors and victims. Many of them are here with us in person. You have experienced unspeakable cruelty and abuse at the hands of the Chinese Communist regime. I want to assure you that your pain and suffering will not be forgotten. I'm profoundly grateful to Khalnur Siddiq, Gulbahar Hatavaji, and Ömer Bekele for your courage in exposing and speaking out against the CCP abuses. As we gather in the Czech Republic, I'm reminded of the fact that this great nation was once ruled by a brutal Chinese communist regime that had utterly no respect for human rights. Former President Václav Havel, a moral leader, rightfully called the conscience of the Czech Republic, and many others risked imprisonment and even their lives for opposing communism. The same year the people of Czechoslovakia toppled the communist regime, Chinese Communist Party violently crushed peaceful student protesters in Tiananmen Square. In the aftermath of the massacre of their own people, Chinese Communist Party rebranded itself and sought acceptance from the international community in order to implement much-needed economic reform and to stay in power. For more than 30 years, the West has harbored disastrously wishful thinking that by engaging with the CCP and taking part in China's economic reform, it would eventually lead to political change and greater respect for human rights in China. In reality, the exact opposite has occurred. The Chinese government has grown more repressive over the course of past 3 decades, especially since Xi Jinping took power in 2012. And this was the beginning of the hellish nightmare for the Uyghur people in East Turkestan, Tibet, Hong Kong, and countless others. This begs the question of what will be next, domestically and internationally. As we speak, the Chinese Communist regime contravenes its crimes against the Uyghurs and others on the world's watch by mass arbitrary detention of millions in modern-day concentration camps, engaging in modern-day slavery, torture, rape, forced sterilization, separation of Uyghur children from their families. The world has not seen anything like it since the Holocaust. Particularly, no one has seen anything like this in this magnitude and this scale since the Nazi era. There's a word for these atrocities, genocide, that does not require any adjective, adverbs, or maybe. Distressfully, this genocide in its 5th year, and yet the international responses have been tepid and meandering. The ongoing Uyghur genocide should provoke our collective conscience. Many of you in Eastern and Central Europe are intimately familiar with the reality of living under repressive communist regime. Now these horrors have returned to you in the form of influence in your own countries by Chinese Communist Party, specifically in the recent years. This must be of utmost concern. I urge you to stand on the right side of the history by distancing yourself from the CCP regime, with whom you share nothing in common, especially when it comes to values or principles. I commend our European allies who have been at the forefront of condemning China's abuses of Uyghurs. Your leadership comes at a vital time and this is desperately needed, not only for the good of your own sovereign countries, but for the good of the world and greater humanity. The outrage of the free world in allowing action to declare atrocities in East Turkestan as genocide and crimes against humanity are important, and I'm deeply grateful for those who stood up for the value for freedom for the Uyghur people. But condemnation alone is not enough. Our gathering here today represents an urgent call to action so that never again does not become an empty promise. Turning a blind eye to another genocide is unacceptable and unconscionable. We have responsibility to act. I implore the international community, particularly our European allies, to act in concerted effort with the United States government to end this ongoing genocide and hold CCP to account. Collectively, we must redouble our efforts to impose costs on CCP for perpetuating these heinous crimes. The United States and the international community must continue to impose targeted sanctions on Chinese officials and entities responsible for these egregious atrocities committed against vulnerable ethnic and religious groups. We must endeavor to combat Uyghur forced labor by ending corporate complicity, banning all tainted imports from the Uyghur region, and the United States Congress must swiftly enact the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. This legislation is vital in addressing modern-day slavery and security of the long-term health of the global economy. Through continued exportation of tainted consumer products made by enslaved Uyghurs, China has polluted the global supply chains. The only means that will be effective in halting the genocide and containing the hostile regime in Beijing is economic pressure. This is the only language that the Chinese regime understands and responds to. I also call on the international community to assist Uyghur refugees and diaspora communities around the world who are experiencing severe psychological, emotional trauma, and even after they managed to escape communist China. Recently, Greece, which is supposedly a democratic country, arrested and harassed rights activists at the behest of the Chinese government. This is a valuable reminder that the international responses to the Uyghur genocide and China's growing economic coercion has enormous implications for the sovereignty of nations. We must remind the world that the Uyghur people must not be sacrificed at the altar of economic greed. Even climate crisis represents another monumental human rights challenges. We must have the long-term vision to recognize that environmental concerns and human rights are not antithetical or opposing issues. Rather, they are inseparably tied to and core of the refusal to address this kind of atrocities. It goes against the concern for the climate. We cannot fall into the Chinese trap and compromise our own moral values in pursuit of outward commitments that will undoubtedly be broken by the regime which is intent on cementing its brutal authority and spread the authoritarian forms of governance. We are standing at the crossroads in history and surrounded by many situations which present immense global challenges. I want to take this opportunity to express my solidarity with the Rohingya people in Burma and the Yazidis in the Middle East and the vulnerable ethnic religious minorities of Afghanistan. We have not forgotten about you, nor your plight. In Europe, we should be concerned about rising anti-Semitism, Islamophobic hatred, and increasing danger of being faced by these religious communities. My friends, our mutually shared commitment to and respect for human rights and religious freedom are what unites us to confront these immense challenges. Fight for human dignity and freedom in defense of democracy and rule of law should unite us, but not divide us. Our resolve at this moment in time will define our future, and the future for our children and the next generation. I look forward to partnering and working with you in these endeavors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. I wish the World Uyghur Congress continued success in its global rights campaign, and thank you very much for having me at this important conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuri, for your important words. We are very pleased to be addressed by Umit Yardam. Umit Yardam is a Turkish diplomat who has served as ambassador to Austria and ambassador to Russia, among other posts. He's a graduate of Boğaziçi University and Gazi University. Uyghurs around the world feel that Turkey is a second home with strong bonds of kinship and friendship as Turkic people. It is a great honor to welcome Umit Yardam to address this conference.
I salute everybody. Thank you, Mr. Kanat. You should feel Turkey not second, but as strong as your first home, I have to tell you. Mr. Jury, will you... Mr. Jury, if you start screening the photographs, I will appreciate. Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear senator, dear Uyghur Congress participants, first I would like to thank all of you and Czech Senate for their very valuable contribution and hosting us here. We all know that this important and valuable gathering is all about the tragedy of a nation. It is vis-à-vis a very widespread and systematic attack through political, social, cultural means by a superpower to destroy their identity. But we know that the power of Uyghur and other related people's identity is the most strongest power which nobody can compete with. This is our basic trust. It is really encouraging to see a rising awareness globally all over the world on the case of East Turkestan concerning the Uyghurs and other related peoples living in the region, let it be Kazakhs, Kyrgyz or others. We appreciate that. Of course, a powerful and a coordinated action in all fora is important, both in international and international fora. This is a must. Because should we fail to stand by their cause, it will mean that nobody globally will ever have a right or a right to preach about justice and global human values in the international system. This is a test case for all of us. So I know that there are so many valuable and distinguished politicians, guests, and experts here, all of you. And all of you know the issue better than anyone else. So I would like to focus and make some examples on what we are doing. Because you know that I am a diplomat, but now I am a deputy chair for international relations for Gelecek Party, Future Party. Anybody who has a right from Turkey, they are all aware. So I would like to just mention a few. First of all, I am very proud to reiterate that perhaps our party is the unique global party who made a direct reference in this program. If there is a second or third, I will be very happy to meet and discuss. So, in our international relations section on foreign policy, we have very clearly stated that all necessary diplomatic steps should be taken before international community and Islamic countries for the total elimination of policies of China, which violates the most basic human rights of Uyghur, Turks, and other Muslim communities in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, historically known as Eastern Turkestan. This is part of our party program. So, some examples of what we did and what we'll be doing during the course of 2021 and coming year, in line with our conscience and with our program. First of all, as I said, all colleagues from Turkey most probably participated. We have organized the Rising National and International Awareness Conference for East Turkestan in the beginning of the year in Istanbul. Mr. Selçuk Özdağ, our colleague, organized, so we were all guests of the conference. Mr. Chairman Davutoğlu, our former Prime Minister and founder of the party, had made some calls in that conference, like what? A special session should be devoted in the Turkish parliament for the Uyghur case. Or our concerns must be directly conveyed to Chinese side through all possible means. Turkey should take initiatives at the United Nations and all other relevant parties. Turkish Council must meet, and Organization of Islamic Countries like OIC should be very much active, and some others. Our second national campaign all over Turkey with respect to Uyghur case was our signature campaign. We have organized through our grassroots organizations all over Turkey, since we are a very new party, only 2 years old, 1.5. But we had taken an initiative as the first human cause to organize this signature campaign. Close to 100,000 signatures we have conveyed, total collected, and we shared it with Parliament of many countries, political parties, Turkish Parliament, of course, NGOs, press, United Nations offices, China Embassy in Turkey, and various other embassies. Regretfully, we didn't receive any reply, negative or positive, from Chinese side, as expected by all of us. But I have to underline that we are very much grateful to all Turkish people in Turkey, because we are brethren to Uyghurs, that they have taken this signature campaign not as a simple campaign from a political party, they embraced all. All of them has participated. And while passing, let me underline that what is the Uyghur case in the conscience and minds of Turkish people? I have to just small example that all Turkish children, when they start to read and write, they have a very famous comics book, which all of our children are familiar at home. It's called Kara Oğlan, which is translated into French-speaking countries as Kebir. So from the childhood, all Turkish children start reading that comics book because it is the adventures of a Uyghur hero. So what we have to do and how to do it? Again, some headlines. Of course, Turkey is one of the key countries which we will be supporting, and all Turkish nation will be certainly supporting. Lobby unabated and continuously is very much vital, of course. UN, Human Rights Council, OIC, Turkish Council, Economic Council, and all others. Of course, as I said, so many serious steps has to work and continue. There is no stop on this issue. Of course, widening regional global organization Uyghur structures to include all East Turkestani volunteers, I see is also important. I really appreciate to see even some friends, some brothers from Kashmir. Of course, importance to relations with academic circles, press, human rights organizations is among our priorities, yours and our priorities. Of course, as I said, since Turkey is your hometown also, like East Turkestan is our hometown, we have to focus on Turkey as well, maybe among our priorities, which we are doing, but we have to be much more active, because after some years of low-profile attitude from Turkey, of course our people's conscience is always with you, but because of some reluctance on political level, because of your activities, our activities as a party, and Turkish nations embracing the Uyghur case, a month ago in the United Nations, you all know, Third Committee, Turkey joined the 42 other nations supporting Uyghur case, criticizing. This is a very historical milestone. You have to know. And we will be following up. And this didn't happen all of a sudden. It happened because of the very ardent, very strong activities of all of us here. So, we as Gelecek Partisi and all other Turkish people, if I may say so, we join many others in our calls, first to China, to allow a very immediate, meaningful, and unfettered access to the region, which they have been reiterating and escaping. But there is no escape from this. As long as there is no access to the region, there will not be ever a very clear picture of what is China is doing. For us, the picture is clear, but there will never be a clear subject of the system. There should be access. China should immediately implement various recommendations introduced globally, including CRD, Committee Against Racial Discrimination, and many others. All countries, it is very important, should immediately, strongly respect the principle of non-foulement, because the really very tragic aspect of the Uyghur case is this foulement case. Some countries are returning Uyghurs back to China. This is very dangerous. And of course, China should respect totally rule of law globally, even it has to respect its own constitution and stop all human rights violations against our people in the region. And it will be very important, it will be a really cornerstone that we are all waiting for the end 2021 report by UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Madame Michelle Bachelet, on the situation in the region. So if there is no entrance access to China, she has promised to provide a new report, depending on the information which United Nations is gathering. So China will be facing this report by the end of December 2021. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ümit Yardım, for your speech and solidarity with Uyghurs. Now, it is a privilege also to welcome the remarks of the Honorable Friedrich Duma. She serves on the Foreign Affairs Committee and the European Affairs Committee of the French National Assembly. In June this year, she tabled a resolution on the Uyghur genocide in National Assembly, for which we are very grateful. And we heard that you are trying to introduce that resolution in February. Thank you so much. Please welcome her remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be here with you. It has been said and said several times. All of us know we are facing a tragedy. Time genocide, ethnocide, linguistic genocide, identity castration, systemic destruction, cultural genocide or demographic genocide. These were the very strong terms heard by the young French researcher Chloé Drieux. She's here today. After tendering last June's 3-day-long Uyghur trial, presided by Sir Geoffrey Nice, former chief prosecutor at the International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. This independent trial to examine atrocities, crimes against humanity, and the crime of genocide committed in Xinjiang was an action of the NGO Coalition for Genocide Response. But most of all, it was started at your request, dear Dolkonisa, President of the World Uyghur Congress, who is hosting us today. Adrian Zenz is also here with us today, and he reminds us that the Chinese authorities and researchers, on their hands, speak of optimization of the Uyghur population with a criminal history, or negative energy, desirable and much less desirable populations, or even of the urge of solving the human problem. It gives spine chilling. The proof is here. We are indeed facing great crimes against humanity, a genocide unfolding right before our eyes on a large scale and under an open sky, affecting more than 1 million people in the Oriental Turkestan, all of them Uyghur, Kazakh, and Kyrgyz minorities. Several countries already recognize the genocide. The USA, Canada, Netherlands, the UK, Lithuania, Belgium, and Czech Republic. Thank you to host the Congress. We should follow their example. But France, self-declared pays des Lumières, as well as homeland of human rights, doesn't take the measure of what is happening. In February 2021, France recognized, through the voice of its foreign minister, that the Oriental Turkestan was under the Chinese repression system and was in fact a system of surveillance and repression institutionalized, it's a bit tough word, on a large scale. But for the matter of the cold, ongoing genocide, France decided, I quote, to initiate a reflection. We all know that the Chinese government never recognized the International Criminal Court. Furthermore, the International Court of Justice could never take the matter because of China's influence. The legal staff is done to recognize the genocide when it's finished. So, I wanted to mention that British representative, Mrs. Nusrat Ghani, I know she will be there or through the video with us, and I'm very pleased of that. Mrs. Ghani, bearer of the motion on mass human rights abuses and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, said it loud and clear in debates in the House of Commons. She said, if a state orchestrated and race-targeted birth rate plunge of 2/3 in 2 years is not a genocide, what is it? If mass internment, slave labor, systemic rape, torture, and live organ harvesting, mass sterilization, womb removal, forced abortion, secretly located orphan camps, brainwashing camps, and the psychological trauma of these combined atrocities do not amount to genocide under any of the definitions, what does? Mrs. Ghani added, there is a saying, if it looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, and walks like a duck, it is a duck. This sounds like, looks like, and is genocide. And it needs to be called out loud and clear for what it is. So when it comes to preventing and repressing an ongoing genocide, crimes against humanity, the time for action is now. The time of reflection is ended. We as French deputies must do everything we can to make a change. For that reason, on June 17th, I officially filed a motion for a resolution co-signed by 48 deputies with different political views. My political group, Liberté and Territoire, and means freedom and territories, has decided to make us of the power given in France to choose the text of law they want to see debated in open session. This is only once in a year. One day, long opportunity, but only one day. We can't miss it. So, for Liberty and Territoires Group, this day we build the 4th of February 2022. It means the motion for a resolution will be listed in the agenda of the French National Assembly and debated next February, the exact day of the opening of the Olympic Games in China. It's symbolic. We will lead a massive campaign with the help and work of all the associations of representing the Uyghur in France, and with the civil society. The young people in France are very involved and concerned by the matter, and it's also, we have to thank also Raphael Glucksmann for that. We will have the support of the NGO, of course. The campaign will start mid-December. French deputies will therefore become aware of this tragedy and ask the government to condemn the crimes of persecution and the huge violation of human rights in the region of Xinjiang, well considered as crimes against humanity. Condemn the crimes of persecution and the massive violation of human rights in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, which can be considered as crimes against humanity. And to recognize that there is a serious risk of genocide against the Uyghur minority, and that under Article 1 of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime, all concerned parties shall take preventive measures. We will need everyone's support to convince the French deputies and hope a great number of you will join our campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frederick Thomas, for your inspiring words and your solidarity with the Uyghur people. Yes. Now, we are pleased to have joining us the Honorable Markus Renderspacher, the Vice President of the Bavarian State Parliament. He is also the European policy spokesman for the Bavarian SPD parliamentary group, among many other posts and responsibilities. He is a steadfast supporter of the World Uyghur Congress and the Uyghur struggle for human rights. Please join me in welcoming his remarks. Thank you.
Mr. President, delegates, colleagues from the international parliaments, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Your Congress, our Congress today is a gathering of hope and a gathering of courage. Uyghurs from all over the world are fighting for freedom. You advocate the principle of cultural self-determination, and today's gathering is a manifestation for human rights. The eyes of the world are on Prague and the Uyghur World Congress these days. From the neighboring country, as Vice President and member of the Federal Bavarian Parliament in Germany, I solemnly declare my solidarity with you for the right to humanity. As an expression of our appreciation, our Bavarian Parliament recently awarded one of you, our committed Uyghur Bavarian citizen Asghar Can, the Constitutional Medal of our Free State. He accepted the award of our Free State for the Uyghur people. We are proud of you. Congratulations, my dear friend Asghar. Ladies and gentlemen, East Turkestan is the scene of a police and surveillance state. We are witnessing genocide and mass crimes against humanity in the Xinjiang region. The arbitrary mass internment of Uyghurs in so-called education camps in Xinjiang is characterized by torture, rape, and forced sterilization. This must end. The rights of the Uyghurs must be upheld. The democratic world must no longer stand by and watch the criminal activities in silence. It is wrong and negligent to award the Olympic Games when the Olympic Games are awarded as an expression of international understanding and fairness to a country that tramples human rights underfoot. I expect democratic governments to stay away from the 2022 Games, and if they do come, to demonstrate against the disastrous human rights situation. I expect the European Union and my own federal government of Germany, under the future leadership of Social Democrat Chancellor Olaf Scholz, to adopt a more self-confident, more critical China policy. Our common political basis of our democracies is human dignity, and this must be defended worldwide. The democratic nations of Europe must finally take seriously the most profound geostrategic, geopolitical, and geoeconomic change in half a millennium. The new superpower China wants to dominate the 21st century imperialistically. China has already subjugated large parts of Asia and Africa, and after Hong Kong now wants to annex Taiwan by force if necessary. China is calling democracy and human rights into question and is implementing an ice-cold capitalism without any human face on this trail of blood. Should this model also gain a foothold in Europe, the wrong place can cost lives. I call out to you, you are not alone. Many people in the world, including me, feel with you. We share your protest. We support your fight for human dignity. You are not alone. In admiration for your political world and as an unwavering friend of the Uyghur people, I declare, together we fearlessly believe in the day when the torch of freedom, the torch of democracy, and the torch of the rule of law will shine over East Turkestan. Thank you very much.
Now, we have a written message from Congressman James McGowan. I'm pleased to present this message. Congressman James McGowan has been a champion of Uyghur rights for many years. I wish the World Uyghur Congress a productive conference on Uyghur rights, the road towards accountability. It is critical that we document the accounts of survivors so we can inform policy approaches, work together to stop human rights violations against Uyghurs, and hold perpetrators accountable. As the co-chairman of the Congressional Executive Commission on China, I will continue to work to document the atrocities and to highlight policy solutions. Last month, we held a hearing on legislation to assist Uyghur refugees. We will be soon looking at ways the Chinese government uses technology to repress Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. We are working to pass our legislation to prevent the import of products made in Chinese forced labor camps. I thank my friends for their tireless advocacy and dedication to help their brothers and sisters. Now I would like to introduce my friend Hidayatullah Oghuz Khan. Hidayat Oghuz Khan is the president of the International Union of East Turkestan Associations, an umbrella organization for Uyghur organizations in Turkey. He has degrees in Islamic law from the Lahore International Institute of Islamic Studies and the Institute of Islamic Studies at Punjab Universities. He plays an important role in social organizations for the Uyghur cause in Turkey. Please join me to welcoming Mr. Hidayatullah Oghuz Khan.
Selamun Aleyküm. Hürmetli Reis, peşkadem rehberlerimiz, Sebdaş qarindaşlarımız, vekiller, müş vaxtına xeyirlik olsun. Honorable President, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, senators, parliamentarians, diplomats and government officials, delegates of General Assembly and representatives of East Turkestan organizations around the world, friends and people of humanity, good morning. First of all, on the occasion of National Day of East Turkestan people, I would like to commemorate our last two independent states, East Turkestan republics, established on 12 November 1933 and 1944. The people of East Turkestan will never renounce our legitimate and righteous fight to gain our rights to live, establish our sovereignty, and rebuild our independent future. We cannot neglect the sacrifice of our ancestors for independence throughout history. We commemorate them with great respect and the deepest sense of gratitude. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in this important event organized by the World Uyghur Congress. The World Uyghur Congress is relentlessly struggling for the Uyghur cause and accomplishing huge achievements, especially in the West and US and all other international platforms. I deeply appreciate the efforts of the World Uyghur Congress and sincerely express our commitment to work in close collaboration with them. I hope this gathering will be an important milestone in our struggle for independence. Meanwhile, I appreciate the Czech Republic, senators and the mayor of Prague City for their remarkable support for our cause. I am here speaking on behalf of International Union of East Turkestan organizations, which are the tireless defenders of the right of East Turkestan. The people of East Turkestan have lived freely and established so many independent states and empires throughout history. Until Chinese invasion alike, they deserve an independent and sovereign state for a sustainable future to exercise a free and democratic system that is beneficial of all humanity. No doubt that the people of East Turkestan have been suffering the cruel assimilation and oppressive colonial policies of the invader Chinese regime for 7 decades. An unprecedented level of atrocities and the crimes against humanity being perpetrated by the Chinese regime in recent years will fit in the UN definition of genocide. Even the UN definition of genocide is insufficient to cover the crimes of Chinese regime against Uyghurs. As we are speaking now, China is committing the Uyghur genocide in occupied East Turkestan. China is annihilating over 8 million Uyghurs and other Turkic people in deadly concentration camps, prisons, slave factories by Chinese-style torture, biomedical experiments, organ harvesting, and execution. China has turned our homeland, East Turkestan, into the largest open-air prison in entire human history. The deteriorating situation in East Turkestan is no longer a myth. Civilized China can no longer cover up its crimes against humanity as the international communities, civilized countries, righteous leaders of the governments around the world, Human rights organizations, international media, academia, and peace-loving individuals have established a solid ground to determine the latest crimes of China as genocide. The topic of Uyghurs has been the center of the global human rights crisis and center topic of developed nations' relationship with China. Not only the entire East Turkestan population is at real harm of genocide by China, but also the rich natural resources of East Turkestan are also being hijacked by China, whereas massive environmental destruction is in place due to China's world ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, what China is doing in East Turkestan is evidently against the international law and cannot be labeled as the internal affairs of China. China's genocide policies against the people of East Turkestan inclines with notorious expansion in Asia and Middle East, Africa, and South Pacific region, using both military and economic presence to alter the world order. By all this, I want to reiterate strong argument that China is aiming to annihilate the Uyghurs and other Turkic ethnic groups and this evil ambition must be stopped. It's our collective call on the civilized nations, governments, international institutions, and individuals to act promptly to halt China's genocide and to save people of East Turkestan. China's genocide in East Turkestan imposes an unignorable threat to entire humanity in all aspects. Hence, prompt action to stop genocide must be taken by generating the international community to impose a clearer and more critical attitude and propound more practical solutions. At the end, I have to emphasize strongly that the Islamic world sharing the same religion, the Turkic world having the same roots, and the whole humanity acquiring common rights have the responsibility to devote their religious, cultural, and humanitarian tasks in front of the East Turkestan people suffering from the genocide. Your support for the East Turkestan cause and assistance to its institutions around the world are important and appreciable to reinforce our advocacy works. I would like to conclude my speech by thanking again to my counterpart, Mr. Dolkun Isa, members of the World Uyghur Congress, and honorable attendants. I wish great success for this event. Peace be upon you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hidayat Oğuzhan, for your inspiring speech and important words. Now, we have some video messages from representatives from the US and parliament members from other friendly countries. So first, I'm happy to introduce the remarks of the Honorable Tom Suozzi, the co-founder of the US Congressional Uyghur Caucus. Please join me in welcoming his remarks.
Greetings to all of my friends at the Uyghur World Congress Conference. I'm so grateful to all of you for the work that you're doing to let the world know about how the Uyghurs are being treated by the Chinese Communist Party. We have a mission. We must let everyone know the atrocities that are being carried out every single day against this vulnerable ethnic minority in the Xinjiang region of China. You know, we always thought here in the United States of America that the more that the Chinese Communist Party was exposed to the United States and to the West, the more they'd become like us. That they would adopt one day democracy and human rights and the rule of law, that they'd adopt the idea of capitalism and economic development. That simply hasn't happened. The US government, under the previous administration and this administration, have declared it a genocide, what's happening to the Uyghurs at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. Forced sterilization, people being forced to not observe their religion, to eat pork during Ramadan. It's a disgrace what's happening there with the surveillance, the way that people are being treated, and most of all, forced labor. I'm calling upon everyone in the Uyghur World Congress Conference to work together to make the passage of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act a priority. Priority number one. We need to hit the Chinese Communist Party in the pocketbook. We cannot allow goods that are being produced in the Xinjiang region to be allowed to come into the supply chain of the United States of America or anywhere in the world, quite frankly. And we need to put the burden on the Chinese Communist Party and on the businesses in the Xinjiang region for them to prove that these were not made with forced labor. Too many products are escaping from this region at the hands of forced labor into the US supply chain and into the world supply chain. We need to stand together. We all know about this issue. We read about it in the New York Times and the Washington Post and other international prominent periodicals. But we need everyone to know how people are being treated in Xinjiang. We must stand up for them. I promise you that I will do everything I can as the chairman of the Uyghur Caucus here in the United States Congress to try and educate the world population about the mistreatment of the Uyghurs in the Xinjiang region. And I will fight for the passage of this legislation and other legislation to hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable. Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. I should remind you that Representative Suazi is a staunch supporter of the Uyghur cause, and he is one of the co-sponsor or sponsor or co-sponsor of most of the resolutions and legislation in the US Congress related to the Uyghurs. Our next speaker is Carl Gershman, former president of the National Endowment for Democracy. Without National Endowment Democracy's support for the Uyghur Human Rights Project and the World Uyghur Congress, starting 17 years ago, in a growing number of other groups since then, it is safe to say that Uyghurs would still struggle to be heard. We will now hear Carl's remarks.
Good day. My name is Carl Gershman, and I'm the former president of the National Endowment for Democracy. It's my great pleasure today to convey my greetings to you and the World Uyghur Congress on National East Turkestan Day and on the occasion of your National Conference and 7th General Assembly. These are all opportunities to rededicate ourselves to the cause of Uyghur freedom and human rights and to pledge our undying support and solidarity for the Uyghur people who are suffering so badly. I want to express my deepest appreciation to you for your continued resistance to the grave crimes that the Chinese Communist Party is committing against the Uyghur people, including the crime of genocide, and for raising so high, as you have done, for all the world to see, the banner of the human rights and dignity of the Uyghur people. You have shown great determination in your protests and campaigns for the boycott of the Beijing Genocide Olympics and for a ban on imports produced by Uyghur forced labor. I also congratulate you for your success in getting giant retailers like Home Depot and Best Buy to drop video surveillance products used to monitor the Uyghur population that are produced by Lorex and Esviz. And Dolkan, I also want to thank you as well for calling for the unconditional release of Ilham Tohti on the occasion of his 52nd birthday just 2 weeks ago. No one is more deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize than Ilham Tohti. Thank you for these and so many other actions. I want you to know that you are not alone in this fight. Your cause is known throughout the world. But there is obviously so much more to do, including raising a cry against the illusion that it's necessary for the West to appease China on human rights and genocide to gain its cooperation on global warming. Xi Jinping showed his total lack of interest in fighting global warming by not even attending the Glasgow recruitment and education of a new generation. I also think it would be useful to find innovative ways to use technology to reach and support Uyghurs who are suffering within East Turkestan and to reach them despite the formidable obstacles that Beijing has created. I think we can be optimistic in the long run because of the instinctive human desire for freedom and self-determination, as Ronald Reagan reminded us 4 decades ago in his Westminster address, and also because of the inherent vulnerabilities and contradictions within the communist totalitarian system in China. But as I said, it will be a long and difficult fight, and the battle for freedom has only just begun. May you grow stronger in the struggle. Thank you.
Next, we will hear remarks by Honorable Miriam Laxman. As a member of the European Parliament from Slovakia, Miriam Laxman is a strong voice for freedom and democracy. We will now hear her remarks.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let me welcome all of you attending the Uyghur World Congress. You have gathered in Prague to discuss many pressing issues facing the Uyghur people around the world. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in person, but I'm honored that I can extend you greetings today, at least through this short video. The Chinese Communist Party is engaging in the worst human rights abuses since the Tiananmen Square massacre. But nowhere is the brutality of this totalitarian regime as visible as in Xinjiang and in the crimes perpetrated in the Uyghur people. For too long has the world closed its eyes to what is happening, and the CCP is not afraid to use all means necessary, from propaganda to open coercion to lies about its crimes. But the truth can no longer be hidden. The evidence is overwhelming. Neither can the democratic countries continue to pretend that we can engage in business as usual with the CCP. We must face and address a new situation where this totalitarian regime is becoming increasingly oppressive at home and aggressive abroad. The European Union this year finally adopted targeted sanctions against some officials responsible for the human rights abuses in Xinjiang. The immoral investment agreement with China has now been stopped. The European Commission is preparing due diligence legislation to ensure clean and ethical supply chains. And the President von der Leyen, in her State of the Union speech, also promised a ban on products made using forced labor. But in the face of the challenge in front of us, these steps are not enough. We must continue to apply pressure and ensure that responsible officials face consequences for the crimes in Xinjiang, across mainland China, and in Hong Kong, not least by continuing to expand the sanctions list. We must ensure that the ban on products made by forced labor and due diligence framework are used effectively to end the profiteering from forced labor. We need to work closely with democratic countries around the world to make ourselves less reliant on this totalitarian regime and thus be less vulnerable to the coercion. But more than anything, we need to ensure that in all aspects of our relations with the CCP, our actions are guided by those very values in which the European Union was built. We must understand that our values make us stronger, not weaker. Let me perhaps conclude by remarks from Sylvester Krčmery, Slovak doctor and dissident who in 1954 was sentenced to the totalitarian communist regime that governed Czechoslovakia. In his defense, Mr. Krčmery remarked, "You hold power in your hands, but we hold the truth. We don't envy you the power and do not long for it. we are satisfied with the truth. Because truth is bigger and stronger than power. Dear friends, that the CCP may hold the power, but it cannot suppress the truth, nor people's desire to live and breathe freedom. Truth will always win over lies, oppression, and corruption. This is why we must continue to defend the truth, because it is the best and most efficient weapon we have to support the Uyghur people in Xinjiang and all those who are suffering under the CCP oppression. Let me wish you all a successful Congress, and let us all continue to work together to defend the truth.
Thank you, Miriam Laxman, for addressing this conference. Next, we have remarks from Canada. The Honorable Liu Hausakos is a former Speaker of the Senate of Canada. Please join me in welcoming Senator Hausakos' remarks.
Hi, I'm Michael Chong, and I'd like to pass along my greetings to everyone at the 7th General Assembly of the World Uyghur Congress. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to participate.
Liu Hausakos, former Speaker of the Senate of Canada.
Warmest greetings to Mr. Dulkin Issa, President of the World Uyghur Congress, members of the 7th General Assembly, dignitaries, and everyone taking part in this very important event. I thank you very much for inviting me to join you. Unfortunately, with our recent federal election and our new parliament scheduled to resume shortly, I'm unable to join you in person. It is certainly an extraordinary time for Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other Turkic people as they continue to stare in the face of true evil. Evil that is perpetrated by the communist regime of China with their ongoing genocide against the people of East Turkestan through forced sterilization, unlawful surveillance, and internment and separation of their families and children in slave labor camps. I'm speaking to you today to assure you that these acts and this ongoing genocide are a grave concern to Canadians. We see you and we feel your pain. I'm standing today in front of Canada's War Memorial in our nation's capital of Ottawa. Every year on November 11th, we pay tribute to our men and women who throughout our history have given so much to protect our way of life and the values we hold dear. Canadians have answered the call from all corners of the world when these values, freedom of religion, human rights, rule of law, have come under threat. And we must do so again now. We must stand up against the atrocities that are happening to the Uyghur people. As a parliamentarian and as a Canadian, I would like to assure you, all of you, that we hear your cries and we stand in solidarity with your tireless commitment to advocate for the rights of the Uyghur people. I will continue to fight alongside you to draw attention to and elicit firm action against the genocidal communist regime of China. On that, you have my word. I also share my sincere hope that the 7th General Assembly of the World Uyghur Congress will work with communities through dialogue and understanding to promote your rights, including human rights and dignity and religious freedom and all other rights enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I wish you success in your mandate and congratulate the new leadership of the General Assembly.
Thank you. We are profoundly grateful for those words of solidarity. And now we are pleased to present the remarks of a member of the European Parliament, Engin Eroglu. He is a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and has served a vital role in EU relations with Central Asia. We are very grateful for his strong support of Uyghur human rights. Please join me in welcoming the remarks of Honorable Engin Eroglu.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, meine lieben Freunde auf dem World Uiguren-Kongress in Prag. Vielen Dank für die Möglichkeit, dass ich zu Ihnen sprechen darf. Sehr gerne wäre ich der Einladung gefolgt und wäre persönlich erschienen. Seit 5 Jahren sind uns die Gräueltaten in der Region Xinjiang bekannt. Aus meiner Sicht ein Verbrechen an der Menschlichkeit, ein Genozid am uigurischen Volk. Wir müssen jetzt alles tun, um dieses Verbrechen weiter in den Mittelpunkt der internationalen Beziehungen zu setzen und jedwede Menschenrechtsverletzung, die dort passieren, auch an den Pranger zu stellen. Das hat verschiedene Ebenen. Die erste Ebene ist ein diplomatischer, politischer Boykott der Olympischen Spiele. Es kann nicht sein, dass westliche Politiker hier zu Marionetten des Regimes werden. Mein Aufruf ist an alle Politiker der westlichen Welt, nicht an diesen Olympischen Spielen teilzunehmen. Das andere, was wir machen müssen, das müssen wir hier im Europäischen Parlament machen, ist ein Importstopp für jegliche Waren, wo wir jetzt schon wissen, dass die aus uigurischer Zwangsarbeit hergestellt werden. Ganz, ganz wichtig, und daran arbeiten wir hier tagtäglich. Wir brauchen den World-Uiguren-Kongress dafür. Sie müssen mit uns Politikern gemeinsam daran arbeiten, diese Verbrechen so schnellstmöglich zu beenden, aber auch die Menschen, die für diese Verbrechen zuständig sind, in Verantwortung zu ziehen. Auch hier müssen wir die internationalen Gerichte stärken und einbinden in die Arbeit. Es braucht Gerechtigkeit und das bedeutet auch, dass diese Fälle vor Gericht aufgearbeitet werden. Ich wünsche einen guten Verlauf der Sitzung. Viel Erfolg.
We are also pleased to have remarks from Honorable Michael Chong of Canada. We are extremely grateful for his support for Uyghurs. Please join me in welcoming his remarks.
Hi, I'm Michael Chong, and I'd like to pass along my greetings to everyone at the 7th General Assembly of the World Uyghur Congress. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to participate, and while I am not with you in person, I will be with you in spirit as you gather to discuss how we can all work together to defend the human rights of the Uyghur people. As a Canadian Member of Parliament, I want to assure you that we are all deeply aware of and concerned about the genocide taking place against Uyghurs and other Turkic minorities in Xinjiang in the People's Republic of China. The Parliament of Canada was the first parliament in the world to recognize the genocide taking place against your people. The recognition of a genocide is the first step in putting an end to the genocide and to stopping these gross violations of human rights. Best wishes for a productive assembly and all success in your meetings this weekend.
And at the end, we have a video message from Giulio Terzi, Italian diplomat and former Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yeah.
President Dolkunisa, distinguished members of this General Assembly of the World Uyghurs Congress, I feel deeply honored to have the opportunity to express to all of you, with this short video, the warmest friendship and support by the Global Committee for the Rule of Law, Marco Pannella, by all the members of its honorary and scientific committees. Among them, there are internationally renowned personalities, political personalities, legal experts, lawyers, human rights defenders, and journalists. I want to assure you that my organization is deeply committed, as many other organizations are in the entire world, to fight in every possible way against the genocide that your people is atrociously suffering because of the extremely cruel policies of the government in Beijing and the unspeakable massive violations and crimes committed under the dictatorship of the Chinese Communist Party. Justice, freedom of expression and belief, recognition of your rich culture and language must be the common purpose of the international community and the objective that we all together must aim at in every multilateral organization as well as in bilateral relations among all countries in the world. For doing that, a new awareness of world's public opinion is needed, is surely much needed. And European parliaments in Brussels, as much as in every member state of the European Union, must strengthen and multiply the initiatives that condemn the ongoing genocide in Xinjiang and that establish firm sanctions against Chinese officials, individuals or organizations which are responsible or are accomplices of these horrible crimes. World's public opinion must be fully informed about the truth of what is going on in China, and especially in Xinjiang and in Tibet, about the repression of democratic movements in Hong Kong, about the threats against Taiwan, and the imperialistic policies of Communist China. People must have the right to know. The right to know as a universally recognized human right, which is the fundamental pillar for our freedoms, for our respect of human rights, for the enhancement and progress of our societies. My organization, the Global Committee for the Rule of Law, Marco Pannella, and that I am chairing, with Matteo Angeli as Secretary General and with Laura Hart as coordinator of its scientific committee, my organization is firmly engaged in this battle, across the board, defending human cases of separation of children from their families, in supporting the concession of the political refugee status to all who have escaped this terrible situation in Xinjiang, and also in fighting at the multilateral level and within our governments and our parliaments the truth and the justice for your people. And I'm glad that Laura Hart is representing today the Global Committee for the Rule of Law in this General Assembly of the World Uyghur Congress in Prague. Let me wish you, all of you, and President Issa in particular, to wish you wholeheartedly all the success you all deserve in this fight, our fight, fight for justice and freedom in your country, fight of justice and freedom for your nation, and a fight for justice and freedom for humanity. Thank you very much, and have a
Thanks. Thank you. Sorry, it was not our last video message, so we have another video message from Nusrat Ghani, member of UK Parliament, a strong and staunch supporter of the Uyghur cause.
Hello, I'm Nusrat Ghani, a Member of Parliament in the UK Parliament. I'm so sorry I can't be with you today at the World Uyghur Congress event in Prague. First of all, I want to say thank you to Dolkan and thank you to Rahima for being such fantastic colleagues and support system as we try to raise the profile of the plight of the Uyghur people worldwide. In the UK Parliament, tremendous work has taken place in the last year or two, building on the work over the last decade or so. Fundamentally, I want to talk about the genocide amendment that we tabled with the trade bill here in the UK Parliament to ensure that we're not offering preferential trade deals to countries that are presently involved with a genocide. What that did in the UK was ensure that a proper debate took place, what was taking place in Xinjiang and the links to products produced there that end up in our supply chain and our shelves here in the UK. That amendment also exposed that the United Nations wasn't fit for purpose when it comes to investigating or preventing a genocide. The profile was raised enormously of the work that the World Uyghur Congress does, and we were able to then move this motion and provide evidence to further parliaments around the world. A number of other important things have taken place in the UK recently. We also tabled a debate to investigate whether all 5 markers of genocide are being met in Xinjiang at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. This was an incredible debate here in the UK Parliament. We were able to put forward evidence, as you would do at any court, and the UK Parliament unanimously agreed with the motion that a genocide is indeed taking place, and also further established that we can't rely on the UN to prevent the atrocities taking place in Xinjiang. For quite some time, I've been working with a number of partners to look at supply chains, as we become more and more passionate, and rightly so, to ensure that supply chains aren't littered with slave labour, or we're tracking the environmental emissions or how we can mitigate those. It was also important, I thought, to investigate supply chain links back to Xinjiang and with the Uyghur people. We were able to expose that when we have UK laws or national laws about transparency, they weren't being met when it came to Xinjiang and China. We were also able to expose companies that weren't being transparent and try to encourage them to move their manufacturing places elsewhere. What was interesting is that the report put together some solid recommendations how we can ensure that our supply chains are cleaner and also to prevent companies continuing to profit from Uyghur slave labour. It's been fantastic that this report has been picked up in a number of European countries and looked at in the United States too, to ensure that we can work collectively to do what we can to ensure that we aren't involved in the abuse of the Uyghur people. Of course, the campaign continues to do what we can to present to the world the evidence that we have that showcases the plight of the Uyghur people. I know here in the UK Parliament, we work across the House. That means all political parties are working together to gather as much evidence and put pressure on not only the international community, but also our own government and every other government that we can work with to try and prevent the ongoing genocide in Xinjiang.
Yes, by this we will end the opening ceremony of today, the 7th World Uyghur Congress, 7th Assembly, and our international conference. We will have now 10 minutes of break, coffee break, and we will return, and then we will have the first panel of our international conference, which will be moderated by Ms. Roshan Abbas. Thank you.
Nasıl? Okay, teşekkürler. Can you hear me? Oops. This is not working. Is it working now? Okay. Please, everybody be seated. We need to get started. Please, everyone, be seated. We need to get started. Okay. Telefonum yenim. Bir minut başlayalım. Assalamu alaikum. Let's just get started, please. Assalamu alaikum, aziz vatandaşlar. Hemen salam. Today marks a day of celebration as well as remembrance for the people of East Turkestan, as it's our national day, and what this means to population now facing genocide in our homeland under the occupation of the Chinese racist, nationalistic, and the communist regime. It's my great honor to moderate this conversation today on this important panel. As the genocidal crimes and the brutal atrocities against the Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and the other Turkic people continue, we have seen that the international community often balks in confronting this evil head-on. Their willingness to testify to the truth is what's awakening the world to the realities of the evil that's being carried out by the Chinese regime. Their words may reawaken the spirit of humanity in the world with the testimonies of these brave victims who have brought the horrors to the world's view. We have the information we need to spur the world to action. In light of the Chinese Communist regime's amped-up efforts to cover the truth, to silence individuals who would speak out, and to spread its propaganda lies across the globe, the voices of victims of the atrocities are invaluable in countering these malign efforts. The people who are sitting here with me have displayed a greatest courage that a few are willing to. Ms. Kalnur Siddiq, former camp teacher, whose valuable testimony to what she experienced and observed has shone a light on the realities of the Chinese Communist regime's crimes against humanity. Ms. Gulbahar Hadavaji, Uyghur camp survivor, she was brought to the camps after returning to East Turkestan from France to take care of paperwork as requested by the local authorities. After her family fought for her release, she has been bold in sharing her story, most recently in the form of a book. Mr. Ömer Bekoli, Kazakh camp survivor, has shared the torture and horrors he suffered after being falsely accused of terrorism and taken to the camps. And Mr. Yerbol Devletbek, who's joining us virtually today, is one of the activists from Atajurt Kazakh Human Rights Organization, who's responsible for collecting hundreds of witness testimonies. This work has been vital in exposing the CCP's genocidal crimes to the international community. These individuals are our pride, and they have exemplified true heroism. It's not an easy thing to speak out, especially about such a personal horrors. Their decision to do so is an example for all of us. Without further ado, we shall invite each of our esteemed panelists to give about 5 minutes of their opening remarks. Go ahead, Ms. Kadmur.
Assalamu alaikum. Qadirlik Gulchiray xonim qizlar, Assalamu alaikum, jasaretlik oçurek efendimler. Ben vatanimiz Şarkı Türkistan Ürüm şehri, Caza Lagir şahidi, Kalbinur Sızıqtin sizlerge otluk salam ve âli ihtiramlar olsun. Ben vatanimiz Şarkı Türkistan şu Ürüm şehirde tasdiqlangan Sanfango'daki erler kampısında 2017 yılı 3. aydan başlap 9. aygacha 6 ay şu yerda Xitoy hukumatiniki majburlashi bilan aşağıda Xitoy til dersi o'tdim ve bu ders o'tish jarayonida nurg'unlagan eg'ir dafsanchilikka, inson qabul qilib bo'lmaydigan darajadagi zulmatlarga shohid bo'ldim. Bu yerdagi tutqunlar intayin dehshatli yashaydi. Xitoy soqchilari ularni odam qatorida ko'maydi. U tutqunlarning kamerlari quruq simot yotadi. Har bir kamerada 40 dan 50 kicha tutqun yaşaydı. Ular her kunligi, her vaqqa bir taldan Xitoy momisi bilan quruq sho'girisi ichadi. Ondan sırt yana tuvaditlar chiqish uchunmi her kunligi 3 vaq faqat 1 minutlan vaqti bor. Ham bular atalmış shu sinfqa kirib chiqish jarayonida putqollarda zanjir kishan, kamerlarning ishiklaridanmi ravan kirib chiqish yo'q. Ishik zanjirlangan 30 gradus qipash uchuq, ashalardan shu tutqunlar o'milab chiqib sınıflara kirdi, ders tügendiği için yani ömürlep kamerlara kirdi. Demek, muşinçilik depsençilik yaşagandan sırt, yani bular her günü Xitoy saqchilarının her xil şekildeki kıyın kıstaklarına, soraklarına uçurap durdu. Yani şu yerdeki Xitoy saqchilari bularni ders vaqtlarida bo'lsin, mayli tushlik aram vaqti bo'lsin yoki kechki vaqt bo'lsin, so'roq chiqib bularni har xil shaklda qiynaydi. Ularning ichinishlik ovozlari bütün binani zilzilaga soladi. Men 2017 yili 9 oydan 11 oygacha Togung tasdiqlangan, ya'ni qiz ayollar kampusida 3 oyga yaqin Xitoy til darsi o'tishga majburlandim. Bu dars o'tish jarayonida bu yerdagi qiz ayollarningki dafsanchiligini o'z ko'zimda ko'rdim ham angladim. Ya'ni bu yer qurilgan qiz ayollar kampusi 6 qavatlik balkonsiz bino bo'lib, bu yer tutib kelinganlar 18 yaşdan 40 yaşgacha 90% mushlarni egallaydi. Qolganlari 40 yoshdan yuqori, hatto 70 yoshga aylangan bor. Bu yerdagi qiz ayollarning sochlari butunlay tushirib o'tilgan. Ularning kechiringlar. Ular mahbus kiyimleri kiygen üstüge onun üstüne kiyvagan jilkisininki jüzran jilkisinin üstüde nomor besiglik. Çünkü ularning isimlerini atashqa, paranglashishqa qat'iy bo'lmaydi, faqat nomerni chaqirish kerak. Bu yerdagi qiz ayollar shu yerdagi Xitoy soqchilarininki har xil savol so'rab, qiyin qisqa jarayonda shu soqchilarning bosqinchilarga uchrab turdi. Hattoki navbatlash bosqinchilik qilgandan keyinki qo'llardagi elektronlik to'qmoqlar orqali shu qiz ayollarningki maqat yo'llari va jinsiy yo'llarga tiqish orqali ularning shu azoblaridan, shu zararlanishlardan huzurlandi. Demak, Xitoy soqchilari bu ahvollarni o'zlari o'tirayotgan, masalan, so'rinlarda, tamoq jo'z ustallarida bularni bir-biriga deyish orqali intayin o'ziga bir xil faxrlik his qildi ekan buni. Ben bunu shu yerdagi Xitoy soqchilarining o'zining og'zidan anglagan ham tunishlardan. Bundan sırt şu kız ayollarningki dafsanchilik uchirganlarini, qiyin qisaq uchirganlarini siz şu atalmış sınıftaki ashlardan kirgan, chiqqan, mangan, hatta şu kichik o'rindiqlarda o'tirib qopgan ahvollardan ko'ra olasiz, ham buni his qila olasiz. Demak, vatanimiz Sharq Turkistonda mana shunday eg'ir dafsanchilik fojialar bo'lyapti. Men shu qiz ayollar kampusiga borgan vaqtimda, borgan kunimlar bu qiz ayollarniki 18 yaş, 20 yaş etrafındaki bir yaş kızның adet to'xtatish hukuli urgandan keyin 2 oyga yaqin adet to'xtamay qansirab o'lib ketganini o'z ko'zimda ko'rgan. Uni ishga harbiyning zambil olib chiqib baqinda men ko'rgan. Demak, bu yerdagi qiz ayollarga umumyuzlik tug'maslik dorisi, adet to'xtatish dorisi yigizildi ham hukul urildi. Kamp ichidagi qiz ayollar mushunda eg'ir dafsanchilik zulmlardan sirt yana kamp sirtidagi bir kısım şekli kapkagan, hayat kagan ayollarmı bundaq dafsanchilikdan qutulgun yok. Ularmı şu yerdeki ahaliler komitetindeki mecburlaşı, Xitay sakçılarının mecburlaşı bilen umumyüzlük to'g'maslik operatsiyasi qildirildi, uzuk soldiriildi. Hatto Xitoy hukumatininki qonunlashtirib, hujjatlar tushirib bergan siyosatiga asosan uylar turayotgan qo'shmoq tuqqan Xitoy soqchilarini kutib, yana shularni dafsanchilikka uchrab turdi har kuni. Demak, bu ahvollar bizning beshimizdan keldi, bizdan bundan qochib qutulamadik. Mana vatanimizda mushundaq og'ir dafsanchilik bo'lyotdi. Bu bir uchuqdan uchuq irqiy qirg'inchilik. Demak, irqiy qirg'inchilik bo'lyotdi. Yana biz nurg'un mush vijdoni nima deymiz? İnsanlıktan chiqqan bir qism kishilar yana mushdan qarab turib ko'z yumpatimiz. Ashnaqa ishonmayapmiz hattoki. Yani şu inqilobning eng oldingi sepida mengayotgan şu qahramonlarimizni, oliyjanob kishilarimizni har xil shaklda tahdidlarni qilyapmiz. Her xil şekilde tilahanet qilyapmiz. Bu bir nomus emasmi deyman insonlar. Shuning uchun biz hammamiz har vaqt shu vatanimizdagi bo'layotgan qirg'inchilikni, dafsanchilikni, shu qiz ayollarimizga ojiz bo'layotgan shu bosqinchiliklarni har vaqt unutib qolmasligimiz kerak. Cho'qim har vaqt bu inqilobni kurashni bir kunmi to'xtab qolmasimiz kerak. To'xtab qo'ymasligimiz kerak ham. Rahmat sizlarga.
Salam qarindoshlar, vatandoshlar, har qaysi davlatdan kelgan vakillar, men lager shahidi Gulbardan hammanglarga o'tliq salom. Men 2016-yili 11-oyning oxiri idoramdagi bir xizmatdashimningki chaqirtishi bilan vatanga qaytib berib, vatanimiz Sharqi Turkistonninki Qarmay shahrida qurilgan ikki o'xshamagan tutib turish markazi va ikki o'xshamagan jazo lagerida 3 yilga yaqin turdim. Dastlabda men Qarmayga borgan vaqtimda Xitoy soqchilari mening pasportimni tortib olib, nega berib, nada tutsam, o'zlariga ma'lum qilib turishim shart ostida meni qo'yibdi. Men Qarmayda turadigan yerim bo'lmaganligi uchun g'uljiga berib, opamning uyida turdim. 1-oyning 29-kuni 2017-yili 1-oyning 29-kuni Qarmay shaharlik Ko'lin soqchixonasininki muavin soqchi boshlig'i menga telefon qilib chaqirtganligi uchun men Qarmayga yetib keldim. Qarmayga kelgandan keyin bular meningki barmoq izlarimni oldi, qon tekshirdi, chiroyimni, ko'z nurimni iskanner qildi. Uning keyindan meni Qarmay shaharlik xalq doktorxonasiga olib borib, yana bir yurish tekshirishlarni olib bordi. Qon tekshirdi, suydik tekshirdi, bichovga soldi, yurak tekshirdi degandek. Uning keyindan meni Qarmay shaharlik tutib turish markaziga olib borib, odam to'plab jamiyat tartibini buzgan degan aybnomaga qo'l qo'yishga majburladi. Men bu yerga kirgandan keyin meningki ig'irligim 65 kilo, bo'yimning egizligini o'lchidi, oldi va yon tarafdan suratga tortdi. Ondan keyin putimga kishanni silib, kameraga akirib so'libatdi. Bu tutib turish markazida butun ayollarningki putida kamera bor, kishan bor. Hammamizning Uyg'urcha gap qilishimiz cheklangan, yeydiganimiz mo'mi bilan basay sho'rbisi. Shamoldatimiz deb 0 dan tuban 28-30 selsiy graduslik sovuqda talada soatlab turg'izib qo'yib qiynaydi. Kechalari navbatlashib dejurnilikda turamiz. Har qitim so'roq olib chiqqan vaqtida qo'limizni kaynichilab, ko'zi silib, beshimizga qarxalti kiygizib, so'roqxonaga akirdi. So'roqxonaga kirgandan keyin bir temir o'rindiq bor. Shu yerga qo'llarimizni, putlarimizni muqimlashtirib qo'yib turib, so'roq qiladi. Bu zulmlar yetmagandek 2017-yili 4-oyning 1-kuni biz barliq ayollarni karvatga zanjirlab qo'ydik. Bu yerda biz ya o'briniga borolmaymiz, shu joyimizda ham turadik. Keyin 2017-yili 6-oyning 5-kuni meni yana 40 tak ayol mahbus bilan Jaranbuloqqa joylashgan jazo lageriga olib bordi. Bu jazo lagerininki butun hamma yeriga kamera o'rnatilgan, butun harakatimiz nazorat ostida. O'briniga kirgan, tomoqqa chiqqan yoki nimaga sınıfga kirgan vaqtlarimizda xuddi mashina odamlardek tizilib kirib, tizilib chiqamiz. Boshqa yotoqdagilarga qarashga, gap qilishga ruxsat yo'q. Bizga yilda 2 qitim zukamning oldini olaman deb vaksina urdi. Bu vaksina urgandan keyin nurg'ulg'an ayollarningki odatlari to'xtab ketdi. Bu jazo lagerida 17 yoshdan 70 yoshgachilik 250 tak ayollar bordi. Texmi ko'p odamni sig'dirolmaganligi uchun bu lager 2018-yili 10-oyning 18-kuni 2018-yili 10-oyning 18-kuni bizni yangidan selingan texmi cho'ng bir lagerga yo'tkidi. Bu lagerda mening faraz qilishimcha 700 dan ortiq mingga yaqin odam bor. Şu holatda men 2019-yili 3-oyning 12-siga qadar turdim. Bu kuni meni saqchilar qamoqxonadan olib chiqib, sharoiti yaxshiroq bo'lgan bir yerga o'rlashtirdi. Chunki men abiyam deb o'tgandek, mening ig'irligim 65 kilodan 50 kiloga yetmaydigan bo'lib qolgan. Xitoy hukumatı o'zining qilmishiga iqror bo'lmayotgan mushundaq ahvol ostida meni shu bitim Xitoy hukumatı Fransiyaga yo'lga qo'yib qo'ysa, ularningki abdi bashirisi oshkorlanib qoladi. Shuning uchun bu yerda 8 ayol saqchi bilan 3 er saqchi meni kecha-kunduz kuzatadi. Mening vazifam yeyish, uxlash, televizor ko'rish. 2018-yili 3-oyning 18-kuni men tunji qitim Fransiyadagi oilam bilan telefonda aloqalashdim. Telefonda aloqalashishdan 3-4 kun burun saqchilar menga oilamdagilar so'rab qilishga ehtimolligi bor bo'lgan savollarning javoblarining hammasini menga o'rgatdi. Men shu bo'yicha telefonda paranglashdim. 2019-yili 8-oyning 19-kuni saqchilar mening pasportimni qaytarib berdi. Pasportimni qaytarib berishdan burun shu lagerda ko'rganlarimni, beshimga kelgan shu fojialarni Fransiyaga chiqqandan keyin hech qanday odamga tinmaslikni, agar men shu yerdagi ahvollarni oshkorlab qo'ysam, shu vatandagi urug' tuqqanlarimga xatar yetadiganligini deb menga tahdid soldi. Men 8-oyning 21-kuni Fransiyaga teshaman sog' salomat kelib oldim.
Assalamu alaykum muhtaram qarindoshlar, aziz rahbarlar. Men Umr Bekali. Mening fojialik hayotim 2017-yil 3-oyning 26-kuni boshlangan. Men o'zim bir shirkat muavin direktori bo'lish sifatim bilan Qozog'iston va Xitoy davlat ikkisining turizm, sayohat kasbini rivojlantirish, ikki davlatning do'stligini taraqqiy qildirish maqsadida ishlayotgan bir insonni begunoh akirib turmaga meni terrorchi qilib tashladi. Ya'ni davlat parchlashga o'rnagan, terrorchilikqa tashkillagan, terrorchilikqa da'vat qilgan, terrorchilarni qanot ostiga olgan degan jinoyatlarga qo'l qo'yishga majburlab, eng dastlab tutib akirgan vaqtida butkul organimizni eng tafsiliy inchiklik bilan tekshirishdan o'tkazib, kameraga akirdi. 34 dal bilan birga yotdim men. Hammamizni ashundoq tekshirgan, tekshirish jarayonida beshimizning qarqaldi qat'iy ilinmagan. Onun için kirgandan keyin 4 kecha-kunduz qiyin qistoqlarga o'chirdim. Bu ayollarnikiga o'xshamagan darajada, chunki biz baquvvat, kuchli bir erkak bo'lganligimiz uchun bizga bo'lgan qiyin qistoqlar ularnikidan ma'laydi. Endi u inson tayoqqa chidaydi. Chunki bir illiq oilaning otasi bo'lgan, bir millatning o'g'loni bo'lgan bir insonni qilmagan jinoyatga majburlagan ekan, biz uni qat'iy qo'l qo'ymadim. Chunki men erkaklikni so'ydigan bir inson. Onun ichiga kirgandan keyin bular yo'lbas o'rindiq o'tirib tok kaltaklar bilan urush, isib qo'yib, jinsiy a'zoingizga har xil nima simga o'xshaydigan yoki chashqa o'xshaydigan narsalarni tiqish, aeroplan ushqanda ushqoz holatda urib qiynash, sizning xiyoliga kelgan usulda sim qamchilar bilan urush, eng vahshiy usulda qiynaydi. Har qanday erkakni sizni mushundaq usulda qiynab, mana yuqorida men degan jinoyatlarga qo'l qo'yishingiz uchun bu qog'oz tayyorlab qo'yilgan. Bunga imzo etish uchun tayyorlab qo'yilgan. Bu tayoqqa, zulmga chidamagan insonlar yarim kun, yarim soat chidamaylik imzo etadi. İnsan yarim soat shu tayoqqa chidagan vaqtda bu badan sezmaydigan bo'lib qoladi qarindoshlar. Yarim soat ichida shuning chidasanglar bu tayoq o'tmaydigan holat keladi ekan. Şunun bilan men ölüp ketsem bunun qo'l qo'ymayman. Meni gunoh yo'q deb turib, mana bugun sizlar adamlarga so'zlab o'tiribdiman. Onun ichida 16 yoshdan 70 yosh bo'lgan insonlarni ishchiga hammasinin bishi qarqal kuturgan holatda, tashqi dunyodan ayirib etilgan holatda intayin maxfiy sistemlik holda uni ichiga akirib oladi bizni. Ochliqdan qiynaydi, ruhoniy azobdan qiynaydi. Bizni xuddi iskili shaqqa o'xshash iskili qilib qilingan holatda bo'lgandan keyin organ kerak bo'lganlarni organ ilishqa, emgak qo'lliqqa keraklarni emgak qo'lliqqa ilishqa, her tarafga her ayda yoki her 3 ayda bir intayin sistemlik maxfiy holatda kechirilib o'tkab olib ketadi. Men shu bilayotgan men bir 5 kamerada yotdim. Shu jarayonda bilgan tanishgan qarindoshlarimning birasining hayot ekanligiga men hozir bilmayman. Hech qanday xabarim yo'q. Shu qatorda mening otammi shu kampida mening ovozimni o'chirish uchun o'ltirib tashlandi. 2018-yil 9-oyning 18-kuni. Men shu kamerada Yunus Abdulaziz ismli bir qarindoshimizni urib o'ltirgan holatiga biz guvohchi bo'ldik. Yana bir qarindoshimiz va yo'lvos deb Qarmay shahar saqchi idorasining muavin idora saqchi boshlig'ining jiyan o'g'lini nahaydan o'ltirib tashlagan. Chunki bular imzo atmaganlarni ya o'ltirib tashlaydi va yoki sizning ashna izdirasiz g'oyib bo'ladigan yerlarga yo'llab tashlaydi. Men Qozog'iston vatandoshi bo'lganligim uchun u yerdan hayot chiqardim. Men bu 35 milyon xalqimning dard hasratini, bu qirg'inchilikda bo'lib atgan qayg'u dardini butkul dunyo olimiga, Xristian olimiga, islom olimiga, BDT'ga, Yevropa parlamentlarga hamma yerlarda so'zladik. Hala bugunga qadar bizning qarindoshlarimiz o o'lim lagerlaridan qutulgani yo'q. Yanalar yushurun holatda o'zining qirg'inchiligini davom qilyotdi. Savdosini chiroyli mallarni import eksport qilyotdi chet elga. Olimpiyani o'tkazish uchun yana chiroyli tashviqotni ishlab, xalqlarni aldash uchun bizni terrorchi deb bir ota, men 3 bolaning otasi, bir shirkatning direktori, illiq oilam va inson, otanam va insondim. Bütün xonni vayron qildi. Sharq Turkistondagi bütün Uyg'ur va qozoqlarning oilasini vayron qilgandan boshqa dunyo xalqining hayotini eng parakanjlikka soldi, bütün davlatlarning iqtisodini cho'ktirib etdi. Bu Xitoy biz insoniyatga xitob qilamizki, biz Xitoy bizning dushmanimiz bo'lib qolmasdan, bütün dunyo insoniyatining dushmani. Biz Sharq Turkiston xalqi dunyoni illiq va go'zal bir oila shaklida bir kishi hassimizni qo'shib yashashga bizning haqqimiz bor. Shuning uchun men bütün dunyoga xitob qilamanki, hammasining bir kishilik insonlik majburiyatini ado qilib, bizning Sharq Turkiston xalqini o'likka erishtirishga, Xitoy kommunist rejimidan qutulishga, hem insoniyat bo'lgan dushmanlikdan qutulishga yordamda bo'lishinglarni umid qilaman. Bu Chek Respublikasidagi qarindoshlarimiz mana 2018-yil 2019-yil 1-oyda meni taklif qilib, hech qanday Yevropa bir mamlakatni chaqirmagan qo'rqab Xitoydan. Mana Chek Respublikasining yarim soat vizini berib, meni o'sha chaqirib taklif qilib, anlatib, birinchi o'lamish Huawei'ga qarshi hujum qilgan Chek Respublikasi bir rahbarlarga rahmatini aytaman. Bundan keyin hammamiz bir yoqdan bosh, bir yoqdan qo'l chiqarsak, bu Xitoy kommunistik rejimini yo'qotib, insoniyatga bir xo'sh xotirjamlik va xushallik va ko'ngillik bir hayot o'rnatishga kuch chiqara olamiz deb ishonaman. Erkinlik yashaydi. Zolimni biz cho'qim yengamiz. Biz zolimga hech qachon bo'y bermaymiz, bo'y egmaymiz. Men shu sababdan ta hala bugunga qadar mushu so'rovlarda atimizni o'ltiraversinmi, butkul qilishimni o'ltiraversinmi? Men so'zlayman. Qachon bu zolim to'xtaydi? Biz shu chaqda to'xtaymiz. Qarindoshlarimga ko'pdan ko'p rahmat.
Assalomu alaykum.
Erbol efendim, siz bir 5 minut o'zingizning qisqacha tunishtirg'ach qilgan o'zingizning ahvollarini bir qur so'zlab o'tsangiz, qilgan faoliyatlaringizni.
Жарайды. Менің атым Ербол Дәулетбек, Қазақстандағы Атажұрт еріктілері ұйымының жетекшісімін.
Siz davam qilib so'zlayapsiz, tarjimadan yerda qilyapti deyman. Bir qisqa qilib so'zlayapsiz. Davam qilavering.
2016 жылдың соңында Шығыс Түркістанда лагерлер ашып, Қытай үкіметі адамдарды қамай бастады. Ұйғыр, қазақ, қырғыз.
To'xtamay siz davom qilavering gapingizni. Siz so'zlayotgan
Ұйғыр, қазақ, қырғыз сияқты жергілікті ұлттар.
Siz gapingizni to'xtatmay tarjimani davom qilavering. Siz so'zlagan tarjim
qilyapsiz. Лагерлердің ішінде түрлі қинаулар, азаптаулар және ми жууменен айналысты. Адамдарға белгісіз дәрілер берді, уколдар екті. Бұл Қытайдың жергілікті ұлттарды жою фашистік әрекеті болып саналады.
Siz to'xtamay davom qilib so'zlayvering.
Ербол, сен айта бер, тәржімені жасап жатырмын
Қазақстанға келген, лагерден жатып шыққан адам саны 100-ден асады. Олар денсаулығынан айырылған, рухынан айырылған.
Сен söyle ver. Тоқтама. Ереке, тоқтатпай söyle verсеңші.
2017 жылдан бастап біз Алматыда арнаулы ішхана ешеп, осы Қытайдан зардап чеккен, Қытайдан осындай қинаулар көрген, лагерде жатқан және басқа да туыстарынан айырылған адамдардан видеолар түсірдік, арыздар жаздырдық. Бес мыңнан астам видео түсірілді, 5000 реттен астам. 2000-нан артық жазбаша арыз жазылды. Бұдан сырт ешқандай себепсіз, ешқандай қылмыссыз, ұзақ жылға сотталып кеткен адамдардың Қазақстандағы туыстарынан 300 қанша адамнан дәлел алынды, ispat. Қазақстандағы туыстары қазір олар үшін арыздануға дайын. Бұл енді бұрыннан бергі, қазіргі 4 жылдан бері істеліп жатқан жұмыс. Бұл жерде аз уақыт ішінде айтуға уақыт жетпейді. Сонда мен енді бұдан кейін істеуге тиісті жұмыстар туралы айта кетейін. Қазақстандағы Қытай лагерінен жатып келген куәгерлер, осы куәгерлерден куәлік алу жұмысын тез арада қолға алу керек. Қазақстанда қазір бұндай куәгерлердің саны 100-ден асады. Бірақ олардан әлі куәлік алынған жоқ, олар ешқандай жерде сұхбат берген жоқ. Бұл енді Қытайдың Шығыс Түркістандағы жергілікті ұлттарды жою саясатын, жауыздық әрекетін бүкіл әлемге жария етуде. Осы Қазақстандағы көзі тірі куәгерлердің маңызы өте жоғары. Бұл Faşist лагерді Қытай не үшін құрды? Осы жергілікті ұлттарды жою үшін құрды. Осы адамдар ғана дәлел болып Қытайдың осы саясатын ашық, жария әлемге паш етеді. Сондықтан осы куәгерлерден куәлік алу жұмысын тез арада қолға алу керек.
Бол, ереке бітті ме? Рахмет сөздеріңге. Саған Алла разы olsun. Жұмыстарыңыз сәттілік тілейміз.
Well, thank you so much for all of you for speaking on this atrocity. As someone whose own sister is currently detained in China's those horrific detentions, it's extremely difficult for me to sit and listen. And I know that you all have witnessed so much brutalities and horrific circumstances in China's detention. And we don't want to keep asking you to speak. We don't want to keep reminding you of what you have endured in those times while you are in detention. But however, because of the Chinese Communist regime's disinformation and the false narratives and the propagandas, and also some so-called academics continuing to debate if it's whether genocide or not, and also some genocide denialists directly spreading the Chinese Communist Party's narratives. We do desperately need you to continue to expose China's genocidal crimes. So your witness testimonies are so important. So I'm going to ask a couple questions from all of you. The number one is, can you share your own perspective with the audience on why it's so important for you to continue to speak? Also, it's extremely difficult, as well as you are speaking with so much attacks from this government, and still you are continuing to speaking out. And then second question is, while some momentum on exposing China's genocidal crimes has been created, especially through your testimonies, much of the action to hold Chinese communist regime accountable has come very slow and is still not yet. So what has been the most disappointing to you to observe in the terms of international response to those atrocities? Мен тәржіме қып берей, башты боланы. Сіләніңкі әр біріңланың бешіңладың өткен шүнчілік қиынчылықла, мұшындақ Қытайныңки сіләге қыған зұлымларыны біз давамлық сіләге әсілтіп өтішіні қалымаймыз. Сәд әр қыттым сөздіге вақтыңлада ішчіңланың қанчылық ичсілғалығыны біз тәсәвір қылалаймыз. Сілә біздің қақырмаларымыз. Gerçi biz sizlerinin davamlıq bunu əslab sözüşünlərini halımsaqmı, бірақ növətdə Xitay hökumətinin yalğançılıqları və hər türlük tətir təşviqatları və dünya miqyasında özünün təsirindən faydalanıb bu irqi qırğınçılıqni rədd qılıb kelivatqanlıqları səbəblərdən biz sizlərinin oturğa çıxıb davamlıq sözüşünlərə biz ihtiyaclıyıq, biz bununla muhtaç. Şunun üçün sizlərinin hər birinlərinin şəxsən özünlərinin nəzərinlərdə Sizlərning мұшындақ davamlıq sözüşіңlər nemi üçün mühim? Birinci. İkinci sual, Xitayning növbət qılıb atqan bu insaniyetə qarşı cinayeti və irqi qırğınçılığı bilan xalqarada hazır Xitayga qarşı biraz hərəkətləndirgüç güc hasıl bolğandek boldu. Biroq yanıla nəhayət asta. Endi Xitay kommunistik hakimiyetini jazolandirish yoki biror amaliy harakat qilish deganda yanılan bu bo'lmayapti hamimiz ko'nglimizdak. Shunga sizlarni hamda shaxsan har biringlarni bu jihatda Xitoyning bu vahshiyliklarga, irqiy qirg'inchilikqa inkas qaytirishda dunyo miqyosining yoki davlatlarning qaysi taraflardagi ishlar hozir sizlarni bak umidsizlantirdi.
Men birinchi sizniki birinchi savolingizga javob bersam, bu yerda bizniki her saha insanlarını en bay Şarkıstan'daki beslengan zeminimiz Şarkıstan'daki en baylarını, en alim ulmalarımızı, karxançı ticaretçilerimizni, ustazlarımızı, bütünlay maxfiy holatda toshlarni ayirib turib, bizni uning ichiga akirib, erkaklarni qo'limizga zanjirlarda bog'lab, inson qalbidan chiqqan holatda xo'rlagan xo'rliqi meni mana shunday to'xtamasdan mana shunday so'zlashga dalolat qiladi. Bu xo'rliq bizmi bir inson. Bizning faqatla farqimiz Xitoyga bo'lmaganligimiz uchunla. Bizning tilimiz ularniki emas, madaniyatimiz ularning emas, dinimiz ularning emas bo'lganligi uchunla, biz shu zamin egalari bo'lganligimiz uchunla bizni shunday qirib o'ltirib shu sababdan men shu haqqoniyat uchun to'xtamay so'zlashga men bunga majbur. Bu mening birinchi savolingizga javobim. Ikkinchisi, hala bizning Xitoyning oshindaq bir qattiq kontrol ostidagi bir Sharq Turkistonda biz shu o'lim lageridan tirik chiqib, jonni obqonga olib qo'yib turib so'zlab, amaliyot shart bo'lgan ahvollarni, amaliyotda zanjirlarni bog'lab turib ko'zitib, yana shu bizning so'zga vaqtimizda yig'laydi-yu, ta'sirlanadi. Yig'in zalidan chiqqandan keyin yana Xitoy bilan bo'lgan so'zini qilishi, men bu insonlarning vijdoniga hayron. Biz mushlar tilimiz o'xshamasimi? Biz mushlar Alloh yaratgan, zamin yaratgan o'xshash inson mushlar bilan biz. Ana shunday turuqliq yana manfaat uchun Xitoy bilan xotirjam savdo qilishi, bu olimpiyani o'tkazishiga qarshi tadbir qo'llanmasligi, bir iniq qilib, bir qonunlarni yurgizib, jazolaydigan bo'lsa jazolab, ya'ni dunyoni parakanda qilgan bu Xitoy virusining badalini to'latkizmaganligiga men ichinaman ham bir xil umidsizlanaman.
Sizlarning qo'shilgan bormi yoki qo'shamsizlar?
Ben dastlabda Fransiyaga chiqqan vaqtimda vatanda qolib qolgan shu urug' tuqqanlarimdan ansirab, oshkor guvohlik berishdan qo'rqib, yoshirin holatda guvohlik berib kelgandim. Keyin oilamdagilar, bo'pmi qizim, "Apa, sen o'zingni oshkorlasang bo'ldi, o'tirg'i chiqsang bo'ldi" deb menga bekchiq takliflarni berdi. Keyin men o'zimni o'ylab qoldim, vatandagilarning o'tirg'i chiqib so'zlash, fosh qilish erkinlik yo'q. Agar ular shuning ishchiligini teshiga chiqqandan keyin oshkorlasa, ularni yana qayta akirib ketish, so'lash xavfi bor. Menda mushtaq bir afzallik tursa, nima uchun vatandagi shu zulmni dunyoga anglatmayman deganni o'yladim. Shundaqla shu vatanimizdagi millatimizning beshiga kelgan zulmni dunyoga anglatishni o'zimning bir majburiyatim deb men o'tirg'i chiqdim.
Ben bu yukarıdaki kıyınışımızga okşaş bir hissiyatda. Ben 2019-yılı şu Gollandiya'ya çıkan günden başlap 4-5 ayga salametligim yaxşı emas. Onun üstüge mende mi köp oyunluş oldu. O vatandaki zulümlerini sırtqa anlatay, aşkarlay desem, benim vatanda tukunum var, yolduşum var. Köp oyunluş arkalı ahire şunda bir karar geldim ki, ben şu zulümünü anlatmasam, çünkü bir yılga yakın ben şiki çoğun kampıda şu zulümlerini öz gözüm bile gördüm, anladım, özüm şu yerde buldum. Şu vatanımız Şarkı Türkistan'daki milyonlagan şu halkımız özünün zulmünü anlatışqa ilacısız, ular onunki imkan yok. Biz bir yerge çıkıvılıplam, ularını unutsak, bu bizden gururumuzga, vicdanımızga, bir insanlığımızga bir xilap bir iş. Şunun için ben şu tukanlarımını, özümün yoldaşımını bir yer kayırıp koyup, şu 2019 yıl ahırdan başlap, bütün dünyaya, halkaraga, şu Uygurlarına beşiğe kevatkan zulmetini, şu depsençilikni, irqi qırgınçılıkni keng kölemde anlatışqa başladım. Ta bugün kadar bu anlatışını toxtab qalmadım. Bunun deyin kim bu hem? Salamet, hatırcam bolsam, anlatışını bir gün mü toxtab qalmayman.
Rahmet sizlarga. The Chinese regime's genocide is making Uyghur women's bodies the battleground on this genocide right now. While the Uyghur women are facing forced marriages, forced sterilizations, forced abortions, and forcibly inserting IUD devices inside of their bodies. Uyghur women are facing state actions as state actors attempts to dehumanize them and humiliate them by calling them publicly the Uyghur women are no longer baby-making machines. So as a woman, this question for our female panelists here, what particular help do you expect personally from the international community? Xitay hakimiyetining bugungi bu irqiy qirg'inchiligi Uyg'ur ayollarının bedenini bir jang maydoniga aylantirib atadi. Mecburi nikohlanish, mecburi tug'mas qilinish, mecburi bolasini tushirish, degandek her türlük teröristlik nimeleri bilen Uygur ayalları yani atalmış Xitay hükümetininki ularni aşında kılıp tuğmaz kıp bolgandan keyin aşkar halda halgarada Uygur ayalları emdi boğak yasaş maşinları emas dep e'lon qilyapti. Dep ochiq aşkara aştaqda deyishga jasorat qildi. Endi sizlar bir Uygur ayalları buluşup bilen halkara cemiyetlerden yani teşkilatlardan kandak bir alaydı yardım yoki nimalarni kutsizlar. Yani Uygur ayalları bugün halkarada kandak qo'llanish lazım.
Ben özüm bir ayal buluşup bilen bütün dünyadan halkaradan şunu kütümenki şu vatanımız Şarkı Türkistan'daki şu Uygur ayallar ağır derecede depsençilik uçurawatıdı, basqınçılık qılınıwatıdı, operasiya qılınıwatıdı. Ularning hatta qo'saqdagi ballarımı mecbur halda operasiya qilib ilinıwatıdı. Uningdan sırt yana Xitoy hukumatiningki prinsipli qonunlashtirib tushirmagan, hujjatlashtirib hujjatiga asosan yana aşağıdaki qo'shmoq tuqqanlarningki uylariga kirib shu erlarni kutishga, ashlarning depsençilik uchrashga mecbur bo'tadi. Buni bütün dünya xalqi biladi, angladi. Ammo yuqorida biz aytgandek, yana nurg'un davlatlar sukut turibdi, buning ko'z yumbatdi. Men shunda chaqiriq qilmanki, ham shunda umid arzudimanki, bütün dunyodagi har qaysi davlatlar mush Amerika boshchiligidagi Yevropadagi 7 davlatga o'xshash mushu vatanimiz yurgizayotgan irqiy qirg'inchilikni haqiqiy turda bir irqiy qirg'inchilik qaror berishini ham amaliy bir tadbir qo'llanishini undan keyin 2022-yildagi shu Beijingda o'tkazilmoqchi bo'lgan olimpikni qat'iy holda boyqut qilishini chin dilimdan umid qilman ham chaqiriq qilman.
In that case, let's ask one question to Yerbal, and then we can open up for the audiences and the press. Yerbal, you have done an amazing job gathering testimonies from Kazakh victims of the camps. Can you update us on some of the common difficulties that you face when you are collecting those testimonies from the victims of the camps? Xitayning jazo lagerlarida yetib chiqqan Qozog'istondagi qarindoshlarning guvohlik to'plash uchun sizlarning tashkilotinglarning aytdi yaxshi xizmatda bo'ldi. Siz bizga hamda shu shohidlardan siz shu shohidlarning kelib isbotlab berishini talab qilgan vaqtlaringizda qanday qiyinchiliklarga yo'liqdingiz? Buni 2 minut to'xtamay so'zlab bergan bo'lsangiz. Rahmat.
Bu şahitler lagerden kelgenlerinin en korkuduğun yere Xitay'daki tuqqanlarını goruğu tutup oturdu. Xitay. Müşahidin birisi oş çıksa ayaktaki tuqqanlarını kısıdı. Müşahid en ulkan cumus жүргізбей oturgan iş müşahid. Odan keyin endi bu kuvagerler көп болғаны менен олардың бәрі өздері де Қазақстандағы амандығынан қорқады екінші жағы. Үшінші жағы бүкіл қоғам болып, халық болып, халықаралық ұйымдар болып, бұл адамдарға ешқандай көмек көрсетіп жатқан жоқ. Ешкім көмектеспейді. Бұлар бәрі денсаулығынан айырылған. Денсаулығынан айырылған, бұлар жұмыс істеп, семьясын асырау үшін үлкен қиыншылықта қазір. Бұларға біз мына адамгершілік көмек көрсетуіміз керек. Сонда бұлардан сұхбат алу, ашыққа шығару біраз жеңілдейді.
Tamam. Rahmet sizge. Now we are open to the questions from the press and audiences. Okay, so he's just going to add one thing. Go ahead.
Meniki birla sözüm var. Yani eğer Xitoy hokimiyati bizni shu qirg'inchilik qilayotgani yolg'on bo'lsa, bizni lagerlarga so'lganlari yolg'on bo'lsa, 24 soat kameralari var. Ko'chalarda bor. Uyning ichida 2 kamerasi var. Bizga 1 soatlik videosini yayınlab chiqarib, ko'rsatib, Umar Dekalinning degani yolg'on desin. Mana bu ustozlarniki muallimchilik qilganda unda ahvollar yo'q deb ko'rsatsin. Agar yolg'on desa, qo'rqmasa, sizlarda Yevropa parlamentining kollegiyasini guruh qilib, BDT'dan guruh qilib inson huquqlariniki bemalol xohlagan uyga kirib tashlash ruxsat qilsin. Shu chaqda Umar Bekaliniki, bu guvohlar qizlarniki deganlar hammasi yolg'on ekan desanlar bo'ladi. Mening deydigan umidim, xitobim shu. Agar Xitoy yolg'on desa, ishkini ochsin yoki videosini ko'rsatsin. Mening boshqa so'zim yo'q. Rahmat.
Sonra, anybody has questions? Okay. Buyurun. English. Bir dakika.
Thank you for this panel. It's really quite tragic, and I appreciate. It's very informative to follow the testimonies of Ms. Gulbahar and Ms. Kalbinur Sıdık. You know, Madam, especially in the Western capitals, Europe, US, there have been a very strong and powerful action for the rights of women. Some are feminists, but some are for the rights. There are hundreds of resolutions on this issue. In general, on the women's, in UN, human rights, European Parliament, thousands of resolutions. So my question is that, are these structures on women's rights, are they sensitive to what you have experienced in East Turkestan? Do they understand and do they have a positive, balanced reaction? Thank you.
Sizlarga ko'p rahmat. Sizlarninki bugungi bu naytı moyun bo'lgan beshinlardan o'tgan kechirmishlaringlarni so'zlab berganinglar uchun rahmat aytaman. Men naytı ta'sirlandim. Endi hozir bu ahvollar o'tirg'i chiqqandan keyin g'arb ellarida bo'libmi Yevropa ellari va Amerika, Kanada va boshqa davlatlarda bo'lsin, buni naytı o'tirg'i chiqib, nurg'unlagan o'rinlarda Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatları'nın qayt oturup qo'yilyapti, Yevropa parlamentlarida va boshqa g'arb davlatlarida qonun loyihalari oturup qo'yilyapti. Endi bular shu sizlarninki besinglardan o'tgan ishlarga qaraganda endi bir qandaq bir yordami bo'lamdi yoki bo'lmasa, nima deymiz? Shuningdek endi shu ahvollarda endi bir ta'siri qanday bo'ldi demoqchi.
Ovoz bormi? Sizning bu savolingiz nihoyat yaxshi o'rinliq bo'ldi. Bu Xitoy siz bir qonun ma'qullab, bir narsalarni misol Xitoy qarsam, Xitoy biz unda qildik, bunda qildik, hamma huquqlari bor deb sizga bir rasm ko'rsatdi. Amaliyotda ostritdan maxfiy holda aksicha texnik kuchlantirib, eng tez sur'atda Sharq Turkistonning zamin egalari bo'lgan insonlarni asta ko'zdan g'oyib qilish. Xitoy bak o'ziga ishonchi va uni medsiga tepqizayotgan narsa pul, iqtisod. O biz biydik, boş ver deydi bu BDT'ningizni, Yevropa parlamentingizni, Amerikangizni boş ver deydigan Xitoy bu. Biz Uyg'urlarga hozirga qadar mushunchilik 3 yil, 4 yil bo'ldi biz bu shu kurashda anlatayotganlar bu narsani hech qandaq bir amaliy tadbir faqat va faqat Amerikaniki qo'llanayotgan ba'zi iqtisodiy embargo va jazo yurishlari davlatning nimasiga ta'sir qilgani bilan bizning vatanimizdagi irqiy qirg'inchilikqa bo'lgan ta'siri hala yo'q. Onun kesip ayta olamiz. Chunki bu bizda hozircha taqlayotgan TikTok'dagi, Dunya'dagi bu videolar shuni aniq dalillab turibdi. Hala bugunga qadar nurg'unlagan qarindoshlarimiz normal aloqa qilish imkoniyatimiz yo'q. 21-asr axborot media eng taraqqiy qilgan bir zamonda yashab, normal aloqa qilish imkoniyatidan bermaklik. Uning inson huquqini so'zish haqqimi yo'q Xitoyniki. Amalda hech qanday bir foyda unumi bo'layotgan Yoshlar Qirg'iziston xalqiga hozirga qadar.
Ben bir soru soraydım. Uygurca değil mi? İngiliz.
İkilisinden.
İkilisi, okay. Actually, I'm also the victim of the Chinese concentration camp. I'm an associate professor, one of the universities in Turkey. In 2020, I heard my mother is being detained underground prison, not the concentration camp, but I got the evidence. In the TikTok, saying that is my mother being sent to underground prison, actually. So starting then, I'm also, protesting in front of Chinese embassy almost 1 year, but there is no any response from Chinese government, actually. My question is, I got the message and saying that there is underground prisons as well. Not only the concentration camp, but underground prison. There is no windows and there is circulations and so on. It's true. That's my question. Yani men 2020 yılı apamnikki aş bizning yezida ya asты türmüsiga qamalganligini, yani yaning bir yilqi kambu bo'lmasdan bir ya asты türmüsiga qamalganligini TikTokda men bu uchun topshirib oldim. Endi sizlarning uchunlarning amnimisida mushunda ya asты türmüleriningmi borligiga shohid bo'ldinglarmi yoki uninga shohid bo'lmadinglarmi? Mushuni men bir so'rab baqay deb nim qilgandim. Men aş 2020 yılı aniq aş apamniki ya asты türmüsiga qamalganligidan xabar topgandim. Rahmat.
Bundan ben cevap vereyim. Yani ben iki kampı tuttum dedim bir yılga yakın. Birisi şu atalmış Ürümçideki Sanfango'da tağının üstü kurulan 4 qavatlik bina. Tağının üstüde başka çıkanda ahalikler yok bir yer kurulan. Yani birisi şu atalmış Davançıng deymiz. Aşağıda belki köygen buluşanlar mümkün. İntayın kengrik etken bir cangallık. Aşağıya kurulgan bir kampa. Ondan ki yana ben Togong'daki Kızaylar kampısı tuttum dedim. Bu Kızaylar kampısı aslında bir kadrlar sanatoriyasken tok. 6 qavatlik. Aşağıda Xitay kadrları bu yerlik Xitaylar zich oturaqlaşqan ma'lum bo'lg'ashqa shu Xitay kadrlarining har xil faoliyatlarni qildigan ashundaq binoskan to'q. Tutqunlar ko'payib ketgan bo'lg'ashqa shu Xitay kadrlarininki faoliyat uylarini, faoliyat binolarini turmaga aylantirib etgan ekan. Uningdan sirt yana nurg'un kitobxonalarni, maktablarni, masalan tashkillangan binolarni hamini o'zgartiriblar, ashundaq kamp lager qilganlarni ko'rdim. Ammo siz deganga o'xshash yer osti, andaq turmalarni men uchirib baqmadim, men anglab baqmadim. Rahmat.
Men depesem, men Pichan naylik şu lagerni kimse yatqa vaqtimda Abdulhamid Qari deydigan yanqiliq bola bor. Jumada endi normal qutb so'zlab qo'yganligi uchun jihad to'g'riliq apirib 10 yil sotlashning oldida shuni shu yaras tuturmini tutganligi, uning ichidagi butunlay yosh bolalarning ekanligini o bir xabarini bergan. Bir ikkinchisi qaramayga kelgan vaqtimizda qaramaydi-mi? Naq ashundaq endi bu aniq bilmayman, ammo bizning shu qaramayda yashaganlar biladi. Qaramayning shu shaharning ostida butun yarasi bozorimiz bo'ladigan, ashning hammasini turmaga o'zgartiribdi. Misma ashada bishim xalqdan akirib, biz qaramayda yashagandan keyin bilamiz, qanday akitib bordi, nega ketib bordi. Ashunda holat qilayotganligini biz xabar topgan. Bu yaras turmasi degan bu ustida Xitoylar albatta Sunyamlardan ko'rdi deb, undan aslında hammasini jiqin asos jihatdan eng maxfiy vahshiylarni yarasida qurdiganligi haqiqat aniq bu.
Sualım qilaylik. Tamam. Qisqa bo'lsin, vaqt qisqa.
Ben bundan kısa cevap vereyim. Benim akam Hasan Hüseyin 2006 yılı nimede Beijing'de aeroportta kolga ilinip Ürümçi'ye kaydırıp gelip Ürümçi'de Çijonyan degen türmede birinci türmede aşağıda yer astıda 6 ay türmede yatkan günahsız. Hiç kandak neresi yok. Terörist degenden bilen. Biz şu vaxtdaki Xitay'daki boş siyaseti yani akış kılış, parxurluk siyasi bağlılığı için biz $40,000 ödeyip şu akımızı türmeden kutuldurduk. Şu türmeden çıkkandık hazır Avustralya'da şu türmede yer astı su türmesinde 6 ay kançı cabatı kaldı dedi. Yer astı türmesi mevcut. Üyede su türmesindeydi. İnsanlarımızda günahsız insanlarımızda yer astı kıynavatkalığı inik. Rahmet.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Esra Shimshek. I'm currently today here as a representative of the Saadat Party. Youth Branch. Thank you so much for the panel. Thank you for your courage. It's very hard to sit here and listen. I can't imagine what it must have been to go through all of this. Now, I've got a question regarding the countries that you're residing in currently. Are you still facing threats from China? Are you still being harassed? And further, what kind of support system are there, or even are there support systems in these countries that you're residing in? Thank you.
Sizlarninki gaplarınlar üçün, sözləb bəgən beşanların ötən keçirmişliklər üçün köp rəhmət etdim. Meninki sualım sizlərə, özünlər yaşayatqan, hər birinlər özünlər yaşayatqan dövlətlərdə hazırmı sizlər Xitayninki təhdidlərini beşanlardan ötküzüb otamsızlar, yoki hər türlük Xitay hökumətinin yoki Xitayninki jıraqdan yaqından sizlərə qıvatqan hər türlük ziyankeşliklərə uçrab otamsızlar və şu dövlətlərdə sizlərə qandaq bir yordam bo'latıdı.
Ben 2019 yıl ahırda şu guvalıklarını başlagandan başlap, en aldı bilen şu Angliya gazetede, annekin Guardian'da bu e'lon qilingandan keyin lam Xitoyning mana bo'lgan hujumlari boshlanib ketdi. Yani en aldı bilen bular mening tuqqanlarimni video ochqizdi. Yani shu vatanimizdagi davlat bexatarlik idorasi deymiz. Shu yerda saqchilar tuqqanlarimni hamni yig'ib olibdi. Aşağıda her şekilde meni tillab, tehditlarni qildi. Undan keyin yo'ldoshimni uni shu WeChat orqali ekran ochqizib, tilg'izdi, meni majbur ajrashtirg'izdi hattoki. Andan keyin shu 2021-yili 6-oyda Uyg'ur sotida bir kun burun yo'ldoshimni majburli so'z yetkazgan videolarni shu kun taqatdi. Ben şu kadar yoluşum körp bakmagandım çünkü bizdeki ajrashtirib qo'ygandan keyin bizni butunlay aloqamizni uzib etgan. Men tuqqanlarim qandaq, yo'lishim hozir qandaqligini bilmayman, xabarim yo'q. Lekin shu sotqa chiqadigan bir kun burun ko'rdim uni. Andan keyin o videoda o'zining qanchalik darajada qo'qab ketganligi chiroyidan chiqib turdi, so'zlarni ifodalanib turdi. Shuni ko'rib ko'nglim intayin yerim bo'ldi. Demak, Xitoy har xil shaklda to'xtab qolmadi tahdidlarini, hujumlarini. Xitoyga to'xtatmadi. Men mishada bir digim kelyapti. Xitoyga qilyapti har xil shaklda. O'zimizningki mushu atalmış Uyg'urday, Uyg'ur tili so'zlaydigan bir qism kishilarmi bu tahdidlarni to'xtatgani yo'q. Ya'ni ular har xil shaklda videolarni ishlab, har xil ismlarni qo'yapti. Hattoki men shuning aqlim hayron qolgani, Dunya Uyghur Qurultayining tashabbusi, raisimiz Dolqin Aysoning iltimoslari bilan bütün dunyoning xalqaroni zilzilaga keltirgan shu bir Uyg'ur sotini Uyg'ur epizodi deb ism qo'yib, shunda haqoratlardi. Shu faqat idaramda o'tmadi mening. Ism qo'yishga shunda ustikansizlar. Nima uchun Xitoyning bizni haqoratlab bayonotlarga ism qo'ya olmaysizlar? Nima uchun kuchinglarni Xitoyga qartolmaysizlar? Shuning faqat aqlim yetmaydi meningki. Demak, Xitoylardagi shu besim tahdidlari yetmagandek, özümüzden bu kişilerinki bizge bo'lgan til ahonatlari, tahdidlari, besimlari, bu videolari odam qabul qilolmaydi ekan. Shaxsan men o'zim buni qabul qilolmay ko'taramay, shunda og'ir og'rib ketdim hattoki. Endi biz isbotlar bilan so'zlayapmiz, har qaysi joylarda, har qaysi o'rinlarda, mayli cho'ng kichik matbuotlar bo'lsin, sotlarda bo'lsin, bizning qo'limizda isbotlar bor. Qaysi kampida turdik, kimlar bilan suhbatlashdik, nimalarni angladik. Andan keyin yana qaysi qiz ayollar kampusida tug'maslik operatsiyasi qildirilgan Xitoy maxsus bekitgan doktorxonalar ular qayerda o'rni. Undan sirt yana shu kamp lagerlardagi yoki sirtidagilarni ishlatayotgan qo'l zavodlari qayerda? Shuni o'rinlari shunchalik aniq isbotlar bilan so'zlayapsakmi buni ishonmaysiz. Endi biz yana qanday qilib bersak bo'ldi? Men shuni aqlim hayron qoldi. Demak, men shu fursat bilan deydiganim, sizlar qabul qilmagan bo'lsanglar, uni so'zlamanglar, tillamanglar, sukut tutsanglar bo'ladi-ku. Albatta. Mushu bo'libmi men yaqindan bu yon chiqayotgan mushu videolarni, tilahonatlarni, mushu hatto o'zimiz qilayotgan tahdidlarni, qo'llarimiz nurg'un isbotlar va deb mushu to'xtamayotgan tahdidlar men shuncha hayron qolyapman. Shu isbotlarni, shu tahdidlarni Xitoyga qarasanglar bo'lmamdi. Shu isbot lozim bo'lsa, video ishlasini biz ta'minlaylik shu isbotlarni qo'limizdagi. Xitoy qilinglar shu hujumni. Rahmat amma.
Ben singlimizning javobiga javob bersam, Gollandiya hukumati bizni panohligimizni qabul qilgandan keyin bizning bexatarligimiz uchun Qalbnur xonimni butkul elchiliklar o'rinlashgan rayonga o'rinlashtirdi Meni padişahның aqoylusu bolgan Middelburg şähriniki bir talmy Xitay yok, ajoyib yerlik insonlar yaşaydigan, madaniyatli ahli yaşaydigan bir yerga o'rnashtirib, bexatarligim uchun shunday yaxshi turmush bexatar kafolatiga ega qildi. Endi Xitoyga kelsak, Xitoyning tahdidi to'xtatmaydi u. Ya'ni meni sirtqi ishlar ministrininki bayonotchisi Jolijan apandim 2006-yili men 5-oyda chiqqan Qozog'istonga. Shu vaqtda 20 ming dollarni men terrorchilarga berdim, mishman. 20 ming dollarni. Men Qozog'istonga chiqqanda inam 2 ming pulim bor. Ya'ni 20 tiyin pulim bor. Buning guvohlari Turkiyada yashayotdi. Va bu Jolijan apanning bu xatni yazdim, javob qaytarmadi. Keyin 91-yili Urumchida shu hotel menejerlik o'qiyotgan vaqtimda do'stlarim bilan o'yin tamash o'ynaymiz, Xitoylarni urib bozayotgan bir ishimiz bo'pti. Uni bu o'rib chapan bo'lgan degan bir sapsatini bir video ishlabdi bizning shu vaqtgi do'stlarim bilan bildi bo'lgan ishlarni. Bu Xitoy nomussiz, sharafsiz bir davlat. Bizdek bir insonlarga u darajada ishlashining hojati yo'q. Agar shu ishni qilmagan bo'lsa, shu gunoh bo'lmagan bo'lsa, xotirjam qulqini yupirib yashayvergan bo'lsa, dunyomi o'chog'ida xotirjam bo'lgan bo'ladi. Bizning ishlarimizga qarshi har birimizga birdan video ishlashi, sapsatlarni taqtishi, demak, o'g'rining yurgi pok-pok degan maqola bor bizning. Naq o'g'ri Xitoy.
Mening yo'ldoshim bilan ikki qizim Fransiya garajdoni bo'lgan bilan, men Fransiya garajdoni emas. Normalda meni achiqish uchun Fransiya hukumati aralashmasin bo'ladi. Biroq meningki shu Fransiyaga teshaman, sog'-salomat chiqib olishim uchun Fransiya hukumati jiq kuch chiqadi. Buning uchun men Fransiya hukumatiga ko'p rahmatimni aytaman. Men Fransiya chiqqandan keyin beshimdan o'tgan haqiqiy voqealarni kitob qilib yozib chiqqan. Kitob bu yil 1-oyning 13-kuni e'lon qilindi. Kitob e'lon qilingandan keyin Xitoy hukumati Fransiyada turishliq Jungo konsuli meni terrorchi deb ayblab, meni buzuq xotin deb hujum qilib kelyotdi. Shundan keyin vatandagi butun oilamdagilar, urug' tuqqanlarimning hammasi men bilan bo'lgan aloqani uzdi.
So I think we have time for only one more question. If anybody, yes.
First of all, I would like to thank you and congratulate you in your courage coming forward and talking about the issue, the plight of the Uyghur people. Obviously, I also know some people who have been able to make it to the free world, but there are many people who have not been able to come forward and talk because of the pressure to their relatives in East Turkestan. My question is this, please. You have been giving so much valuable information to the free world about the treatment of the Uyghur people by the Chinese Communist Party regime. Hopefully, the free world will get your message and do the right thing. I personally think just saying, making comments and condemnations, they are not bad, but they are, in my opinion, they are empty talk. At the end of the day, the Uyghur people in East Turkestan are expecting some genuine results from the activities of the free world. My question is, please, you have mentioned the situation in the concentration camps. How about the situation outside the camps? Are the people having some reasonable free life? Because in outside people think, okay, there's 1 million, it's non-stop 1 million figure being mentioned in the international community, as if everything has been, the only people targeted are those 1 million people, but the rest of the population seems in a reasonable peace. In your opinion, how is the situation? Is it like as bad as one of the speakers mentioned. Is it the biggest open air prison? Kısaca sualımı dep bere sizge. Birincisi sizin bunda cesaret bilen oturga çıkıp vatandaki halkımızga, karindaşlarımıza bolgan işlerini halkara aşkarlaşımlar sebebinden sizni tebrikleyemem. Elbette pek mühim uçurlarını siz halkara yetkizipsiz. Halkara ümit, Hudayım buyursa inşallah bir ümit kılımız ki halkara bu siz yetkizgen uçurlardan faydalanıp, anlap, gözlerini, kulaklarını 4 açıp, 8 açıp hatta Hıtayını tüzük tonup ve Hıtay'a karşı bir emeli hareketki ötsün de ümidimiz var. Benim sualım sizge eğer siz ahvalda şu lagirlerdeki ahvallarını düşündürüp verdiniz. Lagir sırtındaki ahvallar kayardan kayar geçe. Lagir sırtındaki karandaşlarımız bunda bir yaman emez bir derecede bir erkin azad bir hayat yaşayalımdı. Ahval kayardan kayar geçe. Rahmetlilerge.
Lager sırtındaki qarindaşlarımız mı? Üstü uçuk türmelerde yaşaydı. Çünkü her bir ahalla, mahallaning hammasi kontrol qilingan. Özümüzning uyimizga, qo'royimizga kirib chiqish uchun mu? Oldi bilan chiroyimizni tuntish, ko'zimizni tunish orqali, kimligimizni surkash orqali kirimiz ham chiqimiz. Ash qo'roning ishini oldilardimi? Harbiylar, soqchilar qurolliq, qo'roning ichidami ham shu. Demak, bir kunlik 24 soat vaqtimiz hammasi kontrol ichida, sirtida bo'lsaqmi, garchi faqatla u bir usti uchuq turma. Undan sirt yana aholi komitetlarning har kunlik bizning ashi WeChat'dagi guruhimiz var. Guruhga xabarlarni yetkazib turdi. Masalan, bugun tekshiruvchilar bor, uyingizdan qat'iy chiqmaysiz deydi. O'ltirimiz uyda yedirmay. Soqchilar qurolliq uylarga bostirib kirib oqtirdi uylarni. Ularning qo'lida bir tal bunday inchikalik qo'lchiraqdagi bir narsa bor, qizil yondiki, bu men faqat esimdan chiqmaydi. Bütün oshxona uylardan tortib, sizning yotoq uylaringiz, ishkapning hammani ashni kuzatib, qurollar va oyoqlarini sanmaydi, gilamlar dasab kiraverdi. Oqtirib chiqdi hammani. Hattoki oshxona uyingizga kirib, chaydo pichoqlaringiz qancha, qaychilaringiz qancha, ashlarning sonini yozib, xotirlab, sizni imzolatqizdi. Undan sirt bular keyin ketdi tekshirib kelgan vaqtida shu pichoq chaydolaringiz ya ortib qo'yib qolmasligi kerak, yo yutib ketmasligi kerak. Bundan başqa yana biz shunchalik dakki-dukkida yaşaymiz. Chunki bizning balamiz chet elda 2011 chiqqan, mening qizim Gollandiyada o'qishga. Vatanimizda chet elda tuqqanlar bor, chet el sayohatlar chiqqanlarni tutib ekirgan bo'lg'ashqa, biz yo'ldoshimiz ikkimiz har kuni dakki-dukkida. Qachon Xitoy soqchilari bizning ishkimizni chekaki deb, chunki bular kechida qorong tushgandan boshlab, yarim kechada boshlagan bo'lg'ashqa bu hujumni biz kechalab dakki-dukkida uyqu yo'q. Mana hozir bir uyqusizlik, bir eg'ir kasal giribtar bo'ldim men. Ashundaq bir holat yashaymiz. Biz hatto kechalar kiyimlarimizni sololmaymiz. Chunki ajadiki masalan Şinjan 14 bin uyum atalmış Ürümçideki yanalda Uyg'urlar ko'p o'tiraqlashgan rayonda yashayman. Uduldalam qarshi tarafida Şinjan Universitetidagi keyin darvosi va bizlar nurg'un olaymiz, ko'zimizga ko'ramiz. Yatak yetayotgan bolalarni o'zining kiyimlari bilan, kaltishtalari bilan, qizlarning bosh kiyimlari bilan, qor xaltini kiygizib apmanganlarni bizlar anglagan, ko'rgan. Aşlar bo'g'ashqa kechida kaplam, masalan, ishlarni chekib, sizda hech qanday gap so'roq yo'qlam. Xaltini kiygizib apmanmisin deb, mushunda holatda dakki-dukkida yashab keldik, izchildirda. Undan sirt yana shu aholilar ko'pdan uqtirishlariga asosan aşağıdaki ayollar, qiz ayollar biz mushu Yangalda o'tiraq rayonidagi aholilar komiteti Changloyan deb qo'yamiz. Aşağıda yarasti 2 qavatlik bir ambulatoriya ekan, shularni belgilab beribdi bizga. Uningda uqtirishlar aniqli izohliq. Mening isbotlarim bor. Uqtirishda aniq yozadi. 18 yoshdan 59 yoshidagi tug'ut yoshidagi qiz ayollar 2 xil tekshirish qatnashsizlar. Agar qatnashishga bormasanglar, moslashmasanglar, tuqqanlaringlarni do'g'ri tikmanglar, jininglarni do'g'ri tikmanglar. Saqchixonaga berib, tubur o'tirsizlar degan uqtirish bor. Cho'qim berishimiz kerak uyaga. Masalan, mening birli qizim bor. Bizda Xitoyning berganligi nima deymiz uni? Pilanliq tug'ut sharaf guvohnomasi deb nimamiz bor. Shularni kirib ko'rsatdik hattoki. Mening birli balam bor, men uni operatsiya qilg'izg'im yo'q, yoki uzuk soldirg'im yo'q. Men qandaq nim bo'lsa, jadval bo'lsa, men qo'l qo'yay ashunga, men uni qilg'izmayman degan unmaydi. Siz saqchiga beribdan uni deb. Demak, o'shada umumyuzlik har qanday qiz ayol tug'maslik operatsiyasi qildirildi, uzuk soldirildi. Chunki uqtirish aniq yozig'liq 18 yoshdan 59 yoshgacha debpa. Demak, sirtidagilarmi buningdan sirt yana Xitoyniki hujjatlashib tushirpagan daftari bor. Xitoy ersaqchining qo'lda bu. Qo'shmoq tuqqan siyosati bo'yicha, yana bu er tuqqanlarni kutishimiz kerak. Har oyda bir hafta yotadi uyimizda bular. Aniki bularning qo'lda daftari bo'g'ashqa bizga yana har xil tekstillar soldi. Ta'limimizga ba'zan yo'ldoshlarimiz bayilimiz hayot bo'lsa-mu, yana boshqa xil shakldagi usullar bilan sizni dafsanda qildi. Hattoki oraq ichib mas'ul qolgan vaqtida, bizga hukumat tushirmagan bu hujjat batusa deb sizni ko'rsatdi. Chunki hujjatda 5 birli bo'lish deb aniq yozig'liq. Birli tamoq etish, birli tamoq yeyish, birli uyg'unish qilish, birli sayl qilish, hattoki birli yetish. Xitoy bu shundan foydalanib, har xil dafsanchilarni qilyotdi. Demak, biz bu hozir qisqa vaqt ichida kamplarga ichidagi bo'lsin yoki sirtidagi bo'lsin, bu zulmlarni, bu dafsanchiliklarni anglatibmi, tugatib bo'lmaymiz. Ko'pchilikka rahmat.
Men yana qisqa qilib bir ishni deb qo'ygim keldi. Xitoy hukumatiningki 3, 6, 9 deb bir belgilamasi bor ekan. Bir shaydan bir shayga berish uchun o'zimiz turishliq shu mahallaninki aholilar komitetidan ruxsat so'raymiz. Bardiga yerga yetib borgandan keyin 3 soat ichida shu biz tushgan oilaninki qarashliq aholilar komitetiga 3 soat ichida ma'lum qilamiz. Bular 6 soat ichida shu aholilar komiteti qarashliq saqchixonaga ma'lum qildi. Bu saqchixona 9 soat ichida ma odam mandaq yerdan mandaq keldi, mandaq sabab bilan keldi, mancha kun turdi deb material turg'izib qo'ydi ekan. Demak, Uyg'urlarda hech qanday erkinlik yo'q.
Men gapni uzun so'zmayman. 2017-yil 11-oyning 24-kuni men to'rimdan chiqib Qarmayga nim qildim. Ya'ni Qarmayda 2 kun turib qoldim. Shu vaqtda Qarmayda qat'iy erlar qolmabdi ekan. Faqat Xitoy erxotinlar bor. Uyg'ur erlardan men tuzuk erlarni ko'rmadim. Burun biz Qarmaydan tashrifga vaqtimizda mangan o'g'illardan biz 30-40 Uyg'ur balasi addi misoli. 2 Uyg'ur balasi bor. Qolgan har qanday yo'q. Turpanga kelsam, men Turpanning sahrasida cho'ng bo'lgan bir bala. Pichanga kelsam, Pichanning yezida butun dehqonchilik er kishilar qiladi. Er kishi yo'q. Butun dehqonchilikni erlar qilganlar kelib qolgan. Oshunda holatda. Bir mana shu Urumchiga bizning Turpan uydan orliqi 200 kilometrlik yo'l 6 soatda basdik biz. Har ma'lum bir ma'lum chiqqanda tamojnidimi qattiq tekshirish. Tamojni oyaqda qolib qolsin, tamojni undan qattiq tekshirish. Oshunda holatda. U yerdagi qarindoshlarning bir normal insonlar hayotda yashash, bir xotirjam uxlash mumkiniyati yo'q. Ularning hayoti butun vahim ichida. Uning azda biz bu muhojiratdagi Uyg'urlarning hayoti naqsh vahim ichida. Qarab boqing, hamma stress ichida hozir biznikilar. Vatanda shu uningdan qattiq stress ichida.
Rahmat. Thank you. Thank you so much for your courageous actions and the bravery. Thank you, Yerbal. With that heavy feeling, this session is concluded. Thank you.
Ovoz yo'q. Assalomu alaykum. Hamda tushlik tomoq vaqti. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Give a big applause for this courageous woman. Now it's lunchtime. So Then we will return back exactly in 1 hour, at 2 o'clock. Yeah, 1 hour is the lunch time. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello, hello, hello, hello. Okay. Awas barmu? Bar. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Aziz dostlar, aziz urug' tuqqanlar. O'tgan paneldin tugagandan keyin davomlashish oson emas. Ammo boshlaylik endi. Good afternoon to everyone. It's good to see so many Uyghurs in Prague. In my opinion, this is historically the largest number of Uyghurs that have been ever in Prague at the same time. Welcome, everybody. My name is Andrzej Klimesh, and I will try to moderate this panel. It is my pleasure to introduce the panelists. First, Dr. Joe Smith-Finley from Newcastle University. Second, Dr. Adrian Zenz from the Memorial of Victims of Communism Foundation. Third, Dr. Ryan Thum from University of Manchester. And third, Laura Harth, the campaign director from China Safeguard Defenders. I'm so sorry. I was asked by the organizers of this very impactful and meaningful conference to ask our panelists in greater detail about some methodological issues, what the situation in East Turkestan or Xinjiang poses for research, what are the linkages and context with possibilities of campaigning and advocacy work. So let us start with the first question. How do you think that the current situation, and particularly the systematical prevention of access to the territory and to the sources and the lack of possibilities for independent research and scrutiny and reporting, what are the new connotations or implications of this situation for your work as researchers or reporters or advocacy campaigners, advocates, please?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm really honored to be here today. As some of you may know, I actually got sanctioned by the Chinese government in March, so I cannot go back to any part of China, even should I want to. But that said, to be honest, most of us Xinjiang studies scholars wouldn't have been able to go back in any case because it's simply not safe for our respondents, for us to be there talking to them and being seen talking to them. So really we're all in a similar boat. I think as I'm a sinologist, originally by training. I've also worked with social anthropology and with political science. I think as a Chinese-speaking scholar, I think what's really, really important now is for us to use our Chinese language skills to mine the information in open source research and by doing open source research. So looking at Chinese government documents, as my colleague Dr. Zenz here has been doing to spectacular effect, and looking at leaked documents, looking at government documents online, looking at government social media, Chinese government social media accounts from the Uyghur region, and really mining those for as much information as we can get out of those. And I think it's really important as a China studies scholar to be doing that at the moment, because we are in a situation where so many China studies scholars are turning the other cheek and are not doing anything, and obviously because they are trying to protect their access. Many of these people are people who don't work with Xinjiang, they work in other parts of China, and it's almost as if some of these people are pretending that there is nothing to see. And in doing that, they are perpetuating the Chinese government line, and I reject that, and I think we have a responsibility to talk to our colleagues and try to make our colleagues see things differently also. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. It's my privilege to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And yes, of course, my work started out with fieldwork in anthropology. I spent about 16 months of field work, and out of that developed an interest in trying to understand Chinese regions more broadly. And I was made aware there was a lot of information. This was in 2007, 2008, 2009. More and more information was put online on the Chinese internet. And I, out of interest and necessity, because I did not actually have any travel funding to go to China, I had a family with little kids. And so for a number of reasons, I was actually confined to look on the internet in Chinese government documents for evidence. And this then became more and more strategic and important. Of course, I first did it with Tibetan regions, then with the Uyghur homeland region. And it's quite interesting, sometimes when I published a report, for example, on the internment camp, the re-education camps, the Chinese government sometimes deleted just some evidence, you know, like the procurement bids for re-education camps. But they did not substantially change the information that was available online until the report on genocide last year, in the summer of 2020. Then they really started to pull entire websites offline and change them, and completely alter the internet landscape in China. They also pulled off a whole bunch of population data. There's different sources, very different types of sources of government records and statistical information available. Some of that has been changed significantly, and it's currently uncertain. Some of the data, for example, on population, it's unclear which data will ever be made available again, and if this data can ever be trusted again. Of course, part of the success of this work with Chinese government documents has been to sort of trust Chinese government data by triangulating it, but also by assuming that at least some of it, there was not a motivation to directly falsify it. I mean, of course, local government officials can have motivation to manipulate economic data and other data to get a better report and to get a promotion. But at the same time, especially by triangulating with other sources, the basis for my work has been to more or less trust Chinese data. And that's actually been very successful. But in the future, especially on population data, the questioning, the nagging question in my mind is, how can we triangulate it and what is the availability? So I think it continues to be surprising and interesting what remains available if one searches in the right way. I think it becomes increasingly a certain a way of searching, like of knowing what one is looking for. It's always been extremely time-consuming, and it continues to be extremely time-consuming. So there's no replacement for spending a huge amount of time for digging through evidence online. And there's sometimes different sources. Sometimes the evidence is no longer on a government website, but now it's like on some private website. Anyways, this remains one of the most important ways. Witness, I think, statements continue to be so important, and much of the research that has been done by myself and others was provoked initially by a witness statement. And then the knowledge there is something. For example, initial report of sterilization came out in late 2018. Initial report of forced labor came out. Of course, back then, further back, initial report of re-education camps. So it continues to be so important. It's quite difficult to try to break open a new topic where there's not even a witness statement. And also the believability of it, including in academia, is very challenging if there's not witness statements. So other sources continue to be crucial, and I think the lack of more recent witness statements is actually a really major problem. And it's true to say that the future research situation for the Uyghur homeland, the whole region, and other parts of China is becoming more challenging.
Thank you. It really is a great honor to be invited here by this community. As Dr. Zenz just mentioned, it is getting the evidence that we have access to is less than it was before. and it's getting more difficult to do research. But at the same time, I think it's worth pointing out that there has probably been no set of atrocities on the scale that we've witnessed in the Uyghur region in history that has had so much evidence available in real time. I mean, it is absolutely stunning and overwhelming how much evidence we have access to. And even if we were to stop getting any new evidence, we could continue working for many years on the evidence we have already collected. There's a quite substantial amount of evidence that has been archived online that has not been used yet for research. And there simply aren't enough people working on these questions to deplete our evidence base. Now, this doesn't help us as much for understanding what happens going forward from 2020 onward. But it still has some value. And in fact, the evidence tap has not been turned off. There is still evidence being produced and made accessible. So it's, I think, quite ironic that the Chinese government has put so much effort into keeping people out of the region, into limiting access, but at the same time has failed spectacularly in controlling evidence and has produced just an overwhelming amount. And I think there are a few reasons for that. One of them is simply the nature of the world today. Technologically, you know, everyone or many people have access to social media and have platforms to speak to the world. So when people have escaped the Uyghur homeland, they have the ability online to tell their stories. And so we can have things like Jean Bunen's Xinjiang Victims Database, Shahid.biz, which collects, you know, many thousands of testimonies, and that's extremely valuable. But there's also the effects of the Chinese government's way of doing business, which create this massive trove of data. One of those is that they, while they are very careful about what message they give to the outside world, and while they want to cover up their policies in East Turkestan for the outside world, local officials are quite proud of these policies and in fact have pressure to announce that they have achieved the goals that they have been sent. And so if you look at, you know, now this is not as possible as it was 3 years ago, but if you look at the local government web pages and social media, you find them really boasting about what they're doing. And the other element here is that the Chinese government now works so much online that they cannot help but produce enormous pools of data. And this is also a side effect of the all of the electronic surveillance, which is producing its own data and which then can be leaked to the outside world. So there is an enormous amount of evidence to work from. They're getting more careful about keeping things hidden, keeping things out of writing. But I think there's still plenty to work on.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me. I feel very humbled to be among these real experts, which I am not. So thank you for letting me share this panel. Thank you also to the organizers. And just one positive note to start off with. I think when we look back at even just 5 years ago, we've come such a long way. You've come such a long way. A lot has changed. The issue is on the agenda, and that has been very hard, but you've achieved that. So congratulations to all of you, really, for what you've been doing. Obviously, there's a negative side to that. Thank you, Joe. There's a negative side to that in the sense that for however much we have achieved in putting the issue on the agenda, obviously, all that time, people have been suffering. People have been dying, have been detained, have been tortured. And we've heard the testimonies today again, and I think it never stops being extremely hard listening to you. I think everybody in this room was moved, and I just want to thank you so much for continuing to do that, because we know that the price that you're paying, the harassment, the intimidation, the threats to your family are continuous. And I can also not imagine having to go through what you've actually lived already, that torture time and time again. So thank you so much for continuing to do that and sharing that with the world. The main issue, I would say, from an advocacy point of view, and it goes back a bit to what Joe already told us on sinologists and the majority, like the silent majority not wanting to work on this. A big problem, obviously, we have is that while more and more governments, institutions, media are becoming aware of how the CCP is actually trying to influence discourse in the world, is trying to influence institutions, and so they are treating that more and more as some extremist point of view. I fear, on the other hand, also we are often treated as kind of the other extreme in a very polarized vision of what's going on. Obviously, I think we have to denounce that in every possible way, because, I mean, when you're talking about genocide, we're talking crimes against humanity, we're talking millions of people living basically in inhumane conditions all the time, but still being targeted and being seen as extremists in making those assertions is very hard, because there's a whole middle ground. And this goes also when you look at the debates that have been going on in Parliament. We have had members of Parliament here present today that have been doing amazing work over the past months, thanks to IPEC also, who has done a great job in coordinating, getting these people together and actually make noise. But we've seen how hard it has been in those parliaments also to, I wouldn't say convince the middle ground, but even making it a theme that is debatable. And so I think that is a huge challenge that lies ahead of us, and I think that's a huge challenge that academics, that you experts have in your research field, and that's what we have to do also as advocates in the next coming months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, one last but not least of our panelists is Sophie Richardson, China Director at Human Rights Watch, who is with us virtually. Welcome, Sophie. Nice to meet you at last in person, at least sort of in person. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you so much for inviting me to join you. It's an honor. I'm terribly sorry I'm not there in person. The person who makes it possible for me to do my job, my amazing husband, has had some medical issues and I couldn't be away. But I want very much to say hello to everyone this morning, and to also acknowledge that we are acutely aware of the trauma this community is experiencing, and we are deeply committed to doing all we can to help relieve that. Andre, you'll forgive me. Because I got the first 5 minutes of the panel only in Uyghur, which embarrassingly, I'm sorry, I don't speak. It's not entirely clear to me. There are lots of different themes going here, and everybody has just said interesting things. I'm not sure what's most helpful to respond to just now. Maybe you can help me with that.
The original attempt at the question was how has the recently formed situation in East Turkestan over past 2 years, how has it impacted your work, and what are the new implications of your work, meaning mainly methodological? What are the new ways of getting information, getting it out in your specific line of trade?
Wow, that's a big question, but now I understand where other people were coming from. I want particularly to echo the point that I heard Adrian make about the importance of matching witness testimony with other sources. You know, the project that we did on reverse engineering a police app was first mentioned to us actually by people who had been arbitrarily detained. People drew pictures for us of what this app had looked like, and then we found it available online and went from there. I agree with Raima that there's still a lot to work with, but we have delved probably further than ever before as an organization into using open source research methodologies to scrub for available information. But at the same time, I think one of the hallmarks of the way Human Rights Watch works is to match that with real human voices and individual stories. And I think we remain very committed to trying to do that. And it's had interesting effects internally as we expand our own capacity to work on digital materials and to use secure channels to speak with people and to really sort of create a whole cadre, forgive the use of the word, of people within the organization who are working this way, not just now on the Uyghur region or on the Tibetan region, where we face similar challenges, but really across the mainland and other parts of the world. That's been very useful, partly because it gives us different audiences to talk to, not just governments, not just prosecutors, for example, or members of the Human Rights Council, but also some of the companies that are either helpful or not with respect to access to information, but also sharing users' information. It is something of a double-edged sword, but there are probably 3 or 4 times as many more people at Human Rights Watch working on Uyghur-related issues and China-related issues broadly than there were 5 years ago, which is, in my view, obviously a good thing.
Thank you. Yes, so one way to summarize the first round of responses would be that despite the substantial complex effort of the CCP to block access to information and learning about the situation inside Xinjiang, there is an abundance of information and also great rise of interest into the issue. So in a way, it can be argued that the Xi Jinping leadership has told the story of the CCP and its governance in China in a particularly revealing way. So that's perhaps one of the unsolicited consequences of the recent policies. I would like to pick up on where Sophie ended. What has been the role of technology in recent years in your research? Specifically referring to the fact that when we look at the reality in Xinjiang and elsewhere inside China, technology is a crucial part of the party-state system and its control of people, control of information, etc. So how has technology featured in your work?
So, is this on? Yes. Approximately in 2006, local governments in Western China especially were starting to put a lot of information on the internet. And in my case, I identified public job notices for public jobs, teaching jobs, police jobs, etc. This really started in the early 2000s, but especially in 2006 and 2007, it really became much more systematic. By 2010 and 12, it became a wealth of data, and the data was not just, a lot of this data was previously only available in paper form. There was like an explosion of the availability of different types of government forms and reporting and data and evidence. Previously, I think a lot of this was limited to the Chinese statistical yearbooks, and this is what some scholars were working with, also some Chinese scholars. But there was a huge limit as to the fine-grained detail. So the Chinese have been very innovative, creative, and energetic in embracing the internet. And it's increased further under Xi Jinping, because under Xi Jinping, the requirements to combat corruption and to increase transparency, not so much for transparency as a value, but for control. Local governments had to increasingly report, for example, who did they recruit for teachers? What were their economic outputs? What was the local progress? These things had to be reported. These reporting requirements only ever increased. And with the security state in Xinjiang, the same happened. The reporting requirements became incredible. We do know that what is publicly available is only a fraction, unfortunately, because I was able in 2019 to gain some access to local networks. I've published some of this, of an internal cache of files, including spreadsheets that showed entire households and their status. So who's in an internment camp, who's in a prison, sometimes even the name, and of children who are orphaned because one or two parents are in a camp or in a prison. These kind of lists and similar lists for labor transfer, who has been transferred where and so on. This information is being collected by local governments. They have a list on everybody. And this information really you could use like in a Nuremberg trial equivalent in the future. This would be like the evidence really to show. So there's actually much more evidence available than is public. This is all secured in local Chinese databases. And a new source of information, especially for example, when I was looking at forced labor with cotton picking, a new source of information became also, and parent-child separation, became Chinese propaganda accounts. And I think this was mentioned by one of the panelists, I forgot who, that the Chinese actually proudly put out, say, look, these children, the parents are studying in the center, the vocational center, and now working, and the children, they are in the full-time kindergarten that is connected to the vocational center, the euphemism for the re-education camp. And they're now benefiting, they're learning to brush their teeth, and they're so polite now and everything, it's amazing. You know, we say the children study and the parents study. So this kind of propaganda, you read between the lines. For me, these propaganda articles became the entry point into doing the research on parent-child separation. And so, and then, for example, with sterilization and birth prevention, we had some basic birth rate statistics that declined, and the assumption was, oh, because of the internment. But actually, then you dig deeper and you look at county data, county family planning department, and they have detailed target indicator sheets where they have entire spreadsheets that say these are the target indicators for this family planning unit, for this township or county. And you have, and some of them said, in a particular year, you have to sterilize so many women, so many thousand. You have to insert so many IUDs. Not all of them said the same detail, but these are indicators that officials have to achieve. You have to have certain percentages, you have to have certain targets. These are publicly available. I think I'll end here.
Adrian brings up an important point that I really agree with, which is that the very technology that the Chinese state is using to oppress Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and others is what is producing much of our data. And an excellent example of that is in the work that Darren Byler has been doing, and he's been able to look at some of the huge files from the Urumqi police that were leaked via the Intercept, where you can see exactly how the police are operating, how many people they're taking in, what it looks like when they're stopped and interviewed or interrogated. It's just multiple steps, multiple different kinds of data, and this is a product of the very surveillance that is being used to repress people. I don't want to go on too long, but I will also mention, I'm sure many of you have taken advantage of one of our great technological tools, which is the satellite imagery, which is free to everyone on Google Earth, which has been particularly helpful to me in my research, which has been focused on the destruction of mazars and the reshaping of cities, the destruction of the old city centers in places like Khotan and Keria. Obviously, having photographs from the air is extremely important for this kind of research, but it's also quite important for convincing the world of what is happening, because, you know, we can show people a procurement document, a construction bid for an internment camp, but it's written in Chinese and most people are not going to be able to access that. But the ability to say, look, here are the coordinates for Google Earth, just you can just type them into your own computer and see it for yourself, I think has been a quite powerful means of convincing people and getting people who might not, say, speak Chinese, which has become, you know, the main research language for understanding the government's policies because they produce their documents in Chinese. Getting people who don't understand that to be able to be almost a participant. And of course, we have the very famous example of Shan Zhang, the Chinese master's student who put himself, he was studying in Canada and put himself at great risk by going through Google Earth and documenting all of the internment camps. So I think that's been a really important technological piece of the puzzle.
Okay, Sophie.
I'll just add to all of these points that I think it's very powerful when you are, especially when you are up against a government that is very quick to dismiss particularly witness-based testimony, to provide analyses that are based largely or solely on Chinese government sources themselves. You know, the least resistance we've ever gotten to a project was one we did several years ago, and it was the first one we ever did, looking exclusively at material that we pulled from the Supreme People's Court's online database to be able to show that certain rules that should have protected defendants just were never employed. They weren't respected at all. But I think, you know, it becomes a different kind of conversation when you're using state material to show, for example, increases in prison sentences or rates of prosecution or any of the other issues that we're talking about here. And even if the Chinese government is still, as an advocacy matter, just going to, you know, reject the analysis or say that it's flawed or that we've read the data wrong or interpreted it incorrectly, we certainly find that in motivating other governments or persuading other actors to respond to this information, that being able to say that the Chinese government is itself the source of the information that we're putting forward, we've found a very powerful argument, essentially.
Thank you.
Yes, just briefly to add to that, you know, scholars and activists have also been making great use of technology in constructing these databases and bringing all of the documents and images and survivor testimonies together. So Ryan already mentioned Jean Bunin's very valuable database, the Xinjiang Victims Database, Shahid.biz, but there's also, for example, the Xinjiang Documentation Project managed by Guldana Salimjan and colleagues. And so for example, is gathered a huge amount of documentation, much of it in Chinese, much of it that has yet to be processed. So again, going back to what I was saying earlier about people with Chinese language skills, we're still in great need of people who can go and work slowly through that material and get it translated. So one example there is the Cadra's handbooks. So the Cadra handbook that still hasn't been translated in full, that we desperately need to get translated. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for filling this note, Joe. Maybe since we are in the process of listing valuable online resources, it's probably we might as well mention the sources which are associated with the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, namely the Integrated Joint Operation Platforms manuals and newsletters, which were a very valuable source. We can also mention the Xinjiang project of the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. As a person working on Chinese propaganda, both in Chinese language and Uyghur language, I would also fill in a little note of the emergence of let's say, new genres of propaganda, which Ryan already raised and Adrian as well. This includes also, for example, the blogs of the cadres who were sent down to Uyghur households, with which Timothy Gross has worked so extensively and so excellently with, which are also stored on the Xinjiang documentation project, etc. Also, yes, Norwegian Uyghur Association has been operating a website of the HELP project, which is a database in some ways resembling to Jean's Boon in Shahid Biz, etc. So once again, the policies implemented by the CCP have created the adverse effect of what they hoped for. Another important aspect that has emerged in our work as scientists and advocates are new ethical issues which we have to think about and deal with. Would you like to comment on what new ethical dimensions of your work have emerged as a response to as a result of the situation in Xinjiang?
I'll start with a quick comment on images. A colleague recently held a closed workshop which brought some Xinjiang studies experts together to talk about how we use, what we do with the sort of decades of images, pictures of people that we have from Xinjiang, because it's no longer the case that we can just use and deploy these images. We now have to think about what may happen to individuals who are in these images, and so it was quite an important event, I think, held a couple of weeks ago to think through the issues related to that, and we have to be very, very careful in a context where in Xinjiang at present people are being detained and in some cases charged and imprisoned on retrospective charges, on supposedly criminal acts that they committed many years prior, many years previously. There's retrospective sentencing going on. So that being the case, we have to be very careful when we use images taken.
Yeah, I think there's some evidence we have to be a bit careful about. For example, the Karakash list. I myself and the other media outlets, we never published the full list because it contains so many names and ID numbers and private information, unredacted. We only published the redacted first 3 pages. And of course, it was the express wish of the person who gave it to us from the exiled Uyghur community that the private information, the names and ID numbers would not be made public. Subsequently, however, it has been made public in one particular location, and I tried to intervene unsuccessfully. And I think we have, this sort of thing I think really requires some reflection, because it's not always the case that putting out information is always good or the right thing. And especially if it's against the express wishes of the person who passed it on and entrusted us with this information. Secondly, some of the internal information that I was able to obtain, I think one also has to be quite careful with that. Firstly, again, there's names and ID numbers, private information. And whenever I published it, I always redacted. And of course, I only published very partial, like maybe a first page. But also, I think if one sort of made public, well, which exact sort of entity this is from, they might get punished quite severely because obviously this was not supposed to be obtained, or I mean, they didn't leak it, but still, there could be ramifications. So I think we have to be quite conscious of if we get evidence or data, what effect this could have, or what would be the wishes of the people on the other end. In many ways, of course, we can assume that Uyghurs want things to be exposed, they want the truth to come out. They might even be willing to accept consequences, but still, I think we have to exercise a significant responsibility in research.
This is a really difficult question that we have to deal with constantly. I'll just talk about two aspects of this problem very briefly. One is that, at least for those of us who are employed in academic institutions, there are systems for review of research before it's undertaken for ethical review. Those systems are very poorly equipped to deal with the situation like one that the Uyghur community finds itself in now, where it is quite clear that in many cases not publishing something, for example, not giving an interviewee the chance to put their name to something, or not publishing a document which may put people at risk, is itself an ethically risky thing to do, to not publish. The need to get this information out is so strong and immediate. I think that it kind of, it raises big problems for our systems for ethical review. And one day when I think we have more time to deal with those kinds of more long-term systemic issues, some of us may turn to dealing with that. But I would say that, at least among the academic community, we are acutely aware of the fact that our work puts individuals at risk. And we lose sleep over it. And there are no easy answers to how to determine what to publish and what not to publish, and whom to speak to. You know, it's something I think, especially those of us who've done a lot of field work in the region, think about a lot, is how much danger do we put someone in simply by being a foreign researcher who speaks to them. The other issue I'll bring up quickly is one that's a bit more long-term, but a lot of us have felt that the current situation is such an emergency that we've redirected our research. So, for example, I'm a historian. I focus on manuscripts and, pilgrimage culture, Islamic intellectual traditions, and I find myself now, talking about what is the Chinese state doing. This is actually something I was never interested in before. So a lot of us have redirected ourselves toward Chinese state policy, and in the process we're leaving something of a gap. I do think we're not giving enough attention to the experience of your community, how Uyghurs are, for example, building back a community in Istanbul. And this is research that I hope we will have more academics working on in the future. And I think we are aware of some of the disservice we do by focusing entirely so strongly on state policy and at times de-emphasizing the experience and the after effects in the community. But I hope we'll see more of that kind of research once the sort of emergency need to document grave human rights abuses passes.
Thank you. Well, I think from an advocacy point of view, a lot of the ethical issues that colleagues have highlighted, especially when it comes to putting people's lives at risk, actually, that's obviously the same, or maybe even more so, because I think we don't have the luxury oftentimes that maybe academics have of time. I mean, advocacy, urgent actions usually has to happen very quickly for it to be effective. But I want to go just a second beyond also the question, the issue of the people that are still in East Turkestan, and also to a lot of the Uyghurs, and this goes for the wider, let's say, human rights defenders community, persecuted peoples coming from the People's Republic of China, that are in other countries in the world, because as we know, increasingly, persecution is happening all over the world. It's no longer just an issue confined to Xinjiang, confined to the People's Republic of China, but the CCP has really been upping its game in its long-arm policing and in getting people back by whatever means necessary, and that are both legal means but also illegal means. And I think what we see, because individual cases can be very useful, obviously, from an advocacy point of view, to raise those issues and to actually reach out to the media and the policy community, members of parliament, governments in the particular country where things are taking place. However, that may not necessarily be the best for the individual case, for the person actually going through it. And so I think what we've been seeing on a case-by-case basis, also depending on the country where things are happening, you really have to choose and try to understand what is the best thing that you can do, whether to make it public, whether to use that case, that person in a certain way, or whether it's better to work through diplomatic back channels, if that's possible. So I think that's one of the things that we've really been not struggling with, but that is difficult. And there's an added issue to that, which is obviously, and this happens also in the West, this is not only when things are happening back in East Turkestan, but it's access. Because you need to have access to the people if you want to obtain their agreement, obviously, to do anything, but also just to obtain information on individual cases. And that maybe is the last issue, which obviously, again, having to act very quickly often, is the issue of credibility. Because obviously we all want to help everybody, and whenever you get cry for help, you want to do everything you can. But there's a big risk also in doing advocacy work, is when you cannot really verify all the facts. You do not necessarily have all the information, but you are asking, for example, policymakers, and we have members of parliament here present, you know, to immediately sign letters and raise their voice and try to help these people. So obviously that's another ethical issue, because it might on the long term, if some cases do not turn out to be what they present themselves at, that may on the long term actually harm the larger community. So those are a couple of the issues that I think we're dealing with on a daily basis.
Thank you. Sophie, please.
Sure. Certainly, I strongly identify with all of the challenges that people have just raised. We have, as an organization, fairly strict protocols about privacy, secrecy, data, how to approach interviews, lots of rules and considerations mapped out for how we do research, and making sure that we're protecting sources and handling material in an ethical way. I think one of our most consistent challenges, including on these issues, has been people wanting to be identified by name, and making tough calls about whether we should do that or whether we should anonymize interviews. But I think there's also there's a more sort of I'm struggling for the right word. There's sort of an implicit expectation that I think is quite reasonable especially when people take the risk of sharing their stories with us and what they hope for in return. And I think that's a very normal, understandable human response. When we try to explain what we think we can and can't achieve with publishing an individual's or a group of individuals' stories. But I think we have felt, we've broken a lot of our own rules. Please don't tell Human Rights Watch I said that out loud. In that, we're not a grant-making organization. We don't provide services. Those aren't things that we really do, and so we're not necessarily good at that. But I think my immediate team has felt such urgency and such a debt and a desire to help the community that we feel an ethical obligation to do everything from, help with asylum seekers or help try to augment networks of therapists or other kinds of assistance. I think I think we feel a sense that having the honor of hearing and helping publish and amplify people's stories brings with it an obligation to provide some kind of here and now real world help, that's much more tangible and needed, outside of what still now feels like a very abstract discussion about the pursuit of actual investigations and prosecutions for crimes against humanity. So that I think is just another ethical dimension of what we've grappled with in recent years around this work.
Thank you, Sophie. And I would like to now open the floor for questions from the audience, which has also very diverse members of all of various walks of life. Please, the question here. First question.
My name is Erkan Siddiq. I came from Los Angeles. I am really sleepy right now, but I will try to make my give my opinion. The Uyghur, first, I really appreciate and grateful for your hard work to unearth the truth about the Uyghur genocide. I want to make one point, which is Uyghurs became double victims. One is in one aspect is the Chinese genocide. We all know, and we talked a lot about that. Second one is the Western reporting. I have many contacts back home, and I get information from middle people. And I lost two young people, 20 plus years old. They contacted me directly using Messenger. And before we started talking in 2018, I warned him, what you are doing is very dangerous. You may be killed. And he said, doesn't matter. He said, I may die within a month. I don't know. So I want to tell you the truth, what I know. And he told me about sterilization in concentration camps, for example. That person disappeared. Later, I couldn't find him. Another one in a province in China. The things I want to make is, like me, I get this kind of information, and I have been posting a lot in Twitter. But the Western media has a very high standard, and it's an excellent one. The war should be operated that way. But when it comes to China, China hides the information, destroys the evidence, and control the information flow. And the whole world know about that. And the highest level of judgment about this is the Secretary of State, former Secretary of State of the United States, said, destroy it and confirm, verify. But when it comes to Uyghur people, in the Western media still reports like more than 1 million people in the concentration camps. Dr. Agent then did a very good job about the Uyghur population. The Chinese government changing it constantly. 11 million, 12 million, something like that. My wife worked at the computer center of Xinjiang University. She participated in 1990 census. After they gathered all the data, and it's time to add up the number, the government kicked out all the minority staff. They didn't allow them to be there, didn't see the number. And right now, the Chinese government changing the Uyghur population number all the time. In September of 2018, Victor Go, the vice president of a China's central think tank that works the central government, said, all together, there are 6 or 7 million Uyghurs in Xinjiang. This is the quote, exact word. So now the whole thing continues like that, and we are still saying we have more than 1 million people are in concentration camps. But the people on the ground reporting constantly, Uyghur people disappeared. They are not there anymore, like a Khotan, Kashgar, 70% male disappeared completely. And in other places also, the lands are empty. Uyghur population not there anymore. And we just ignoring these things and still saying more than 1 million people are in concentration camps. I am very concerned that after 5 years, when the international investigation team go to East Turkestan and investigate, they may only find 5 or 6 or 7 or 6 or 7 million Uyghur population. The one general from the US, the CIA, said in 2018 that there are about 20 million Uyghurs in Xinjiang. This is his exact word too. So my concern is, I have challenged several times the Western reporting. Okay, why you don't trust us? Why you trust the Chinese government? When it comes to the Uyghur population, for example. And we have contact on the ground, and but the single numbers that I got, nobody uses it, but it still says more than 1 million. And that's why I say Uyghur people are double victims right now. Thank you very much.
Is this on? Yes. Yes, thank you very much. I'll do a brief comment. Thank you. These are very important questions, and there are many things that indeed we have no idea about. We have very limited information. There's great concern about what is truly happening. One thing that I could comment on this is the problem of the more recent reporting on population figures. Because I think I've been able to quite successfully use Chinese population figures when corroborating them with different sources, using them from different sources. Then, as part of Chinese counter-propaganda, the Chinese Foreign Ministry started to mention a figure of 12.7 million Uyghurs last year, after my report on birth prevention. When they put out their 2020 census information this year, suddenly they stopped talking about 12.7 million Uyghurs. Also, when we look at these census figures from that China tells us now, they say, oh, there's actually 200,000 Uyghurs less in 2020 than we said there were in 2018. Despite the fact that, as I've told you, China has databases, multiple databases with spreadsheets of every single person. The strongest police, one of the most advanced police states in the world, cameras in front of Uyghur homes, but supposedly there are people, several 100,000 Uyghurs don't exist, that they said existed. And the 12.7 million Uyghur figure was always about 1 million higher than what the Chinese statistical yearbooks were saying. And now it's quite clear, this 1 million extra people, they actually exist. The problem is they're not Uyghurs, they're Han Chinese. So just throwing this out as a comment, and as I said, going ahead, it's not going to be easy for certain areas of research.
Thank you. Next question, please. Okay, please. Oh, there is.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for the tireless work that you put in daily. My question may be very specific, and trying to figure out the best way to put it. As an aspiring person who wants to do research in a field as such that you are in, I have looked into different institutions to look into like master's programs, and I have looked into the institutions that you are a part of, and overall I don't really know specifically where to go and where to pursue more knowledge. I can look online and look into your own articles, but my main question is, how do we center the education and the research around Uyghur people based on the Uyghur people? How can we base the topic with the Uyghur people? As an Uyghur individual myself, I have trouble finding actual Uyghur articles that include Uyghur writers. So to summarize the question is, what kind of institutes can I look into, or other Uyghurs that are aspiring to become academics? What are institutions that you would recommend?
Would you like to pick? What are the institutions, how to center the education? How to study Uyghur?
This is a really important question, and I think that, of course, there are a lot of Uyghur academics, especially in Turkey. But as we all know, much of the Uyghur intellectual class has been disappeared. And there is a dire shortage of Uyghur scholars working in the West. And this is something I'm quite concerned about, and I can just say for anyone here who has the same sort of personal question about how to proceed, please come speak to me, and I would like to talk to you about the various paths that you can take into academia. it's difficult for several reasons. One of them is that in Eastern Turkestan, the second language that you would undertake learning in order to get ahead as an academic is Chinese. And so, but if you want to have an academic career in Europe or North America, you need English. So I've personally been trying to recruit Uyghur students to be PhD students to work with me or with other specialists in this field. And it's been quite difficult to find people who have the English skills and the funding. This is another problem. It would be really wonderful if we had some sort of foundation or scholarship out there to offer PhD funding or master's degree funding for students of Uyghur origin. And that's a real gap right now, because as the culture is being attacked in the Uyghur homeland, we need people outside to have the opportunity to document that and to carry it forward. But of course, the obvious first place to look in terms of institutions is any place where there is a Uyghur specialist already working, that you can make the case that you would be a good person to study with.
Andre, can I jump in on that for just a moment? Thanks. I just want to add very quickly, if I could, that we have, for a variety of reasons, been pushing quite a few very well-known academic institutions to improve or dedicate far more resources to particularly communities and topics and fields of study that we think the Chinese government is actively trying to destroy. And I think that speaks to precisely what the gentleman has just described. And it is our hope that some of those institutions, the Ivy League in the U.S., the Oxford, Cambridge, institutions like that, Canada, Australia, will do this, will follow through, recognizing that there are scholars who need jobs, there are people who are interested in studying, there are materials that desperately need to be preserved, and there's knowledge and scholarship to be produced, and that they have an ethical obligation to do that. And I hope that, Ryan, I'll send everybody to you, but please know that we're also really pushing institutions hard to make sure that that space is created and preserved.
If I may just add to this, I think it's could be one of the topics to advocate with our respective governments to establish funding schemes for Uyghur and other scholars. That would systematically support Uyghur scholarship. Please, next question is here.
Thank you very much. What you mentioned is a good point. Thank you. My question is so simple. Actually, it's illogical, even stupid, to talk about any human rights organizations or structures within China. But still, is there any, just for the sake of face saving at least, are there any structures within China who questions when Constitution of China is, for instance, demonstration, right of belief is violated, just for the sake of face saving even? So my second question, is the Chinese dissidents, not talking about Uyghurs, Chinese dissidents themselves, are they, is there any channel through them to reach some sources with respect to what's going on in East Turkestan?
Sure. Go ahead.
I just respond to the question about Chinese sources. You might be aware that an Italian human rights organization, Bitter Winter, used domestic Chinese networks to gather information. And I'll let Laura finish on that, since she's based in Italy, yeah? No, but they had informants, including in Xinjiang, and some of the video was actually taken inside unfinished internment camps. And many media outlets use this exact video, and this is from Bitter Winter. It was taken by Chinese most of them, I think, were Chinese Christians. Bitter Winter is Catholic, and so they had Catholic and other religious networks. And they had about, I don't know how many, but a number of informants. And all of these informants were eventually arrested. And all of these sources have gone silent. But they really risked, these Han Chinese, they really risked their lives, small numbers, I know, to inform the world about the Uyghurs. Yeah.
Laura Harth, another remark? Oh, Joe first, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I just want to reinforce what Adrian was saying. I think we need to be very aware. Obviously, what is happening in East Turkestan is extreme. But the situation all over the People's Republic of China is very dire, and we've been seeing disappearances and forced disappearances going up over the past years. We're really talking tens of thousands every single year, also of Han Chinese, and these are the people that, you know, want to speak up, that want to freely demonstrate. We've been seeing increased persecution of everything, let's say, that is differing a little bit from the main line that they want to maintain. So they're really cracking down on dissent everywhere, both inside and outside the PRC. And I think that's something to keep in mind, because obviously what they're doing, and what we've been seeing also, Hong Kong is a perfect example, is how they're instilling really this climate of fear, this chilling effect to silence people, both inside and abroad. And I think that's something that we really need to keep in mind, because that's touching also a lot of the general Chinese population, who may not be aware or who may be very afraid to speak out about what's going on. So let's not target them when we talk about the PRC as well. I think that's very important. And let's be aware that, you know, persecution and repression is all over the place. Thank you.
Would you like to comment?
Yes, just to support very strongly what Laura just said. On my last trip to Xinjiang in 2018, I can remember a conversation in a restaurant in Kashgar. In the restaurant, in the main part of the restaurant, there were CCTV cameras everywhere, and none of the Han Chinese waiters would have any kind of conversation with me about what was happening in Xinjiang at all, because they were absolutely terrified of the cameras. But then I went to the restroom, and when I went to the toilet, there was a Han Chinese lady cleaning the toilet, inside the toilet, no cameras in sight. And I had a long conversation with her in the toilet, during which she said to me, these poor Uyghurs people, they are being arrested for absolutely ordinary, everyday practices, for not doing anything wrong at all, for simple things like wearing a headscarf. It's absolutely horrible what's happening. But she is too scared to say this in any other forum than in this, you know, in this space of this restroom where there are no cameras. So yeah, we don't know how many people are in this situation. There are other examples as well. That's just one.
Thank you. And I am very sorry, Mr. Enberjan and Mr. There's time for one last question, and that's gentleman there.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for sacrifice as well. I think as we search every time some articles in English, your name will be appeared actually. Very appreciated. My question is, as you know now, many individuals, many societies, World Uyghur Congress, including many associations in Turkey, we try to, save the Uyghur people from the tyranny of the Chinese government. Even some activist individual level are trying so hard to save their family members as well. For example, like Jaulan Shirmamat is searching the mother in the whole Turkey actually, but unfortunately there is no any tangible outcome. Because of this, our people is beat and disappointed, or they started to losing the hope actually. So my question is, so what suggestion you should give, as individual or as organization or as like association, what we should do and further actually? We already try, in our opinion, all the means. For example, we are doing the protest from Chinese embassy in Istanbul almost for 1 year, and then even we advocating this Uyghur crisis or genocide in the whole Turkey, and also international level, but there is no response from international community actually. And also I'm saying that in English also, to be honest, there is no strong voice from Western world, as well as no strong voice and from the Muslim world, as well as there is no voice from Turkish world as well actually. So meaning that we are really, losing the hope actually. So what's your suggestion, what we should do and further to save our people in East Turkestan? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. I think one of the first things that comes to mind to me, and obviously I understand your frustration. I mean, it's more than frustration, it's desperation probably, and it's very right to feel that. It goes a bit back to what was asked before also in terms of research. What can the Uyghur community do more? How can you make your voice more credible? I think one of the things from our point of view that we sometimes encounter is a lot of things are coming our way, a lot of information, a lot of requests, but we do not have the time or resources to follow up on everything. So if sometimes I think there was more the capacity, the organization, coordination among yourselves, also across countries, to really compile that information, do that research that can then actually go to the research community or to those doing advocacy, or you can do it yourself, but already in a more substantiated form. I think that would be very helpful for us to be able to move quicker and to move more things at the same time. Also, when it comes, for example, I mean, the same kinds of information, to submitting them to UN bodies, special procedures on human rights, all those things can be very useful. They're slow, but they're taking note, they're looking at things. But, it all needs to be compiled and documented in a certain way, and I think we really need your help in doing that in a more systematic way moving forward. Thank you.
It's a very frustrating situation, and I very much empathize with this frustration. It's really horrendous. The lack of action. Of course, the Muslim world must be a particular disappointment, but in the Western world we see mixed developments. Some have stalled to some extent, also with compromising over climate change or other things. We see, some statements that really kind of go for like an either-or alternative. And in the European Union, we also see a lot of slowness, and some of that has been from, I've also been told from the German government, the lack of inaction in Germany has been holding back other countries in Europe. Now we have a political change. So some of this is a matter of time. But I think there are some legal avenues that can be pursued, and that includes issues such as importing goods made with forced labor. I think some very hard-nosed legal avenues, and we have further panels on that this afternoon. So in many ways, research continues to be important, but I think the other areas, the post-research phase, it's really now moving into the hands of lawyers, of politicians, of civil society, and I'm sure the situation in Turkey must be particularly disappointing for you, and there's unfortunately, I think, almost nothing that we can do about at this point. I know you guys do many things. But just expressing our empathy from us as researchers. We are beyond doing research, many of us are just as helpless as you, so just expressing our empathy. Okay.
Andre, I'm out of time. May I add one quick word?
Yes, sure, go ahead, Sophie.
Just very quickly, I absolutely appreciate the sentiments that were just expressed, especially when we see how relatively quickly international institutions or individual governments will move in response to situations that don't necessarily involve China directly, where we see movement towards investigations or prosecutions. But I think some of the steps that people around the world can take are, first of all, to engage with precisely some of the mainland activists who are now outside the country, who are very supportive of your concerns. We're happy to put you in touch with some of those groups, to push the politicians in the countries that you're in to support actual investigations of the Chinese government. It is not above the law, and many international laws apply in these circumstances. I think there's also room for, and I hope you'll discuss later today, what are called universal jurisdiction cases, meaning that cases could be brought against Chinese government officials in other countries. It's a complicated prospect, but I think it's worth exploring, especially given that the Chinese government can't just exist in a vacuum by itself and not interact with the rest of the world. So there are levers that I think can still be pulled, and that's certainly a priority for us. So please know that we'll keep working towards that.
maybe just to finish off with two positive notes. In the UK, we have a Universities of Sanctuary programme, which has been set up over the last few years. My university, Newcastle University, has just signed up to it. What this means is that they will provide 3 PhD scholarship bursaries each year to people seeking sanctuary from embattled backgrounds. I am going to push very hard for my university to make one of those 3 each year a designated Uyghur scholarship. Whether I will succeed or not remains to be seen. And the other point, very quickly, is just to give kudos to an event that happened in Paris last week, which was organised by my colleagues, Professor Vanessa Frongville and Dr. Dilnor Rehan. And this was called International Uyghur Studies. It's going to be repeated every year. And this is really building on what Ryan was saying just now about doing research also on, and getting funding also into looking at how the Uyghur community can build back in the diaspora and build back that resilience and get the language teaching and learning back on track and sustain the culture through time. So.
Okay, so thank you very much to the audience for very important questions which were raised, and of course many thanks to the panelists for taking part in this discussion. Thank you remotely to Sophie as well, and I hope you will find the rest of the day productive. Thank you, goodbye.
There's still a panel immediately following this, so we would ask everyone to stay seated. Ma tügümede hazır yana bir panel başlaydı. Şoň çıkıp ketmäňler hazır. Ma bu coffee break ma tügenden keyin çıksızlar. Tamam, hazırdyk, tügümede hazır başlaydı. Rahmet.
Sorry we couldn't find a time for the call. I was getting all these different times from everybody. I couldn't keep up.
Well, that's okay. I mean, it worked out right in the end anyway.
So how do I do this one then? How was your flight? How long?
Yeah, I came from Winnipeg, so I changed planes from Toronto and Frankfurt. And,
very long.
Yeah, and there's 7 hours difference. I had a call this morning to the British Medical Association about, I guess I can take this off.
Yeah, I just took mine off. I took mine off for this. I've been wearing it the whole time.
With the British Medical Association about what they could do about organ transplant abuse in China. So it's sort of a cognate issue, and in fact, we were talking there a bit about what Zen's, the research of Adrian Zen's, and you're talking about the International Criminal Court, I guess, and deportation.
Me, no. When I'm ask a question? I'm the moderator. So
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
I thought I
you're
would ask.
Ralph Bunch.
I'm Ralph Bunch.
Oh yeah. So you know, I said I thought Ralph Bunch had been assassinated, but it was his predecessor. Yeah, who was assassinated. So I managed to clear that up.
No, he was not. He was not assassinated. Thank you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Yeah, so I just thought, because you were talking about that, and you brought to mind, I was in Kosovo for a good while, and you brought to mind the things that have been coming out recently about the organ trafficking that was happening in the Kosovo Liberation Army, actually, in Albania. So you kind of brought that to mind, and I thought, because I think this would be good for you to kick off, to think about how the crimes that are being alleged here relate to other cases where there have been findings of violations of the finding of.
Yeah, I mean there were of course allegations about Kosovo, but it didn't. It wasn't as systematic.
Yeah, no, I wasn't specifically thinking about Kosovo. I thought because of the organ transplant thing.
But I'm happy to talk about it. But my answer, I think, mostly is going to be in terms of the techniques used. They're in China relatively innovative. I mean, obviously, mass killing has existed since time immemorial. But and this is, I mean, there is this constancy that I would say mass killings. You're dealing with basic human nature, but changing technology, so that the instruments of mass killing shift over time. So, I mean, with the Nazis, it was trains and gas and radios and machine guns and tanks. I mean, it was technology that hadn't been developed before, which became very deadly. But in China, I mean, we don't see that. We don't see Cyclone B. We see something completely
different. Well, I think that's really useful to establish up front when we talk about accountability.
How do you do? I'm Michael. Hi, Michael.
Lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet you.
Okay. Does this work? How does this go? I don't even know how to make this work. I've been told to start, but I don't hear any.
For the internet, Congress is. Oh, you found it? Yeah. So were you satisfied?
I need some technical assistance. I don't know. How does it work? Well, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear speakers?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. And do we have? Sorry. And then the question is, do we have the other two panelists on? We have two more panelists joining remotely. So just check if they're here.
So they are.
Two more joining, Aldo and Rodney. Virtually. And are they? One second.
Rodney Dixon and Aldo Zanizvoda, they're joining virtually. So
Speaking.
don't forget to introduce.
Yeah,
No, exactly.
I can hear.
And they're here. Okay, they're here. Okay, good. I didn't know if they were here.
You're here.
Okay, I think we're going to start. I think we have all of our panelists here and everything, so we'll start right now. So we've been asked, this is the legal experts panel. I think Adrian called it the hard-nosed lawyer panel. So hopefully there are some hard noses here. What we've been asked to talk about is the legal aspects of moving towards accountability for genocide and crimes against humanity that are being committed against the Uyghur people. I'm really delighted to have a panel here today of lawyers who are doing quite a lot on this front. Dolk and I were talking in one of the breaks. One of the first things that I did when I joined the UNPO, the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization, is to attend the Uyghur Forum in November, I think it was, of 2018. And at the Uyghur Forum in November 2018, we brought together a few lawyers, international lawyers, to talk about what could be done. And there was a lot of discussion
amongst the lawyers there about all the various things that could actually be done to respond to the crimes being committed against the Uyghurs. But it was all theoretical. And what's super nice today is to be sitting with a panel of people who show not only what could be done, but what is being done. And this is quite a big change, and I think it's a testament to the World Uyghur Congress and to the entire international community, or the entire community around the Uyghur community, about the efforts that have been done to build a coalition or coalitions of lawyers to move these claims forward. What I'm going to do today, I think I'm going to start by asking a variety of questions, one each to each of the panelists, to talk about the challenges that are there, the efforts that are being made to seek accountability for crimes against humanity and genocide being committed against the Uyghurs. And I'll introduce each of the panelists in turn as I ask the questions. And then afterwards, I have a couple of other questions for them about the practicalities of what they do, and then we'll give it to you all to ask them questions if you have any. My hope is at the end of this panel, you'll get a sense of what is actually being done, and that there is quite a lot being done in this regard, but also the challenges that are ahead, and what you all can do, everybody in the room, can do to help. So I want to start with David Matas. Did I say that right? Matas. Now, David is an international human rights lawyer. He has been in various positions with the government of Canada over the years, including the Canadian Conference to the International Criminal Court, the Canadian delegation to the UN Conference on the International Criminal Courts, as well as various OSCE conferences on anti-Semitism and intolerance, as well as, actually, the International Cooperation on the Holocaust, Remembrance, and Research. Is that right?
International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance.
Remembrance Alliance. And I need to give you a microphone. And I was going to ask you, David, to start by reflecting a little bit on all of the things that we've heard today in terms of the evidence that exists around crimes against humanity and genocide being committed against the Uyghur people, and ask you to reflect a little bit about what the scope of those international crimes are and the extent to which they reflect or mirror other cases where crimes against humanity and genocide have been found.
Okay. The crimes, the scope, the extent, and the mirroring. Now, in terms of the crimes, you have to look at the facts and the law. In terms of the law, if you look at crimes against humanity, in the statute of the International Criminal Court, there's a whole list of them, about 10. And if you go down that list and say, is this crime being committed against the Uyghurs? Well, practically every single one of them is. I won't go through the whole list, but the crime of apartheid, maybe not, but the rest of them look to be committed. If you look at the crime of genocide, again, I mean, there's not as long a list, but there's also a list in the Rome Statute and the Genocide Convention. And one of the ones in the Genocide Convention, which is very much directed to the Uyghur population, is imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. And that is, as we've seen from the research of Adrian Zenz, we just heard from, there's a lot of information about that. That is also, of course, a crime against humanity. And as well, it's extremely well documented because we have all the evidence that Adrian Zenz collected, but you can just talk to people for whom that happened. The major crime that's been happening that I've been doing a lot of work on is the killing of prisoners of conscience for their organs. And I initially did a lot of work on that in relation to the community of Falun Gong in China. And with the community of Falun Gong in China, there was an awful lot of evidence, and it was throughout China, and the numbers were huge. The population the population of Falun Gong practitioners was 100 million people, way beyond that of the Uyghur population, and the detained population was about 2 million people. The study of the killing of Falun Gong for their organs went through several stages. I did a report with David Kilgore in 2006 and went through various versions. Ethan Gutman did a separate study. There was a China tribunal that came to the conclusion that the killing of Falun Gong for their organs was happening beyond a reasonable doubt and was a crime against humanity. It wasn't so sure it was genocide, because it wasn't so sure it was the intent to destroy the group in whole or in part. And this is a problem or a practice, what we see with both victim groups. And it's unlike, let's say, the Holocaust. I mean, with the Holocaust, it didn't matter what you believed. As long as you were racially identified as Jewish, you would be killed. Whereas what we're getting with the Falun Gong and the Uyghurs is, if you're sufficiently loyal to the Communist Party and you can demonstrate that loyalty, you're not likely to be killed. You may be arbitrarily detained until you convince them of that, but if you're loyal enough, even that detention may not happen. There is a problem of the prevention of births, which is going to have an effect even amongst the people considered loyal. But there's that commonality that with the Falun Gong, that what they're really looking for is loyalty to the Communist Party rather than just killing everybody no matter what they believe. Now with the Uyghurs, it's primarily in Xinjiang, but it's not only Xinjiang. I mean, the Uyghurs are impacted everywhere in China, and you can hear stories about Uyghurs being victimized elsewhere in China. You get, I mean, one of the crimes is enforced disappearances. Now, Ethan Gutman's been doing some work on that. He went to Kazakhstan to interview Kazakhs who'd been in Xinjiang, been detained because they were not ethnic Han, and then eventually released because they were not Uyghur, and they were not even nationals of China. And, but of course, these Kazakhs saw a lot of what was going on in these detention camps. And aside from the brutality, what they could see is not only people disappearing into the camp, but people disappearing out of the camps. And mostly, they were young. Ethan Gutman concludes, and I would have to agree with that this is likely for forced organ harvesting, along with other factors that are happening. So what we see in terms of mirroring is that, to a certain extent, the persecution of the Uyghurs mirrors what's happened previously to the Falun Gong and is still continuing to some extent in terms of forced organ harvesting. But the Falun Gong weren't subject to forced sterilization or attempt to prevent births. That was a separate phenomenon. I would say generally, if you look at genocides or mass killings, they have the similarity. There's the Genocide Watch and Jeffrey Stanton, who's developed this classification, 10 stages of genocide. And if you look through those 10 stages, they're mostly common throughout all genocides. But what I see is different from genocide to genocide, and what I see is different in China is more, I would say, technological than in terms of animus. So that historically, I mean, since time immemorial, we've seen mass killings, but they're done in different ways in different places in different times. So with the Holocaust, we saw machine guns, we saw tanks, we saw poison gas, we saw the use of the radio for propaganda, we saw the use of the railways for shipment. I mean, it was modern technology adapted to an age-old hatred. what we see with the killing of Falun Gong for their organs or the killing of Uyghurs for their organs is transplantation technology, which didn't even exist during World War II. It's more modern, so the technology has been adapted. And also with the forced sterilizations and intrauterine devices, and there are methods of sterilization which exist now which didn't exist before. And so we see, again, that shift in technology, and that is somewhat new. And also what makes it somewhat more difficult to react, because people are used to thinking of a genocide as something like they've seen before with other genocides. And when you see these technological adoptions, people wonder, well, is it really? Because they hadn't seen it before, or they don't react the same way they would if they saw the use of Zyklon B again. So I think there's that difference in terms of technique, but of course the result is the same. Well, I don't want to go on for too long, but that's a short answer to your question.
Thank you very much. So, you know, it sounds a lot like, yes, different means. You know, it looks different, but in some very fundamental ways, the intent, the action, and the results are quite similar. We heard earlier today a lot of frustration in the room with the fact that it looks very similar to genocides of the past. That it seems very clear that we're looking at genocides as well as crimes against humanity, and yet the international system is unable to act. It hasn't acted. I wanted to bring in here Rodney Dixon, who is online. Rodney, I can't see you, unfortunately, but yeah, I know you're here. Rodney is a barrister in England and Wales. He's a Queen's Counsel and has a very diverse practice that focuses quite a lot on public international law. Previously, he was a legal advisor at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, and he's on the list of counsel for just about every international criminal tribunal that has existed or exists today, and has brought a complaint to the International Criminal Court about what's happening in East Turkestan. Rodney, I wanted to ask you about the extent to which the international legal system is actually capable of holding China accountable for international crimes. So why have we not seen any progress at the international level for holding it accountable for these crimes? And what steps have been taken to try to bring the international system into this?
Good afternoon. I hope you can see me. My video is on, and I hope you can hear me as well. That's most
We can see and hear you. I just can't where I'm sitting in the room.
Very good. Thank you for asking those very important questions. The timing of them is very pertinent because, as you mentioned, I have, with the legal team that is working with me, filed this complaint at the ICC on behalf of those who are instructing me, the East Turkestan government in exile, and countless Uyghur victims. It's a case for all Uyghurs, not just one group, and it is one that should therefore be wholeheartedly supported by everyone, because the idea would be to get an investigation into all crimes that are being committed against all Uyghurs, so that the matter can be placed squarely on the international justice agenda, as you have very rightly been emphasizing. We filed this complaint over a year ago. So you're going to be asking, well, how come it's taken so long for anything to happen? Well, first of all, we were told we needed to submit further evidence, which we did in June of this year. And yesterday, in fact, we filed a second tranche of further evidence with the ICC prosecutor, looking to strengthen the evidence that is available to establish jurisdiction. And I'll talk a little bit about that. That's probably the main reason why things have been held up. It's to establish that the court can actually act when China is not signed up. But just to explain that over the last year, of course, COVID has interrupted, that's caused delays, but we've had investigators on the ground, obviously not in China, but outside of China, collecting evidence firsthand, and we've got a number of key witness statements now and other evidence that has been provided. The evidence all goes to show one main thing, which is this, that there are unlawful acts taking place at the behest of Chinese officials on ICC state party territory. That's what gives the court jurisdiction. So when China sends its operatives abroad onto ICC territory, then it is covered by the ICC's jurisdiction. There can be no doubt about that. No matter what China says, this is a basic principle of criminal law. When you go into another country, you're subject to its laws. And in this case, Tajikistan, which is a neighboring country, and Cambodia have both signed up to the ICC. So when Chinese officials go in there to target and arrest Uyghurs and then pluck them out of the country and take them back to China, they are susceptible, there's no doubt about this, to the ICC's jurisdiction. And that's what we've been gathering evidence of. Evidence of Chinese officials coming into Tajikistan, an ICC state party, and Cambodia, but mainly Tajikistan because it's right on the border, and using various techniques to round people up and essentially force them back into China, abduct them, forcibly disappear them, where they're never heard from again. That in and of itself is a crime that the court has jurisdiction over. But what we're also arguing before the court is that is the first step in the alleged genocide and crimes against humanity. You have to arrest persons abroad and bring them in to put them into the camps, and there you can persecute and exterminate them. So it's a first step, and therefore the court has jurisdiction not only over what happens in Tajikistan on ICC territory, but also what happens when the crime continues into China, and what happens in China as well. So under the theory of continuing offenses, once again, a completely normal international and national criminal law principle, the court can exercise jurisdiction over what happens outside and inside China, as long as you can show it's part of a continuing crime. And the court can also look at the wider evidence of what is happening inside China, because you need to do that to understand what is the plan and the policy and the intention, the mens rea behind this. So all of this evidence can be considered by the court. We've gathered that, we have put it in. Yesterday, as I say, we filed a further tranche of evidence, and just three things to highlight about this evidence which stand out. One, we were able to now get good insider evidence, often the best evidence for a prosecutor. This is evidence where the persons concerned were actually working with the Chinese, so therefore they know intimately the strategies and tactics they're using on ICC state party territory to round people up and bring them back. Very important, and evidence that can certainly form the foundation of a prosecution. Secondly, Kyrgyzstan. We also did investigations there, although they are signed up but not ratified, so it's not a state party yet, very close to, but not yet. We're seeing a similar pattern there from witnesses as to what's happening in Tajikistan. So that helps to reinforce the evidence of what has been gathered already, but also show the wider plan and policy and intentions of the authorities. And then thirdly, very importantly, Afghanistan, also an ICC state party territory. We have highlighted evidence in this recent batch of Uyghurs there who are vulnerable to deportation by the Taliban into China. The court has said that it has jurisdiction over Afghanistan. The prosecutor has recently applied to continue with the investigation, and we're saying to the prosecutor that he should now include investigating what is happening to the Uyghurs in Afghanistan. So that's the latest batch, and I can deal with some of the details and questions if you want to address those. But what I want to highlight in the final bit of my talk is you asked, why does it take so long? What are the challenges? Well, there are a lot of cases that are coming to the ICC. The prosecutor has limited time and resources. So you've got to stand out. It sounds like a terrible thing to say, competing in terms of gravity, but that's the reality of it. And we have made strong submissions now, and we're hoping that the prosecutor will therefore take up this case based on these points, that this particular case, of all cases, certainly deserves a attention and deserves to be investigated. This is not to say other situations should be deprioritized, but this one absolutely, and we have to see the reality of this. It simply has to be investigated. Firstly, it's a crime of the highest notoriety. It has been identified by the international community across the globe as one that warrants attention. It's manifestly grave in terms of the numbers, millions of people who are affected. We have a genocide that is unfolding here before our very eyes, and it would have been ludicrous after the Second World War if you were trying to get the genocide there prosecuted at a court, and the prosecutor or those around the court were saying, well, I'm not sure if we have the time or the money to do this. Or can you imagine, with the crime of apartheid, while Nelson Mandela was languishing in prison, if an ICC prosecutor had said, well, I'm just not sure, I've got so much on my plate at the moment, should I look at that? It's inconceivable that they wouldn't have done it. And the same, obviously, logically, the same must apply to this unfolding genocide that is taking place as we go through these discussions. So it meets the gravity threshold easily. It clears it easily. And that must mean that the prosecutor should take this extremely seriously. Secondly, because of the evidence we've gathered, there is actual available evidence accessible to the prosecutor. This is not a theoretical or one where it's just been debated in academic papers. We actually have witnesses, evidence there. The prosecutor interview. The prosecutor could go to Tajikistan and should go. It's an ICC party. Get the evidence and actually use that. Is sufficient to bring charges. And if persons travel outside of China, which they do a lot, you can arrest persons. You can have trials. This is tangible. This is not something where it might take years and years and years and years and years to get people. And I know that the prosecutor doesn't want to have investigations that go on for the sake of them or that don't produce material results. Well, this is one with the evidence gathered that can actually produce results soon. And then lastly, complementarity. That's what the court looks at, whether the state involved is doing anything. A lot of the time, states will at least have a pretense of doing something. Well, in the case of China, they're not even trying to pretend to set up anything. There's nothing being done. They have denied everything across the board. They're not engaging at all with it. So all of these boxes are ticked to show that this is a case that should now be taken up. There should be no further delay. And I'd add one more matter, which is that there is no case at the moment before the ICC in Central Asia. The prosecutor's recently gone to Venezuela and announced that this is the first case now being investigated in Latin America, in South America. Well, there's nothing being done in Central Asia. Surely this must be the most case by far to open an investigation to show that the ICC's reach extends across all corners of the globe. So these are the compelling reasons why there should not be any further dragging of feet. The investigation can begin. Their witnesses are there. This could get on the agenda of the court and therefore the international community very rapidly. And it is the only place at the moment at the international level where there can be an investigation. The UN has taken those steps. This presents the actual possibility in very real terms of criminal trials of those responsible. And even if they're not the highest, they will put the entire system on trial. And that could serve as a major deterrent for those perpetrating these acts, even those lower down deciding whether they want to be part of the killing machine or not. This is something, as it's unfolding, that the court could have a direct impact on. And as I'm sure has been emphasized throughout the day, this is a basic struggle for survival at the moment. It's about saving lives, about saving a nation, about saving identity. And if the court play a role in doing that, to ensure that that is not something that is swept aside as impossible or, this is going to be too difficult. We simply have to banish those ideas and all rally behind supporting the need now for an ICC investigation.
Thank you very much, Rodney.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a very real possibility that something can happen at the ICC, even if it can't directly get to China, it can do it jurisdictionally, indirectly, through other places that are members of the International Criminal Court. But there are practical obstacles in terms of the willingness of the prosecutors to move it forward, and their time and their resources. Within that, with all of those practical obstacles, and as you said, Rodney, a United Nations that has done nothing to date, I wanted to bring in Dr. Aldo Zammit Barda. I hope I said that right. I'm going to just double check. Borda, excuse me. I'm sorry, Aldo. Aldo is a senior lecturer in law. He's a former diplomat, formerly the first secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Malta. He is the director of the Center for Access to Justice and Inclusion at Anglia Ruskin University, where his research focuses on access to justice of vulnerable populations. And he's also been one of the lead researchers, if not the lead researcher, of the work behind the Uyghur Tribunal. So I wanted to ask you, Aldo, about the Uyghur Tribunal. What is it? Where does it fit within the international legal system? And what can it do to promote justice and accountability for the crimes being committed against the Uyghurs?
Thank you for those questions, Ralph. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Perfect. So good afternoon to everyone. And indeed, it is my role as head of the research and investigative unit of the Uyghur Tribunal that I'm speaking today. And I'd say that the first thing is that the Uyghur Tribunal is an important example of leaving no stone unturned in the face of grave human rights violations or allegations of grave human rights violations. So trying to explore every avenue for accountability. As your audience may be aware, the Uyghur Tribunal is an international people's tribunal that was established in September 2020 to investigate in an independent and impartial manner China's alleged genocide and crimes against humanity against the Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other Turkic Muslim populations. And as you probably know, it is chaired by the international barrister, Sir Geoffrey Nice. We held 2 public hearings in London in June and September this year. And these hearings, however, were also live streamed across the globe, making them accessible more widely. And the tribunal is due to deliver its judgment next month in December 2021. And it is for that reason, in fact, that given that these are live allegations currently being considered by the tribunal, that I cannot really speak about the substance of the allegations today, but I'll simply say a few words about the work of the tribunal more generally, particularly from my experience as being the head of its research unit. Before I do that, however, I wish to address the question you posed in relation to where the Uyghur Tribunal fits in the international legal system. And I'll start by citing the opening address that Sir Geoffrey delivered in June. Sir Geoffrey noted that it is very unlikely, effectively impossible for the allegations leveled at the People's Republic of China to be tested before formal courts or to be dealt with by other national or international public evidence-based processes. As we have just heard from Rodney, perhaps that situation hopefully will be changing, and in which case that would be an important development. But in the current state of affairs, no tribunal has formally has been seized of this matter. And that is why the Uyghur Tribunal therefore had to be formed. The tribunal has made it clear from the start that if any official body, national or international, were to organize a public evidence-based assessment of the allegations, there would be no need for it or for its continued work. Sir Geoffrey continued by noting that people's tribunals have, as we know, no formal power. Their jurisdiction is in the right of the citizens to fill a void in knowledge intentionally left empty by those with power, and to fill the void in a formal way, coupled in the case of the tribunal, with a mandate from an interested party, and that is the World Uyghur Congress. Such tribunals respond to every citizen's right to know what citizens need to know to perform personal and public duties. They allow testimonies to be heard publicly and knowledge and the truth to come out in this manner. Their judgments, their conclusions are reached by establishing facts, and then it is for others, including governments, institutions, corporations, and individuals, to act as they deem appropriate in light of the knowledge produced by the tribunal. Essentially, therefore, people's tribunals, such as the Uyghur Tribunal, perform the vital, I'd say, function of stepping in to address glaring investigative and accountability gaps in the international legal system. They step in where states and international organizations fail to act, fail to perform their duties. And they derive their legitimacy, perhaps not normatively through formal state structures, but certainly sociologically, as they respond to every citizen's right to know and the right to tell the truth, again, in face of grave allegations of violations of human rights. So with that general introduction, I'll just say a few words now about specific work, and specifically the research work that the Uyghur Tribunal has undertaken. Over 8 days of public hearings in June and September, we have presented over 70 witnesses, an average of 9 witnesses per hearing day. The Tribunal's research unit brought together over 30 researchers, spending over 10,000 research hours researching all publicly available sources. And we were supported in this massive task by a number of organizations, including, for example, the International Criminal Law and Humanitarian Law Clinic of the University of Laval and the Prisoners of Conscience organization. We have reviewed, as a research unit, accumulated, analyzed, and categorized hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, establishing a comprehensive evidence database, perhaps the most complete evidence database on this issue to date. And the council team of the tribunal reviewed over 500 fact witness statements, and from those selected 33 for a live testimony, 24 of which testified in June and 8 in September. And these witnesses, these fact witnesses, comprised camp survivors, camp teachers, policemen, and relatives testifying with respect to missing family members. The council team also contacted over 100 scholars and experts and human rights activists, and some of whom are amongst the audience today, or indeed the panelists today. 40 experts were selected, of which 14 appeared in June and 26 in September. And in line with its commitment to the values of independence and impartiality, the tribunal made a deliberate effort, and I need to emphasize this, to consider both inculpatory and exculpatory evidence in an open, public, and transparent manner. So I'll say just now a few words about the kind of inculpatory evidence that we came across. We came across allegations of, for instance, mass surveillance and monitoring of Muslim populations, of detentions of Uyghurs and other Turkic minorities in re-education camps, of treatment which may account to torture or degrading and inhuman treatment, of separation of children from their parents, of reproductive violence, of the denial of the right to practice their religion or speak their language, forced labor, allegations of organ harvesting, disappearances, and in some cases, deaths. However, we have also documented evidence from the People's Republic of China that firmly denies such abuses have been or are being committed in the Xinjiang region. The position of the PRC is that its camps provide vocational training and are needed to fight extremism. And from this perspective, the PRC has stated that it has taken counterterrorism measures in accordance with the law, and that Xinjiang enjoys social stability and sound development. I'll finish by noting that, as extensive as this research task has been, of course, the Uyghur Tribunal has met with limitations. We've had limited resources, limited time constraints, security concerns, and the impossibility of having investigators on the ground in China. So clearly, we have, I think, accumulated a vast array of information and evidence on this matter, which, as I mentioned at the start, is currently being considered by our panelists. And the plan is to make this database open to the public in the near future for researchers and other interested parties, lawyers, to states to be able to access and use in the best sort of possible way. So I think with that, I'll draw my talk to a conclusion, and thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Aldo. So we've heard about different approaches to using the international system to address the crimes committed against the Uyghurs. Now I'd like to shift a little bit towards using national legal systems in one way or the other to deal with the crimes that are being committed. And first I'd like to talk with Sarah Teach. Sarah is an international human rights lawyer based in Canada. She's a senior fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute and has, over the course of her career, engaged with a number of different organizations seeking accountability for atrocity crimes and human rights abuses committed both by state and non-state actors. Sarah is involved in a case that also David is involved in, Sarah representing the Uyghur Rights Advocacy Project. And I wanted to ask you, Sarah, about the case that you're involved in, and to what extent that case can show avenues through which national legal systems can be used to first make findings related to the crimes being committed in East Turkestan, but also to address the companies that are engaged in East Turkestan, whether they're Western companies or Chinese companies that are profiting from or making use of slave labor or other instruments that are being used in East Turkestan today.
Sure. So this case is, it started when the applicants, an organization called Canadians in Support of Refugees in Dire Need, the Honorable David Kilgore, Maria Reisdorf, and Maya Mitelipova, wrote a letter to the Canada Border Services Agency asking them to presumptively ban goods presumptively ban goods coming in from Xinjiang. So basically what that would mean is that anyone who wants to import goods into Canada from the region would have to put forward clear and convincing evidence that the goods were not made with forced labor, otherwise those goods would not be allowed to enter the country. So the CBSA got back to the applicants and said that's not within our authority to do under the Customs Act and the Customs Tariff. So David Matus launched an application for judicial review asking the Federal Court of Canada to make a finding that in fact it is within their statutory authority based on the provisions of the Customs Act and the Customs Tariff. So where I came in and where Uyghur Rights Advocacy Project came in is as an intervener. And we made a motion for leave to intervene just a couple months ago. And the test for that is, I won't bore you with all the legalese, but basically the intervener has to make different and useful submissions to assist the court in making a determination on the case. So our different and useful submissions are based on international law. And this actually is a really interesting intersection of international and national law, because international law can be used to interpret domestic provisions. And in fact, there are several Supreme Court of Canada precedents that say that Canadian domestic law must be interpreted in a way that's consistent with international law, unless the Canadian domestic law is clearly in violation of international law. So we argue that that's not the case based on the provisions of the Customs Act and the Tariff, that it's not clearly violative, so it must be interpreted in a manner that's consistent with international law. The international law we raised is the Forced Labor Convention, the Protocol to the Forced Labor Convention, the Abolition of Forced Labor Convention, and then also the new Canada-US-Mexico Agreement, which obligates Canada, the US, and Mexico to prohibit the imports of goods made with forced labor. Then we looked at US practice following the implementation of CUSMA, as we call it in Canada. And the US instituted a withhold release order after the enactment of the of the treaty that basically presumptively bans goods into the United States that are tomato, cotton, or downstream products. And we argued that that US practice is indicative of the substantive legal obligations under CUSMA, and that's according to the Vienna Convention. And then finally, we looked at global trends in cracking down on forced labor, including investigations in France and Germany on companies' complicity in crimes against humanity, because there's one of the Supreme Court of Canada precedents says that even an emerging international trend can be used to interpret Canadian domestic law. And that's the case of US and Burns for any legal nerds in the room. So basically, we brought in all this international legal context to argue that the applicant's interpretation of the Canadian Customs Act is the one that's consistent with international law, and therefore the one that the court should find is correct. So we're hoping to use this case to persuade the CBSA to institute this rebuttable presumption, and at the least have this federal court make a finding that it is within their authority, so they can't just punt it off on that basis. So that's a way that we can use national import systems to stop companies' complicity with forced labor. There's also a number of other avenues I actually wanted to talk about in terms of national systems. One is civil lawsuits. So in Canada, there's a Supreme Court of Canada precedent called Nevson, which basically held, and this is only from 2020, and that case held that a private corporation could be held liable for breaches of customary international law that happened abroad. So companies such as the 82 mentioned in the Australia Strategic Policy Institute report that are complicit or likely complicit in forced labor could be sued civilly in a Canadian court of law. Then in the United States, there's a legislation called the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act, which from 2008 enabled private causes of action. And based on a recent case called Nestle, which basically said that another statute, the Alien Tort Statute, is not available to sue companies, they sort of hinted at the TVPRA being the correct route. So that's something I'm actually currently working on with Mehmet Todi and a couple of DC lawyers. So I really wanted to take this opportunity also to make a call out for potential plaintiffs. If you or anyone you know was a victim of forced labor in China in 2008 or later, please come find myself or Mehmet. We want to talk to you. Beyond civil lawsuits and using national systems of controlling imports, we can also go to the companies directly. And that's not so much legal, but it's still important. And actually, about 10 minutes before we started this panel, letters that I drafted together with David and with Mehmet were sent to 12 Canadian companies, signed by 28 Canadian organizations, asking, oh, thank you. Asking them to please eradicate Uyghur forced labor from their supply chains. And we intend on continuing to follow up on that. I think that basically sums up my comments. I'll leave the rest for questions later.
Thank you, Sarah. And I'm going to now move to Michael Pollock, who is a barrister in England and Wales, who I think can follow on quite nicely from what you've talked about there, Sarah. One of Michael's specialisms relates to the rights of victims of crime and private prosecutions on behalf of victims of crime. In that capacity and in others, Michael is the chair of Lawyers for Uyghur Rights, and is engaged in a variety of different cases seeking accountability or redress for victims of the crimes that are happening in East Turkestan. Michael, I wanted to basically follow on from Sarah's question and ask, beyond businesses, what can national legal systems do to hold perpetrators to account for the crimes being committed?
Well, Ralph, thank you very much for the question. It's great to be here with everyone and with Uyghurs from across the world as well. It's important to have you all together for some of the things I'm going to say in regards to how you can use your domestic legal systems in your country. And I do encourage people, if you have an idea, if anything I say kind of brings an idea about how to use your domestic legal systems, please come to me, approach me, and we can look into it. We can find local lawyers and we can work with them as well. Sophie Richardson started talking about universal jurisdiction at the end of her speech, and if she wasn't such a legend of the human rights movement, I would have gone and unplugged her, because that's what I'm going to talk about. So I was getting a bit nervous there for a moment. She was taking my speech away from me. Before I get there, I just want to mention a few things that Lawyers for Uyghur Rights has been doing in London. We've been quite active. You would have heard about our submissions to the Ethics Commission of the International Olympic Committee, and you may be surprised to hear that it has one, but there is an Ethics Commission there with quite strong ethical rules when you read through them, and quite a strong process in regards to how they're meant to be considered. And we put in submissions on behalf of the World Uyghur Congress, asking and saying that it was against their rules not to reconsider holding the Beijing Olympics in Beijing, given all the evidence of international crimes happening there. Quite a simple submission, but fits well within their structure and the rules of the Ethics Commission. They responded by that, and this complaint was against the executive of the International Olympic Committee. They responded to that by pointing to a letter from their chief executive. So in essence, they allowed the subject of the complaint to answer the complaint, a breach of natural law. So we took it further. We said we're not going to stop there, and we sent a letter to Mr. Ban Ki-moon, who's the chief ethics officer, and lots of people might not know that. And if you're campaigning on the Olympics, he's someone to reach out to because of his previous role, obviously, and we really complained about that. So that's one thing we got involved in. In the UK, we were involved in regards to the Huawei decision. Some of you might not know, but the UK was almost that close to allowing Huawei to build the 5G infrastructure in the United Kingdom. On behalf of Rahima Mahmood and Enver Totti Bugda, who's at the back of the room over there, nice to see you, we started legal processes against the government. And that was under European Union law, as the UK had access to at the time. I'm going to mention this very briefly, because I think if I start talking about directives and things like that, I'll put you all to sleep. But there is Directive 2014, which is concerning the principles of procurement. And it's really interesting for the European lawyers in the room to have a bit of a look at this, because it's actually quite strong in regards to public contracts. It requires member states to take appropriate measures to ensure in the performance of public contracts that economic operators comply with obligations under a load of different international provisions, including the labour provisions, so the International Labour Organisation's slavery provisions. So the reason I mentioned that to the European lawyers in the room, UK law is no longer applicable in UK law, but for the European states it is. And I've been reading scholars' articles about it, experts on European law, and they say at the very least it would have an indirect effect. So you should be able to go to your courts and say they should be relying on this, they should be applying your local domestic law with paying heed to this directive that all the states of the European Union have agreed to. So I just mentioned that quite briefly. Just coming away from back towards criminal law, if I can. The first part of criminal law I'd like to have a bit of a look at. So you've got two real subjects of criminal law who you'd like to prosecute. There's the direct perpetrators, who we'd all love to see on trial. And that will be the day, and I believe the day will come. But there's also those around the world, and in some of our Western states, if I can put it like that, who profit, and companies, CEOs, business people who profit, knowing full well what's going on in the Uyghur region. And I think that's a very interesting place to start before we get to the direct individuals. So we're talking about complicity here. Those Western individuals who are complicit in the crimes against your people. In English law, we have aiding, abetting, counselling, or procuring as our secondary liability. In all your states, there will be principles of complicity to have a look at. And the reason why this is really interesting, and luckily for my short address to you today, there was a decision yesterday in Sweden. I know we have some Uyghurs here from Sweden. It's very interesting. It's in regards to a company called Lundin Energy. And executives from that company yesterday were charged with complicity in Sudanese war crimes from the Sudanese government and the Janjaweed militia as well there. So they charged the chairman and former CEO of this company, Lundin Energy, and they said what the company had done is they asked the Sudanese government to secure a potential oil field, knowing that this would mean seizing the area by force. This made the executives complicit in war crimes that were carried out by the Sudanese army and allied militia against the civilians. And they go on just shortly, they say what constitutes complicity in a criminal sense is that they made these demands despite understanding or being indifferent to the military and militia carrying out the war in a way that was forbidden according to international humanitarian law. So it's a fantastic case. It was brought, a Dutch NGO called PAX brought that case or provided information to the Swedish prosecutor. But it really shows how our domestic criminal law can actually bite against those people who are profiting from the crimes against the Uyghur people. And you don't have to think very hard to see how a situation with the Uyghurs and some of the companies who know full well what's going on in the Uyghur region in regards to torture and slavery, war, crimes against humanity, etc., could fit within that complicity. If Sweden can bring charges against London Energy executives for what happened in Sudan, I don't see any reason, in principle, why they can't do the same for those executives who are profiting out of what's happening in the Uyghur region. So that's on those people, not directly, not the principles. So if I was sitting in Volkswagen headquarters in Germany and I saw that decision pop up on my news feed, you'd start to feel a little bit worried about that, because I don't think what the Swedish prosecutor has done there is too far away from the law of complicity in different European states. There'll be different versions of the law on complicity, but I don't think it's actually that far away. And that's why at the start of this short presentation I said to you, it's important that you'll hear from all different countries around the world, because I ask you to put the companies on notice. I ask you to put your governments on notice as well, because as a criminal barrister, I'd like to prosecute them. When they say, we didn't know about that, you say, well, actually, there's a letter sent by, for example, the Finnish Uyghur Association, putting you on notice that that company is using torture. So when you made that order of those goods, you knew it. The evidence was before you. So I ask you to continue doing that. Sometimes when we write to corporations, we write to governments, you feel like you're not doing any good, you're wasting your time, but let me assure you, you're not. It's very important. Just moving on to, I was going to mention English law. English law, we have provisions in regards to conspiracies which take place outside the United Kingdom. We have law in regards to attempts and encouragement outside the United Kingdom as well. And I don't think all your legal systems are that different. We can find parts of your domestic criminal law which can apply to these people who are profiting. Just finishing off, because I want to make sure we have time to have any questions that you may have, I wanted to talk about the actual principles. Sophie Richardson talked about universal jurisdiction. What universal jurisdiction does is it allows domestic courts to try individuals for international crimes, no matter where the crimes take place. It's based on the understanding that we can't simply allow impunity for those kind of crimes, such as genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, torture, piracy, that kind of thing. It's increasingly being used. We're in a boom period for universal jurisdiction. Almost no week goes past where we don't see a story about Sweden or Belgium or all over Europe applying a case, whether that's against members of ISIS, people from the Libyan regime, people all around the world. It's increasingly used, which is good to see as well. There are lots of different types of universal jurisdiction. There's the pure universal jurisdiction, where it doesn't matter who the victim is or where the crimes or who the perpetrator is. And there's other types, such as where you require a victim to be from that country, as applied in Spain more recently. There's loads of examples. It's interesting to go and look at them. In Argentina, you've got Franco-era officials, those involved in Rwandan genocide. Finland, Sierra Leonean rebels, Syria and ISIS in France and Germany. This one quite surprised me, because I didn't know much about universal jurisdiction in Hungary, but there's an ISIS commander from Homs who was part of executing people in Homs, who's on trial in Hungary as well, which is quite interesting. Libyans in Italy. Another quite interesting one is in Lithuania at the moment, where they're investigating the Deputy Security Minister in Belarus, who still remains in Belarus for international crimes. So you can see it covers situations all over the world, which is interesting. So what are we doing about it in regards to universal jurisdiction? For the Uyghur Human Rights Project and World Uyghur Congress, I've been looking into this. We are going to launch universal jurisdiction applications. We're looking at Latin America, which is the most liberal place for universal jurisdiction. It's a great process there, because what happens is when you make your complaint, if the investigating judge decides not to investigate, which is always possible, you can appeal to the higher court, which almost always, if you've got the evidence, will tell the investigating judge and the prosecutor to investigate. So you get a long period where these individuals, and we're talking about the top people from the top perpetrators from the Uyghur region, are under investigation, which I think would be a huge step towards accountability. So I'm very excited about that. I'll take any questions you have, and thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Are there going to be some questions from the floor? I just want to ask everyone very quickly if they can give a quick response to one question that I have, which is, you've heard there are so many different opportunities that are out there to potentially use national and international legal systems to seek accountability. But it is quite hard to find lawyers willing to do it. China is a big player. There's big economic interests that prevent a lot of lawyers being able to do it. And there are other considerations like evidence and financing and other things that go into that go into this. I wanted to hear just very quickly from each of you, what do you think are the biggest obstacles that are preventing you from being able to do more? And taking into consideration who's in the room, meaning we've got a large number of diaspora community members, we've got victims, we have academic researchers, we have other researchers, and policymakers. What would you most need from them to enable you to do more? And I think we'll just go down the line like this. So,
well, what I would say is, I think what would be useful is to reflect on the fact that there are some legal options that don't require legal lawyers to invoke them. If you look at the Genocide Convention, or you look at the statute of the International Criminal Court, a case can be referred to the International Criminal Court by the Security Council. China has a veto, but if you look at the Genocide Convention, which China is a state party, any state can ask the organs that's a party to the convention, can ask can invoke the organs of the United Nations. So anybody in this room can ask their state, if they're a party to the Genocide Convention, to ask the Security Council to refer the situation in China to the Security Council. Another provision in the Genocide Convention is basically, well, it's the same provision that any state can ask any organ of the United Nations to do something. So they can ask the Security Council, they can also ask the General Assembly. Now, one of the things I think the General Assembly could usefully do is just, or at least the state could ask the General Assembly to do, is ask the General Assembly to recognize East Turkestan as a state member of the United Nations. Now, that is something that may not pass, but the very fact that it's being done, I think, would counter this Chinese narrative that they're combating splitism by all this repression in Xinjiang, and that, in fact, the repression has the opposite effect, that it's pushing East Turkestan or Xinjiang away from China rather than towards China. And again, anybody in this room can ask their government to, because I'm confident all these states are part of the Genocide Convention, to go to the General Assembly to make that request. So those are a couple of suggestions I would make.
Thank you very much, David. And Rodney?
Yes, I think there is a block in the minds of so many that it is impossible ever to get China and its officials on trial. I think it's just seen, unfortunately, as something that's beyond the realms. That's one of the biggest obstacles, and that's what needs to change. This idea that it's just impossible for this to happen. Too powerful, too difficult to get off the ground, too complicated. Let's not even try and take that first step. We were speaking to MEPs at the EU yesterday, and more of them are now starting to speak out and starting to make it clear in their statements that this must happen. And I think that's vital. We need to get our politicians, our MPs, the MEPs to say that this has to happen. You have our support. That's what will give international institutions, and certainly the ICC prosecutor, the confidence and the comfort to know that they're not sticking their necks out here into some area that is just one that is regarded as so difficult to encounter. So we've got to break that negative cycle, that mentality of being defeated before we even start. People can certainly help by, as I say, reaching out to your politicians and those who are going to create that environment of dynamic support. Plus also evidence. We need evidence. I know it's difficult. There are huge security protection concerns, but as much as people can come forward and provide that, especially in places like Afghanistan now that are highlighted, there is jurisdiction there. Come forward with the evidence. We can find ways to make sure people are protected, that it's confidential, that it gets to the prosecutor so that a case can be opened.
Thank you very much. Aldo.
Thank you for that question. I think Rodney hit the nail on the head, overcoming the negative thinking, but I would add that in the face of allegations of such violations, coming up with creative ideas, it's really important not to stop in one track, but to leave no stone unturned, including coming up with creative ideas on how to tackle such, gross allegations of violations. So we heard a range of creative avenues for justice and accountability in the panel today, and I think the effect of that is not simply the sum of all, but it's exponential in its effect to gain accountability in this situation.
Thank you very much. Sarah.
Right, I'll keep this short because I think basically everything's already been covered. I think as you said, Ralph, the main obstacle is time and resources. So if non-lawyers and other folks can use their own unique skill sets and help out, politicians working with us as opposed to against us, and in particular, for example, for all the Canadian MPs in the room, this may just be Alex, then maybe I'm just talking to Alex, but there's more. All right, so great. Okay, so to both of you, at least, for example, if a Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act were passed in Canada that would presumptively ban goods from Xinjiang, we wouldn't need to do our legal case. So, stuff like that. And then if you're in media writing about this, continuing to push the envelope forward to incentivize everyone else to do things, I think just everyone chipping in and not having that defeatist mentality, so that you're all motivated to do so. And yeah, that would help.
Thank you very much. Michael.
Just coming back to speaking to your states, speaking to your governments, I think that's a fantastic point which was made before. One point that I'm quite interested in is one of the organs of the United Nations being asking the International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion. And the United Nations, well, at least in the Human Rights Council, we know that we've gone from 20 states supporting the Uyghur people in 2019 to 43, I think, a couple of weeks ago. So there's been a massive change of the pendulum in regards to who's on the right side and who's still sticking with China on this issue. Why don't we push our governments to ask and to request in the General Assembly an advisory opinion, so once and for all the International Court of Justice can tell us is genocide taking place, are crimes against humanity taking place. And people worry, and I've spoken to politicians about this before, they worry about, well, what if we do that and we lose? I don't think even if you lose that argument, it's even such a bad thing, because it shows that they're hiding from something. So even if you lost that argument, you ended up with a few states short of getting the General Assembly on side. And I don't think that's a given. I think there's a chance, if you lobbied properly, given the way international politics is moving, that you might actually get it through. But even if you lost, I don't think it would be a terrible loss. It might actually help in the long run. In regards to Uyghurs from across the world, get on board and tell us what's going on in your countries. You know, I don't necessarily know what's going on in Finland in regards to the Finnish government. Get in touch with me and say, this is happening, is that legal? You know, these individuals are doing this, they live in the next village, that kind of thing. We need to know about it. So if you get in touch, and as I said before, put people on notice as well, put your governments on notice. There's been lots of local governments buying solar panels in the United Kingdom which are made with forced labour, and now there's been a campaign around that. So don't think it's not going on in your state. There are, your governments and your local governments are probably buying items made with slave labour. So do put them on notice, tell them about it so they can't say they didn't know.
Thank you very much. I'm getting the big hook to end this, but I know there's one question that I want to just take before we wrap it up. So if we could just take one question. There's a microphone. I'm just going to bring you the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mening sualimni Zubayra tarjima qilib bersa, ya'ni men Qozog'iston vatandoshi bo'lib turib, Xitoy eng kuchli men degan bir davlatga jang e'lon qila oldim. Boshqa mamlakatlar, hukumatlar bilishib, biz uni cho'qim yengalaymiz, men buning ishonchim bor. Mening so'raydigan savolim, men Qozog'iston vatandoshi turib, huquqimni Qozog'istonda qo'g'dishim kerak edi. Ya'ni Qozog'iston hukumatı menga yordamda bo'lib, qo'g'dishimga erishim kerak edi, biroq erisholmadim. Men ham hozir Gollandiyada yashayapman, panohlik tilab, panohligim qabul qilindi. Mening David apandidan, bu Machil apandidan so'ramoqchi bo'lganim, bir advokatlar tashkilotlari yoki advokatlar bo'lamdi menga yordam qilishga. Ya'ni meniki huquqimning dafsani bo'lganligi 8 oy ashada xorlanganligimniki ruhoniy va jismoniy iqtisodiy to'latishga mening mumkinchiligim bormi? Shunga yordam qiladigan tashkilotlar, advokatlar tepilarmi? Men shuni yordam so'ramoqchiman advokatlar apandimlardan.
So if anyone wants to pose that question for us, thank you very much.
So the question is, as you know, his story, he's a camp survivor, and he's also a Kazakh citizen. And as a Kazakh citizen, he expects the Kazakh government to protect him, protect his fundamental rights. But the Kazakh government failed. In this case, now he's currently living as a asylum seeker in the Netherlands. And so his question to you is, are there any lawyers or lawyers association that are, you know, maybe in the Netherlands or in other contexts in other countries that could help people like him in this situation to protect his rights, and also, I guess, maybe build a case on his, you know, story and what he went through in the camps. Is there any way to do that with lawyers' help? To compensate for
compensation.
Yes, compensation specifically.
So I'm gonna pass the compensation question down to the two lawyers who've discussed businesses, because I guess that's the only way that I can think through it. But maybe Sarah and Michael have some thoughts on that. Yes, we do. Here.
Can you ask him if he was forced to labor? Or can someone?
No, I did not face I didn't work under forced labor conditions, but I was imprisoned for 8 months extrajudicially.
So then you wouldn't be qualified for my future case, but in terms of referring you to other lawyers, maybe we could talk about that after the panel. I don't know if you have something to add.
I'd be very interested in hearing about your story as well. I should say this from an advocacy point of view. I think there is advocacy missing in regards to nationals of other countries who've been put in these camps as well. So in regards to Uzbekistan, Kazakhs. And I've got a case we've been pursuing for the United Nations of a half Uyghur, half Uzbek man. I reached out to Uzbeki minister and started talking with him, and he suddenly kind of went quiet. But I think there's a lot of advocacy which can be done around those countries saying, why aren't you helping your your nationals as well. So I know that's a good way. I know there's lots of campaigners in the room who should be going along to the Kazakh embassy in their country and saying, well, look, this happened, but you've said nothing about it. And that's a real shame. And I think it should be embarrassing for countries like Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan that they're not helping out their own nationals. So I really encourage campaigners here to look at that part of the campaigning strategy as well.
And David had a comment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously what you suffered is inexcusable, should be compensated, there should be reparations of some form. But you were lucky because you were not from China. You were not a Chinese national, you were a Kazakh national. If you were Chinese national and you were Uyghur, you wouldn't get out after 8 months without any forced labor. It would be a lifelong program. You wouldn't be here. One of the things you can do is tell us what happened around you, to the people you saw, you heard. I've interviewed a lot of people from Chinese detention, and I mean, they're very, I would say quite understandably, they want to tell what happened to them, and they want to tell what happened to them that was important to them. But in finding out what's going on in Chinese prisons, it's often things you don't even think of or notice at the time or think it's important that we need to find out. So one of the ways, it may not necessarily help you, but it would help here, is just talk to people who are working on this issue about what you saw and heard so that we get a more complete picture of what's going on and more evidence about it.
Thank you, David. And I'll just wrap up by saying that specifically in the Netherlands, there are lawyers who are looking to use the Dutch system for justice and accountability for crimes. At the UNPO, we work with lawyers who've been working on the Ken Saro-Wiwa case, who was a Ogoni from Nigeria that was assassinated by the Nigerian government at the behalf, or assassinated, he was executed, at the behest of and with the complicity of Royal Dutch Shell, which is obviously a Dutch company. It was actually one of the first cases I worked on when I was a lawyer, albeit in the United States. There are lawyers who think about those things. I don't know if that's possible in the Netherlands with your specific situation, but it's something that we should talk about. And between all of us, I'm sure we can find somebody who, at least in the Netherlands, who'd be willing to discuss it with you.
I think we should have.
Oh, go ahead. This is the one.
I think we should have a little ad hoc meeting between the 5 of us at some point at the reception.
Yes.
To sum up.
And I'd just like to say thank you to everybody here. I mean it when I say it. It's not easy to find lawyers to do this kind of work. There are, particularly against China, particularly against complicity for crimes that are happening, given the number and the economic might of China and the need for most corporations to work in China. So it's really amazing for me to see 3 years after we had the Uyghur Forum, lawyers who are actively working on behalf of the Uyghur cause and really taking action. So I want to thank you all for being here and for all the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I have a few announcements. And first of all, thank you to all the panelists. And we will have now a very short break. Maybe 5 to 10 minutes for the coffee. This will be followed by our last panel on policy approaches to the Uyghur crisis until 6:30. 6:30. After this, please return your headsets outside and meet at 6:30 at the lobby to go to the Prague mayor's residence for the reception. It is not far from here. It will take 15 minutes if you walk. And if you don't want to walk, the transportation will be provided. And the address is on the screen. Çok qeyrindaşlar, hamanglar köp rahmat. Hazır bir 5-10 minut bir pauz var. Kafe içip keldiğanga. Teneppüs alımız. Ondan keyin ahirki panelimiz başlaydı ve 6'dan 15 minut ötken çağda gap qilmay turinglar, qarindoshlar turib turinglar, nega ketib qorsizlar? 6dan 15 o'tganda tugaydi, 6 yerimda tuvanda tepishimiz hammanglar. Ondan keyin mana Prag shahar boshlig'ininki bizni mehmon qildi, reception berdi, shu yerga boramiz, shu ziyofatga qatnashimiz. Ammo mayadan chiqishdan burun hammanglar soat 6 da panel tugagan chog'da ma quloqliqlarning hammasini ayada berib o'tinglar. Rahmat. Hammanglarga rahmat. Andikin atilikka butun vakillar va mehmonlarning hammasi atilikka yig'inimizga qatnashsanglar bo'ladi. Ammo qatnashgan chog'da o'ltiringlar yig'inda. Bugunkidek chiqib ketib kirib shu bundaq ishni qilmanglar. Merhabalar. Allah Türkçe konuşmama lüzum yok herhalde. 6.30'da aşağıda. Ama son panelimiz var tabii. Şimdi 10 dakika tatil. Evet. 15 dakika.
It's on. I don't know if anybody can hear. They can, okay. We have some sound. Okay. Yeah, yeah, it's working. It's on.
This is working somehow. Microphone doesn't work.
Yep.
Yeah.
The sound is fine? Yeah. The sound is working, yes. Okay. Right, okay, everybody, we are going to make a start. Thank you all very much indeed for being here. And a huge thank you to the organisers who've put in a massive amount of work behind the scenes. We are now coming to the end of quite a long day, and a day filled with a lot of content, and I know people are a bit tired. Amongst them are my 3 children who are watching this live stream from home. So we know that if we've lost their attention, we have failed. We're going to have to try to keep them up and everybody in this room. This is a long panel. This is a 90-minute panel, and it's an extremely important panel because we are hearing from a very unusual group. It's highly unusual to have such a large number of legislators from so many different countries in one room. It's a recognition of the severity of the crisis that you are facing, but it's also a recognition of the international support that you now enjoy. But it isn't just that that's unusual about this. It's unusual to have so many highly courageous politicians in a room. Not just the fact that they're from all over, not just the fact that there are so many of them, but that they are so courageous. These are people who have sacrificed in order to push forward your cause in their own jurisdictions. They have moved the dial on this issue in lots of different countries around the world, and we're really privileged to have them with us today, and also online the great Nusrat Ghani MP from the UK, who's also joining us. History, I believe, history, I believe, will smile upon this group of politicians. So on behalf of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, who I'm representing today, but I think I speak on behalf of everybody else here, thank you very much for everything you've done for this cause, and please stick with it. So who am I? I'm Luke de Pulford. I am the co-founder and the coordinator of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, IPAC. IPAC is a group of now well over 200 legislators worldwide, which has come together from 21 legislatures now, we just had India join, to try to confront the growing issue of the People's Republic of China and the threat that it is placing the international rules-based system under. So that's what I do, but the reason I'm here is that really the core focus of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China since its foundation has been confronting the crisis in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, in your region, the crisis which affects Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in that area. We have done, we've run many campaigns around the world. I don't need to list them. I think many of you know what they are. And many of the politicians involved with those campaigns are sitting with us in this room today. Right, this panel, what are we doing in this panel? I'm very keen to make use of the expertise that we have. I don't just want to have a group of talking heads. I want people in the audience here to learn a bit about what policymakers really think about this issue, what they're actually having to confront. Not what you think they're having to confront, but what they're actually having to confront and what you can do about it. Every campaign, every successful political campaign is an economy. It's an economy of lots of different constituencies. It's policy makers like these, like politicians. It's government officials and governments. It's civil society, yes, it's NGOs. It's media, it's researchers and academics, and it's lawyers. It's all of those constituencies and many more in between. When campaigns work well, those constituencies understand one another. They feed one another. They reinforce one another's actions. That's what happens in good campaigns. So I'm really keen that we improve the relationship between these different constituencies in the fight for Uyghur rights, in the fight for the rights of Turkic minorities in the northwest of China. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get a very quick briefing from each of these politicians on the state of play in their own countries. What has happened over the past year that we want everybody to learn about and to hear about. So we're going to hear about what has happened. And then we're going to move on to what is the opposition that each of these politicians face in their own context. What is the resistance that they're finding from their governments, from their officials, from the media, etc. Why? Because I think that's very useful to you all. And then I hope to conclude this session with a bit of an appeal to you about what this group needs. So that's how we're going to structure this session, and I hope that we'll have some time for questions at the end. It's 90 minutes, okay? So we're going to start with the United States of America, and one of the reasons we're going to do that is that I think everybody would have to agree it has been way ahead on policy setting when it comes to confronting this crisis. So we're hugely privileged to have with us Nuri Turkul, who's come in his official capacity today. Nuri, please brief us on the US.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by thanking Lord Mayor for hosting us, the Uyghur community, and this conference. I think I can say that on behalf of the World Uyghur Congress, I'm profoundly grateful for opening up your door to my fellow Uyghurs. And I can't miss this opportunity to thank our embassy staff, who has been enormously helpful, and particularly to Erica Keen, sitting over there. Erica, could you stand up? Let people recognize you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And finally, I can't miss this opportunity. I never had this opportunity to thank Luke, who's the brainchild of the IPEC. Chris has been tremendously helpful, not only addressing the Uyghur genocide, but shaping up global policy, legislative responses in various capitals. The United States government, to this day, responded with 94 punitive sanctions starting from October 2018. The specific policy tone was set with Vice President Mike Pence's speech at Hudson Institute. He specifically said that the Chinese government is trying to stamp out the Uyghur cultural heritage and suffocating Uyghur people. But the real policy really set the stage and started shaping up starting October 2019 with the announcement of more than 3 dozen entity list designations, effectively put an export ban to a significant number of Chinese entities. That includes the entire police department in the Uyghur homeland, which is significant. The Commerce Department's entity list has been traditionally used for national security reasons. This was the first time the Commerce Department applied this effective export control tools on the human rights concern. And then that takes us to visa ban in 2019. That ban imposed visa ban to various Chinese officials. And that takes us to July 2020 with a global Magnitsky sanction of 4 Chinese officials. And this was the first time since the enactment of the Global Magnitsky Act in 2016, the United States government imposed sanction on sitting Chinese Politburo member, which is not a simple matter. And there was a lot of resistance. Those of us who work in the United States know that we got a lot of pushback, specifically in named individuals, that it will ruffle the feathers, it will create diplomatic crisis, but yet it did happen, and sky did not fall on the United States. So it can happen, specifically in other countries that have a similar legal tools. I encourage you to go ahead to impose it. And then this takes us to the genocide determination early this year. When the United States government announced genocide committed against the Uyghurs, people think it's a political decision. It was not a political decision. It was not a party decision. It was a bipartisan decision initially announced by former Secretary Pompeo, confirmed on the same day by incoming Secretary of State. So anyone who's trying to find a soft belly under the US officials should think about it. It's not a partisan issue. This is a bipartisan issue. Not only that, the United States as a signatory, one of the 168 signatories, state party to the Genocide Convention, not only have an obligation that should follow after making an announcement, but should call out Chinese for the genocide being committed. So that's step number one. This is a policy decision. What needs to be done now is to enforce various measures to stop it and bring justice to those perpetrators in China who has been an architect and enforcer of the ongoing genocide. And then more importantly, in June 2021, there's something else also happened under the Biden administration, which is the US government sanctioning of 4 solar panel industries. 4 solar panel entities. One of them happened to be Xinjiang Production Construction Corp. Many of you know that it's a paramilitary unit that has over 800,000 shell companies around the world, controls much of the water and cotton resources. Not only that, they have their own system, courts, prisons, universities. That's a parallel government. It was a really ballsy decision for the United States government to impose that. And I will mention something else and then move on to the legislative. In this past summer, the United States government did another significant thing, which is to issue business advisory, alerting the business community that there's a high risk of violating US laws because of the forced labor practices. And in addition to that, I have very limited time. I briefly mentioned 4 legislative initiatives have been considered, enacted, and in the process of being voted on. The Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act that was enacted in June 2020 was a historic bill that requires administration to impose global Magnitsky sanction and reports to Congress. After that, there was another bill introduced that provides immigration status to the Uyghur refugees. After that, we have another bill, Forced Labor Prevention Act, that has been voted out of Senate, but now facing opposition that I will get to it in a little bit. And then recently, there's another bipartisan bill introduced by Representative Young Kim and Ami Bera, which requires the United States government to come up with a strategic policy, not a shifting policy, but a strategic policy to protect the Uyghur people's interests. And finally, some coordinated actions globally has been taken with Canada in March and the European Union. There was a coordinated sanction that resulted in Chinese retaliation, including 3 of my colleagues at the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. We only have 9 commissioners. They sanctioned 3 of us. And then G7, Luke was part of it. United States pushed really hard to have a communique, including the forced labor issues. We had some resistance. I don't want to name names yet because we're not there. I'm just warming up. So 2 countries in particular, significant players in G7, did not listen to my president. So we have no communique on the forced labor issue. With that, I will wait for your next question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nuri. Thank you. Now, I'm going to go, if I may, to our gracious host for this evening, Lord Mayor Zdeněk Hryb. It's very, very wonderful to have you with us. If you could give us a briefing from Czechia, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to welcome you here in Prague. We will have also an event in the evening, so I hope I will meet most of you in the residence of the Prague mayor. Well, Prague is an open-minded liberal city which strongly promotes democracy, freedom and human rights, and I believe that cities are definitely an important stakeholders in protecting those values, and Prague has specifically a tradition in defending those crucial values. And Czech Republic, of course, and including Prague, has experience with totalitarian regime and oppression also from the hegemonic superpowers, and superpowers in plural, unfortunately not just one superpower, but we are simply in a wrong place on the map. So therefore we understand that it is important to speak up when there is an oppression by hegemonic superpower or by authoritarian regime, and I definitely condemn all practice that lead to deprivation of civil liberties and human rights, because the prosecution and persecution of the people based on their religion or ethnicity is simply unacceptable, and such a government should not have a place in civilized society. Well, I will speak about the municipal view of this thing, because I am a mayor of a city. That means I cannot tell you or give you the view of Czech Republic as a country, but I will speak about the view from the city viewpoint. And we were also sort of, I would say, bullied and threatened from the side of China administration. Of course, our experience is, I would say, rather mild in compare to those you have. But obviously, they were trying to do something. So, of course, they have also, I would say, expressed. They have expressed their that they are not happy. Say unhappiness with this event here. I mean the Chinese embassy, but I would rather here like to support that I'm unhappy that there is a country that has concentration camps in the year 2021, and that this is simply not acceptable. And also, as I have a medical background. And I have to say that I'm also very unhappy about the information on the forced organ harvest that was also being discussed on the level of Czech Transplantation Society, and also a Czech medical chamber who asked to investigate those things. And this is also something that does not. I think that this is really something that should be in the center and of the attention of the international community. Well, our experience as the city of Prague with the Chinese administration was based on the fact that we wanted to renegotiate a very simple thing. We wanted to renegotiate a partnership agreement between Prague and Beijing. My predecessor have signed this during the visit of Xi Jinping here in Prague in 2016. And there was this article number 3 about One China policy, and we wanted to leave it out because it had no place in city-to-city partnership agreement. So we started to discuss about, or we started to the discussion over letters with them about how to leave this article number 3 out. But during the course of time, they started to bully our orchestras. Actually, it was not our orchestras; it was orchestras of classical music who had a Prague in the name, because Prague is well known for classical music, and some of the orchestras prefer to have Prague in their name because they are located in Prague, for example. But there was also one orchestra which was called the Prager's Quartet, and it was actually not the name of the city, but rather the founder of this orchestra, and they were bullied also by themselves. So this maybe showed us the nature of the Chinese regime, that maybe they are not as clever as they try to pretend to be. And we later cancelled this contract because their actions were really not action of a partner that we would like to have. And there were also threats what would happen if we cancel the partnership and so on. And this thing actually proved one important point, and I was telling that on multiple events already, that the influence of China in the region of Central and Eastern Europe is actually very, very over-evaluated. They do not have the power here, because, for example, when we later went to Taiwan, which is a painful spot for the mainland China, there were threats what would happen with the Czech industry and economy and so on. And the net result of that was actually that some Chinese company refused to buy 11 pianos from a Czech piano vendor, which means a cost about 5 million of Czech crowns. I'm not able to recalculate. I think it's about 20,000 euros or something like that. And the next day, well-known sponsor of classical music here in the city bought those pianos and donated them to the Czech schools. So, seriously, I think that the international communities should stop worrying about what would China say and what would China do if we do this or that, if we speak about the civil liberties and human rights. And this is, I think, the important message from me at this point.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I think we're going to fly over to the UK, to Nusrat Ghani MP. Nus, could you brief us, please, just in a few minutes, on what has been achieved in the UK over the past year? We'll come to the difficulties a little bit later. Over to you, Nus.
Thank you so much, Luke. I hope you can hear me all okay.
We can.
Thank you. I want to first of all apologise for not being with you today. It's unfortunate that I have to zoom in, but everything I'm about to share with you, I have to honour the people that have been working for so long behind the cause, and in particular Rahima Mahmoud and Dulkan Isa and everybody in the World Uyghur Congress. Nothing that we've achieved in the UK would have been possible without their push constantly. So thank you to them. I'm incredibly grateful for the Mayor to be on the panel. I'm just so gutted I can't join you. And in particular to shake hands with Nuri, whose shadow I walk in, because Nuri has done so much more work with his legislators than I've been able to do in the UK. But look, the difference within the UK is that we cannot table legislation. We have to find legislation the government is moving in the House of Commons or the House of Lords, and then find a very neat way in inserting the work that we want to do to try and prevent the genocide taking place in Xinjiang. So the big message I want to get across to the audience: we can't always achieve what the audience wants, but what we need to do is work out what can be achieved in the circumstances that we have. In the UK, because we've left the European Union, we have to now have our own particular bits of legislation. We had a trade bill going forward, and we did tremendous work to insert a genocide amendment to ensure the United Kingdom does not offer preferential deals to countries presently involved in a genocide. This was obviously focused on the Uyghur people, but it was also to test the notion that only the United Nations is a competent court to both investigate and prevent a genocide. This work took place over many months, and we came quite close to winning, but we didn't quite secure it. But we did get a compromise from the government to set up a select committee to look at the evidence of genocide taking place. Unfortunately, it doesn't cover our area of work, but it will help many other people around the world. What we are also doing in the UK is working on other bits of legislation that we can constantly insert the plight that the Uyghur people are facing. Whether it's a telecommunications bill and showcasing the level of data that is being harvested by the Chinese state and by companies that are already inside our infrastructure. Whether it's looking at bills around health and social care to ensure that we're not involved in any way whatsoever in organ harvesting from Uyghur people. Whether it's to deal with procurement bills that are coming down the line or any other items of legislation. It's about being very neat and very tight and ensuring that we can insert the plight of the Uyghur people in all of that. We have had some good wins because of all the work that's been done by the World Uyghur Congress and IPAC. Whether it's G7, G20 or COP26, everybody now is concerned about the role of Uyghur slave labour in any of the decisions that are taken, whether they are on supply chains, whether they are environmental standards, or even looking at modern slavery and then excluding the Chinese state. So the level of awareness in the UK hasn't been greater than it is at the moment. And our job is to constantly show the lack of transparency with our engagement with China, and also the lack of transparency when it comes to companies that are exploiting Uyghur slave labour, and also then pinpointing whether my government is involved in any of that as well. I'm going to keep it short, Luke, but the work has only just begun, even though many people in the audience would have been working on this for decades. But we're in a really good place, and we can all only keep going forward now.
Thank you, Nose. Thank you very much, Nose. We're going to fly over to Canada now, and we'll come to Alexis Brunel-Duceppe to give us a briefing from Canada. Over to you. And the microphone, please. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm pretty happy to be here. I'm pretty proud to be here, and I'm honored to be here. So it's something for me, and I want to thank you, everybody. English is not my first language, so I'll try to be the best as I can be, but you know me, I can do that. Okay, first of all, we did something that we thought was big last year. The Subcommittee on International Human Rights, I'm the vice president of this committee. Samir Zubair, who is with me, is on this committee as a member. And one thing you should know about that committee is that we work by consensus. There is no vote in that committee. This is very important. This is the only committee that worked like this in the House of Commons in Canada. So we did this study on the situation of Uyghur and Turkic people in East Turkestan. And we issued a report after this study, a huge report, and in that report we named the genocide in East Turkestan, and we named it, and we said that the regime from the Communist China was responsible for it. So it was a big deal for us doing so. Yeah. And it was a big deal because there was MP from the government and from the opposition who were saying the same thing. Now, we issued the report on 21st of October 2020, and I was pretty disappointed with the media coverage, because we had like a little article in the newspaper, a little news at the television, but nothing big. For us, it was big. So then we came back to the work table. I don't know if I can say that. And I had the idea of linking something that would create a buzz media to the genocide, which was obviously the Beijing Olympics. I wrote that letter, but an MP alone can write an open letter. It would have been the same, no media coverage. Then I reached to all my friends, and all the party, well, MPs from all party at the House signed that letter. A lot of organizations signed that letter. My friend Mehmet Tari signed it on behalf of his organization. We had even an ex-gold medalist who signed the letter saying that we have to relocate Beijing 2022 if the government continues in its genocidal logic. And then we had a buzz. Then we had a mediatic buzz. Then it was everywhere. We have like 1 week interviews. Even Fox News called me from your country. Yeah, I was surprised. But we were the news in Europe. We were the news in Asia. You know, it works because it was kind of at the national level a multi-lateral action, because there was people from all parties signing it. Sorry. And then we had a momentum that came with Michael Chung. 3 weeks later, Michael Chung, MP, conservative MP in the House, put forward a motion saying there is a genocide, an ongoing genocide in China, in Xinjiang, in East Turkestan, committed by the regime. And I amended that motion. I added that we have to relocate Beijing Olympics. And the motion came unanimously in the House. That was another good thing, except, of course, Samir, excuse me, I have to say that all the executive from the government didn't vote. They abstained. So it's still unanimous, but we have abstention from the minister and the prime minister. But still, it passed. So that's what's going on in Canada for the moment. Maybe Samir will tell you other things, sanctions that have been made. But for the moment, we're there. But one thing we realize is that multilateral action works. And, you know, when the media talk about it, people at the coffee machine in the office talk about it, people in the train, in the bus, at dinner talked about it. And that way, we say we can do a snowball effect. I come from northern Quebec, snowball effect. So you talk about it, you get the media talking about it, and then we put the pressure on the Olympic International Committee, and that's why you heard about my resolution. I want to be a multilateral, but from all the parliaments where parliamentarians are from here today, I want that resolution. I'll push very hard to make that resolution work for next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. As you heard, we have not one but two Canadian members of Parliament with us today. So we are going to go over to Samir Zubiri, who's next to me here. Anything you'd like to add to that?
Certainly. Thank you, Luke, for moderating us. I want to give a big shout out to the organizers for this amazing General Assembly, for bringing us all together from across the world to discuss this very deep and serious human rights concern. À tous les francophones, j'aimerais dire bonjour, assalamu alaikum, and hi to all the anglophones. I'm so happy to be here with Alexi, with Nuri, with the mayor, and with all others on this panel. This is a very important gathering. I think we got to start off by saluting the courage of each and every person in this room, each and every person who is speaking up, each and every person who is taking a stand. It's because of you that we are here at this moment in time. It's because of you that awareness has been consistently building over the last years and months. We know that many countries are now saying there are deep and serious human rights abuses happening within Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region within China. Many countries have said clearly this mounts to a level of genocide. America has done so. Our parliament was the first legislature, the Canadian Parliament was the first legislature to do so. Many others have followed since. We have put this issue on the map. We've put those who are oppressing on notice. This has to stop. In terms of Canada, you see there's strong participation from us parliamentarians here. There are many who have traveled here participating in this conference. I've seen in this General Assembly, half a dozen Canadians are here that I know of. In terms of the Government of Canada, I am a government member. I'm a parliamentarian representing myself today, but I'm a member of the government here. And I'd like to share that the government is following what's happening very closely, is fully tuned in to this General Assembly. The government has acted and will continue to act to do what we can do and need to do to halt this unfolding genocide and crimes against humanity. As Alexi mentioned, our subcommittee did a deep dive for 2 full days into this issue. This is many times more than any other serious human rights issue that I've seen this subcommittee deal with over the last 2 years. After that, as Alexi mentioned, came a report from our parliamentary subcommittee, came the genocide motion in the House of Commons, came some measures from the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region are not accepted within Canada. We also implemented sanctions in partnership with other countries against 4 individuals and 1 entity. We will continue to act. Personally, what I like to see is I like to see the measures around imports and exports that are on the books be fully operational.
Yeah.
This is important. We have good rules, let's implement them. Secondly, I'd like to see those within who are not safe. We know that many Uyghur people are not safe in third countries, within obviously China, but outside too. Those within third countries, I'd love for Canada to welcome those seeking refuge.
Yeah, good for you.
I invite other Western nations to do the same. And third, we must continue, Canada in tandem, in partnership with other countries, continue to press for unfettered access, immediate access to Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, so we can ensure that these crimes against humanity stop. I'll conclude with that. Again, I want to salute your courage and your fortitude. Stay strong, continue to speak up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samir. Okay, so we will go over to the European Parliament, to Bernard Greta, MEP, who has the unenviable task of not just summarising his own country's record over the past year, but all of the member states of the European Union. So over to you, Bernard, to talk us through what's happened over the past year in the EU Parliament.
Is it okay? Yes, it is. We all know the too numerous reasons to desperate. But being the voice in this panel, not generally speaking, being the voice of the European Union, or at least of the European Parliament, I would like to give you, nevertheless, some reasons, if not to hope, to not too desperate. Not too desperate. The first one will be my memory of the beginning of the fight for Ilham Tohti at the Parliament. 2 years ago, we were 3. One Lib Dem from the UK, one liberal from Bulgaria, and myself, a French from the center left. And when we started to try to convince our colleagues to give the Sakharov Prize to Ilham Tohti, my God, it was so difficult. Not because our colleagues were against this idea, but because they didn't know simply who were the what? Uyghurs? What is it, the Uyghurs? You know, this is a very old nation. Oh, yes, incredible. And what about their problem? No, this is not their problem. This is their desperate plight. But after 2 months, this completely hopeless plot won. And the Parliament gave the Sakharov Prize to Ilham Tohti. And it was rather important to popularize all around the world, and not only in the European Union, the situation of your nation. Second reason, not too desperate. 1 year ago, it was rather difficult. Everybody knew that. It wasn't official, but everybody knew that, to convince our German colleagues in the Parliament to support any resolution too tough or not knife enough for the Chinese regime. Well, not because they support this regime, but because they support their industry and their exports. And after a few months, Mr. Xi himself gave us a big help. Really. It was totally unexpected. This fellow, after all, is not that smart. He's not that smart. Because he decided to sanction about 2 dozens, including myself, of the members of our parliament. And all of a sudden, but really all of a sudden, the entire parliament, including the Germans, were so outraged. You know, so outraged that we refused the agreement on the investment between the European Union and China. And just realize this agreement was completed. And well, without Mr. Xi's stupidity, it would have been signed almost 10 months or 9 months ago by the Parliament. And now, in the Parliament, in the 27 European capitals, which is different, at the European Commission, which is also different, and in the European public opinions, which is also different, and the most important thing, the Chinese regime became rather, if not deeply, unpopular. Because there was your situation, the stupidity of Mr. Xi, there was Hong Kong, the threats against Taiwan, and the feeling now, deeper and deeper in the opinion that this regime is a threat for its own people. Certainly yes. For Taiwan, certainly yes. But also for the entire world stability. And certainly for democracy in this century. Because let's think about the past. Even Mr. Stalin used to tell that he was the real Democrat, fighting for democracy against those bloody capitalists and so on and so on. But he was the real Democrat. And the Soviet constitution was supposed to be the most democratic constitution in the world and in history. Mr. Xi, this is completely different. He keeps telling the world, and us, the European, and them, the American, and them, the Canadians. I mean, he keeps telling all the democratic countries and all the democratic societies that democracy is a bad system and that dictatorship is the real paradise for everybody. It's not that smart. It's not that smart because the world started in Asia, in Europe, in America to realize what is this regime. So, 3 reasons not too desperate. And now if you give me 2 more minutes or...
If we could move on, I think. We're going to run out of time very rapidly. I apologize. We've got so many questions to get through. So if I may come back to you for your other points. Is that okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No.
Well,
not really. No, I'm a little bit disappointed, but okay.
No, I'll come back. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Bernard. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So, And finally, going over to Belgium, somebody who's known very well to people here as a dynamo for this cause and also a co-chair of IPAC. A great pleasure to introduce you, Samuel Kogolati. Over to you.
Thank you, Luc. I am so very happy to stand here today in front of you. Because I'm here to share with you a good story and good news. A few months ago, I tried to submit an ambitious proposal of resolution in order to recognize the crimes against humanity, but also the genocide against the Uyghur people in China. And I must be very frank and very honest and straightforward with you in the beginning, and that was in January, February of this year. I thought, you know, this is a good try. I can maybe attract some media attention finally so that, you know, the media can listen finally to the story, to the terrible stories of the camp survivors, of the Uyghur people who are refugees in my country, in Belgium. But I was not that hopeful that the resolution could get adopted. I must even tell you that on the very day of submission of the resolution, I got calls from 6 a.m. in the morning, even from the majority government, calling me and asking me to stop campaigning and to say, look, Sam, that's enough. You just submitted your resolution. Please stop here. And we didn't stop there. We didn't stop there. And I must tell you that it was not a lonely solo sprint. It was a team effort, a collective marathon that we were able to win together. Together first with the Uyghur people. I see Abdulhamid Merab from the Belgian Uyghur Association. I also see Egbert Tursun, also from Belgium. I saw Kelbinur Siddiq this morning. I was very emotional when listening to her story because Kelbinur was the one who had the courage and the determination to come to our parliament. And I believe for the very first time, a camp survivor was able to share her testimony in front of elected legislators, officials, in front of every single party, including the Communist Party. And she had that courage to tell that story. And you can believe me, that really changed things politically in Belgium. Yeah. And thanks to her courage, thanks to her determination, we were able, a few weeks after those hearings, to adopt this resolution recognizing crimes against humanity and a serious risk of genocide. And that's maybe a little technical, terminological, juridical nuance of the Belgian parliamentary experience. But I think it's a good example of how we can reach agreements among several democratic parties. We were able to build a very, very strong democratic majority, not only with the left, not only with the socialists, but also with the center Christian Democrats, with the liberals, including with the independentists from Flanders. Only the Communist Party abstained, shamefully abstained from that resolution. But I want to tell you that the Genocide Convention is not just about punishing an old crime, you know, that has happened in the past. The Genocide Convention is also a very strong international instrument legally requiring every single nation to take positive steps in order to prevent an ongoing genocide. And it is why I'm so proud to say that, yes, we were able in Belgium as a legislature to say and to tell our government, well, you need to take positive actions in order to stop and prevent the current genocide happening against the Uyghur people in China.
Thank you very much, Samuel. And it's an indication, again, of the courage of this panel, and something which has just occurred to me. I think everybody on it, either themselves or through the institutions of which they're a member, has been subject to sanctions by the Chinese Communist Party, which is a strange thing in itself. It's quite a large number of people, if nothing else. What I want to do now is try to focus on a couple of questions about the opposition that politicians here have been receiving, either from their governments or from the media, in the kind of work that they have been doing in their own context. So if I could ask you, what opposition have you been facing, and why do you think you've been facing it? And the reason I'm asking this is so the people in the audience and the people watching, in their campaigns, can see that the object of their campaigning might not be what they think it is. Actually, the opposition coming from the UK government or the US government or any government might not be what we conceive. So I'm going to fly over to you, Nusrat, if I may, in the UK, and ask you if you could give us a very short 90-second contribution about what opposition you faced and why. And please do feel free to name names if you wish.
Oh my goodness, I'll be as short as I can. Well, the United Kingdom likes its processes and its institutions, and my government is determined to say that only the United Nations can either investigate or determine whether genocide is taking place. And with the support of IPAC and the Uyghur Congress, we were able then to see if the highest legislative chamber in the UK, the House of Commons, would accept the representation on the evidence that we have all together and decide whether a genocide was actually taking place in Xinjiang. I was able to move a motion, and it was the first time, I believe, in my Parliament's history, we had absolutely no opposition, and the House of Commons determined that actually a genocide was taking place. Now, the issue that we have is that the United Kingdom still thinks that the only competent court is the UN, and they don't want to destabilize that institution, even though it is, we know, it's been handcuffed by China, and it will never investigate or stop this genocide. So our next mission is to try and get as many parliaments around the world that my government wants to partner with and get them to also move the motion so we can put as much pressure on my government and the United Nations as well. The big pressure that my government faces is that China is involved in so many of our institutions, infrastructure projects, access to data from the firms that already exist in the UK. So everything is always bigger than the issue that we are trying to deal with. And we keep being told, now is not the time. This is far too sensitive. It will jeopardize internal investment, which is why we've got to be really clever and really narrow in exposing what's happening in Xinjiang and showing the British people the threat to them, the threat of being complicit in genocide, and to my government, the threat of having its security destabilized working with a country or allowing a country like China to have access to our infrastructure, our trade, our data. Hopefully that was short enough for you, Lou.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Nuz. Nuri, I know you're itching to come in on this.
Thank you. This is a very important question. America has a problem. We have 4 problems. One, the academics, people in certain think tanks, still doing the dirty job for the CCP. Last year, when the global Magnitsky sanctions were announced, one influential policy expert who served in the previous administration and the Obama administration particularly said this kind of sanction is going to create negative public opinion in China. And my answer is like, who cares? The people are dying. Did Xi Jinping authority to concern about the negative public opinion from the civilized world? The answer is no. So why do we care? So this kind of message has been muddying the water. And they still have a voice. They can publish op-eds, policy papers, and go on TV to even criticize both presidents, Trump and Biden. So that's a problem that we have in academia and in intellectual community. The number 2 problem that we have is the American businesses. It's disgraceful, unconscionable that business entities like U.S. Chamber of Commerce publicly opposes the anti-Uyghur slavery bill. When did it become okay for American people to accept slavery? Yeah. I don't get it. And I don't get it, and they're still doing it. It's on their website. You can go and visit. And then the third opposition that we have is the environmental activists. This year, about 40 environmental groups, some of them obscure, never heard of them, wrote to President Biden, essentially saying that you going hard on China is going to hurt our climate cooperation aspect with the PRC. So last time I checked, human rights is part of the climate crisis. The Uyghur people suffer actually much bigger climate crisis as being the largest nuclear testing site for the Chinese, one of the largest coal mines, coal-powered power plants. So people should talk about it. It's intertwined. We can fight genocide and ecocide at the same time. We can chew gum and walk at the same time. So it's a false choices that people presenting us this and that. This, we can do it together. And then third obstacle, you know, one of the best thing about my job in the U.S. government is that I can criticize my own government. John Kerry, climate envoy, he's publicly saying that we have to make tough choice. What do you mean? Are you saying that we're gonna be okay with the forced labor, enslavement of Uyghurs for the purposes of chief goods, for the purposes of solar panels? Is that going to be making you feel better, just putting the solar panels on the roof, knowing that it has been made by the Uyghur slaves? And finally, the investment community. The Biden administration announced a ban on specifically two entities, the Huawei and Dahua. But other entities, American Teachers Association, pension funds, investors are still investing in the technology sector. So those are the four opposition that we have so far.
Thank you very much, Nuri, indeed. Bernard, if I may come to you, I know that over the years you've faced quite a lot of opposition. What sort of opposition is there to movement within the European Parliament, and why?
I'm sorry, but it's not within the European Parliament. This is within the European Union. Many governments, not all of them, but many governments, and a huge majority of the European public opinions are afraid that the conflict, the rivalry between the US and China could push Europe, the European Union, into a real military conflict, which we, the majority at least, doesn't want. And this fear is not only deep, but growing. And that's a real problem. That's a real problem. How could we counterfight this problem? I try to sell to my colleagues and to the European press, at least the French one, for a start, this idea that, yes, you're right, there is a possibility, and a frightening one, of a real military conflict, specifically because of Taiwan and because of the Mr. Xi aggressivity about Taiwan. And yes, this conflict would be very soon a conflict between the biggest and the most frightening dictatorship and the democracy. And so we would be involved. We would be involved. This is my conviction, by the way. And so how could we, thank you, how could we avoid that? Very simply, let's speak to the Chinese leadership with a tough music. Let's tell them, if you would organize any kind of military aggression against Taiwan, our trade relation would be over in 1 month. It would be a real deterrence for the Chinese leadership, because the consequences of that would be difficult, certainly, for our countries, but much more difficult for China and for the Chinese regime. And if the European Union would not would tell, but would let think the Chinese leadership that we could be involved, military speaking, in the conflict, it's not serious. They wouldn't believe that, and rightly so, and rightly so. But the end of our trade relations, yes, they could believe that. And by telling so, we could contribute, at least contribute, to lessening the tension and maybe to avoiding a conflict. Well, this is a start. This is a start, but a rather successful one from time to time. And but in any case, the problem of this sphere is on the table and is a real problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, if I might go to Canada, and this would be open to both of you, not so much, I think in your case, Samir, to point the finger so much at the government, but to try to focus on the media. What kind of reception have you had? Have you found it difficult? I know that in my work, I constantly told of, and I'm sorry to use this phrase, but it was used to me by a very senior BBC producer, Uyghur fatigue, quote unquote. Bring me something new. So I don't know if you've experienced the same kind of stuff, but if you've had, it'd be great to hear about it.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely that. The thing is, we had two problems. First, before the media, because we were not as united as we thought, because, as I said, the executive in the government didn't name the genocide. If you want to fight a problem, you have to name it, right? You have to know what kind of a problem you have in front of you. So I'm sure Samir is working hard. At that time, we had the two Michaels. Now this bilateral conflict is over. We had an election since then, so we have a new executive. I'm sure Samir is inside the government. Well, I don't know if this is a sentence, but well, he's part of the government, and I'm sure he's going to work hard for that. The other thing, there's a lot of media, you know, sports media. Then, if we attack the angle we wanted to have is about the Olympics, because we know that we can put that in the media forum, in the public. So they're saying you cannot use our athlete for political issues. And then we convince people pretty easily, because we say this is not politics, we're talking about human rights first. And then if you want to talk about politics, well, there's nothing more politics than the Olympic Games. And if we don't use the Olympics as a wedge to help your people, well, then the government of China will use your athlete to glorify their own regime. And that's not what you want. So we have arguments over that. And one thing I really want to say that I know it's going to hurt China if we still ask for a postpone of the games, because we attack their pride at the international level, but at the domestic level. Because if we postpone, we succeed, we postpone those games, how can they explain to their own population why they lose the Olympics? How can they? They cannot. They will have to say the truth then. So we have a problem. We had a problem with the media, but I think, as I said before, a multilateral action for a different government, different parliament all over the world, then we'll have a global mediatic buzz. And we have to initiate that by putting those motions in action in our own assembly, in our own parliament, and then the media will do the job, and then the ordinary people will be with us, that's for sure.
Thank you, thank you. Samir, did you want to add anything to that?
I don't have much to add, except to say that I would say everything that's been said is super valid. only thing that's challenging is inertia and maintaining momentum. And just knowing that we win on elements. It's hard to win the full battle, but we win on elements which lead to the entire battle be won. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Thanks, Amir. Lord Mayor, you sketched out some of the opposition you'd faced earlier. Do you want to add anything else to that and perhaps speculate about why?
Well, speaking about the opposition we have faced during our steps here in relation to China, well, as I said, the influence of China here in Central and Eastern Europe is definitely overrated. But still, that does not mean that there are certain, let's say, individuals who have their business interests in China. And for example, in my case, it appeared that there was formed a network of journalists, politicians, and the sort of pseudo-academia professionals to shape the view, the public opinion on China in a way that was in favor of the things done in China. And this was supposed to serve the business interest of a single company. But unfortunately, it was a company of the richest Czech guy, which definitely didn't help the thing. But eventually, it was published in media. There were invoices and their job reports, what they have done, and it was all published. So that's how we found actually that this was the case, but it was very, very elaborate. They had made up a fake think tank of sinologists and all those things. So definitely there was an opposition we had in this case. But as I have said, it's definitely another reason why people should be afraid to speak up, and the international community should be less afraid of what would China think, what would China say, what would China do.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, Sam, I'm going to come to you, but I'm going to ask you a different question, because I would like now to try to move, actually conflating the last three questions, so we've got some time for a few questions from the floor, I hope. What is next? What are you going to do next, and how do you need help from this group and people who are watching? I'm going to ask everybody, and if you could try to give me a really compressed answer, that would be brilliant, and with a focus on concrete initiatives.
All right. Just a quick word on the opposition, maybe two kinds of opposition. Because in this fight, there was, of course, you know, the obvious opposition from China, from the Communist Party in Belgium, but that kind of opposition was actually kind of counterproductive. Those sanctions in March imposed on 10 EU individuals, among myself, actually helped us in Belgium to bring forward the resolution. So really, I'm sure they're watching right now, and I want to thank them. I want to thank them for their efforts and for their support, for really daring to make this very strong choice in Belgium in favor of democracy and human rights. I also remember this cyber attack. You remember I told you Kelbinur Siddiq came to the Belgian parliament to talk before everyone. She was there together with Koen Stoops from the World Uyghur Congress, and I want to thank him again. But on the first day of hearing, for the first time in Belgium's history, there was a huge cyber attack. We still don't know today which state, because that was a state, but we don't know which state was responsible. But the first hearing was cancelled. So you can imagine that at the next hearing, while we didn't have that much media attention for the first one, for the second one we had the room of the parliament filled with journalists. So again, thank you for that obvious opposition, really. And I hope that opposition will continue, because really, and now I come to your question, I think the fight is not over. And the fight will not be over as long as we have innocent human beings arbitrarily detained in camps who have not done anything, who have not been judged. And we will fight till the end, that's for sure. I think one possible legal avenue, and I think that's an important one, is the ban on imports of products from forced labor. Everybody talks about it. Everybody, even the president of the EU Commission, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen. But when I ask my government, what do you do concretely against those imports? Are you in Zaventem airport to check whether some products come from forced labor? And we know that one of 5 t-shirts and shirts, one out of 5 cotton products sold on the European market actually come from Uyghur forced labor. And so I think it is time to go beyond nice speeches and to act. And this is our duty as legislator, to transform those speeches and those ideals in legal reality, in textbooks, not only in textbooks, but also in our legal codes. And this is really one of the pledges I make in front of you today. This is really something I would like to do with other parties in Belgium, is really to forbid, but also to impose a new criminal offense for those actually profiting and taking advantage from forced labor in China, because there we have a responsibility, and a huge responsibility here in Europe.
Thank you. So time is running very short, but I do want to hear from everybody. Bernard, can I come to you and can I ask you, please, what is next for you in the European Parliament to move this forward, and how do you think you could benefit from the help from the people in this room?
Okay, so I'm sorry, but I will be a little bit tough with you. Because to pursue this fight, we need your help. And we need you first, I'm sorry to say so, to forget about your fight about this word of genocide. Because this is very divisive, very counterproductive, because we lose time with that. Let's say, let's denounce the reality. The reality is forced labor, forced sterilization, forced separation between parents and children. 1 million people in concentration camp. Isn't it enough? Yes, it's enough. So please, let's forget. You want to fight for that? Perfect. But this is not the priority. This is not the priority, because this priority, I'm sorry to say so, is completely counterproductive. Second point. You should be less parochial. You are part of China, unfortunately. I understand that perfectly well. But this is the reality. So why don't you unify with the Tibetan people, I mean their representatives? Why don't you unify with the freedom fighters of Hong Kong? Why don't you unify with the young student and the most active and democratic political parties in Taiwan to tell together as Chinese people, I'm sorry to say so, to the Chinese government, now you got to organize a transition to democracy. Now you got to respect civil liberties and democracy. Now you got to respect our cultural identities. You would be much stronger on the international stage by unifying all the people, victims of this regime. I mean the Han people, victims also of the regime. Tibetan, yourself, and so on and so on. You could tell all together to the people of Burma, we are ashamed that our government supports this junta, and so on and so on. Be more politics. Be more politics. And I'm sorry again, less emotional.
Thank you, Bernard. Lots of food for thought there. So moving over to Samir from Canada, over to you.
I just want to echo what has been said. And what has been said just now is really important for us to take note of. It's a really important strategic advice, what Bernard just mentioned, to link up with others in common cause who are also Asian and Chinese nationals, to link up in common cause, to really say clearly we are together, these different forms of oppression must stop. I think that also beyond this, taking this a bit further, to link up with people who are Han Chinese, who are of good faith and conscious and brave, and who say that this also has to stop, and we will stand beside our brothers and sisters in humanity, that this must stop. I urge and suggest to seek out those allies, because that will help in this cause. And also, I just want to give a small note here for us as advocates who are very clear in our advocacy, clear and pointed. What we're seeking is for oppression to stop. And once it does, we are fine, right? That's what we're asking for. And as soon as this oppression stops, we take no issue with any government. And I also want us just to remind myself, because I also do a lot of anti-discrimination work, that for us to be fully aware that we Chinese people can be allies in this cause. Just want to remind us about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I fly over to the UK, please, and ask Nuz? Nuz, what is coming next, and what help do you need from the people in this room and watching?
Well, it's been great to be a part of this panel, and I didn't want to continue the UK-French relationship by saying I don't agree with everything Bernard has said, unfortunately, and I wish I was there to try and explain fully, even though I think it's incredibly important for the Uyghur movement to ensure that it's working with partners and having allies. We must never allow the situation of the Uyghur people to be diminished in any way. There is no other place on earth where women are being forcibly sterilized by the numbers that they are. There is no other place on earth where so many children are being removed by their parents, and our number one priority is to set the Uyghur people free. So my anxiety is that if we don't focus on the absolute numbers of people being abused in Xinjiang, we will in some way dilute the issue that we're trying to raise. What we need to do is to expose the absurd nature of other international campaigns. For example, there's been a huge discussion on the environmental movement and high environmental standards. Those cannot be achieved without continued abuse of the Uyghur people. International firms are desperate to show how clean their supply chains are. We need to expose them and show that profit is being made on the back of Uyghur slave labour. And we need to expose all of our national government's legislation, which is complicit in allowing Uyghur slavery to continue by ensuring that these contracts aren't transparent and Uyghur slave labour free. Work will continue and we will not stop until the Uyghur people are free.
Thank you, Nuz. Nuri, can I come to you?
Thank you. Thank you. We have a couple of issues, priorities in the United States. One, the Uyghur Forced Labor Bill Prevention Act must pass. In order to get something done with respect to China, two things must happen. One, publicly calling them out. Yes, this is happening. This is precisely why we're here. And I agree with my co-panelists that your persistence, your stamina, your courage is educating the world. And this is why the politicians, policymakers are moving. So that's why it's very important to continue to call them out. And then two, we need to make it costly for the Chinese to continue the ongoing genocide by saying no to forced labor. The United States government says explicitly in the early, particularly, actually it's both Trump and the Biden administration, that forced labor practices must stop. The existing legal tools are insufficient. The Congress must provide additional tools, resources for the executive branch to implement. There's a very small group of people currently working at CBP to investigate products potentially subject to forced labor screening. So this bill is extremely important, and there's a danger actually today that some people, environmentalists and the anti-war activists, may stop this bill from happening, coupled with the effort by the lobbyists hired by the business community. So we need to pass this bill. And then number two, the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act, all the 9 executive decisions, 92 punitive sanctions that I alluded earlier, requires implementation. What is the point of putting in place legal tools or legislation or executive actions if you don't implement it? My understanding is that the United States government has not really fully implemented those enforcements. You know, even if you sanction, you can apply for a waiver. You can apply for special licenses. So these kind of stuff needs to be stopped. And then finally, the implementation also involves law enforcement, the Chinese influence operations, harassment of Uyghur American families, Uyghur American individuals that need to be implemented. I need to note this. You know, as Uyghur, I am having speaking fatigue, like the media. I've been speaking almost nonstop on a regular basis in the last four years. And when I need to stop telling the world what is happening? The Uyghur people's lives are not the subject for an endless academic discussion. And Uyghur lives are not a potential display in the museums in the future. The Uyghur lives are not potential content for historical books in the future. This is on you. This is on you, those policymakers in the free world. So you need to be honest. It just needs honesty. You know better. You need to stop this genocide. It's your national security interest. It is our national security interest. We got to get this done, bilaterally, multilaterally, or individually.
Thank you, Amir. Thank you very much. Alex, over to you.
I'm not going to tell you how to name what's going on with your people, that's for sure. This is you to name it, and of course we have proof of everything. Whatever. I gave you a resolution. I gave it to Mehmet because your question is what's going on next. So I gave it to Mehmet because where I come from, we don't do anything before the people we fight for, but we wait for them to accept it. That resolution is asking, well, I got it here, sorry, because it's in English, I don't know it by heart. Our Parliament Assembly asked the International Olympic Committee and its various national committees to postpone the Beijing 2022 Olympic Games a whole calendar year until 2023, so an independent international observation mission can visit the East Turkestan. Secondly, find an alternative and relocate the Beijing 2022 Olympic Games outside China if China refuses to allow an independent international observation mission, or if an independent international observation mission conclude that there has been violation of human rights against the Uyghur minority and the Turkic people. So it's in your hand. I know it's going to be tabled tomorrow, and if you vote that resolution, you will pass it to us, and then we will have the credibility because it comes from you. We will have the credibility to table it in our own parliaments, and I'm sure everybody here will do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, if I could come to you, obviously a legislative proposal might not be so appropriate for you, but it would be very good to hear about what's coming down the road for you in the, as you take custody and you look after your city.
Well, Definitely, we need to push China to stop the genocide of Uyghur people. And in case of China, which is still an export-based economy, it's definitely necessary to use the business-oriented approach. And because European Union is definitely, in its very base, still a customs union, which means an extreme economic power. Definitely, this is the weapon that should be used on the level of European Union. And sadly, this weapon hasn't been used so much for the purposes as it should be, like this one.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody, you've all been exceptionally patient. Regrettably, we don't have time for questions, so I'm very sorry to disappoint you all. Just wanting very briefly to try to sum something up and then give a bit of hope. I think trying to synthesize what we've heard and what I hear from many politicians, it is sadly the case that the severity of the abuse that your people are suffering alone is insufficient in and of itself to get governments to act, partly because of everything we've heard about the depth of economic intertwinement and dependency upon China from so many different countries around the world. One of the things that I know that the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, the co-chairs, are interested in is renewable energy. So we're coming out of the COP26, possibly looking at state-mandated use of equipment made through forced labor. Where's this stuff going to come from? It's going to be coming from the northwest of China, because that's where it can be sourced much more cheaply than anywhere else. That's a campaigning opportunity, and it's something that I know there is great appetite to push on within the community. So my appeal would be, any researchers looking at this, churn it out. We need more and more research on renewable energy and its connection to forced labor. And I think that turning your campaigning tools towards that could certainly be helpful to the initiatives of some MPs that I know. So, thank you very much indeed to the panel. You've all been exceptionally patient. Thank you for your wisdom and expertise. Thank you above all for your courage and fortitude, tenacity in taking this cause and sacrificing for it, which we know that you have. Thank you very much, and those as well in the UK. And thank you all. Thank you.
Saat bir 10 minutdan keyin 10 minut bu qammapti hozir soat 6:30 bo'lib qopti. Hammaylar tayyorlanib tuvanga tushimiz. Tuvanda birinchisi quloqlarni berib o'tinglar. Please return the headsets outside. Shu tuvanga tushaylik, tuvanga tushsak shu yerdan bolalar ilib sizlarni mangadigan bir azlaqir yo'lga menib borsanlar bo'ldi. U yerda yosh bolalar bor, sizlarni shu nimaga olib bordi. Mayorninki, shahar boshlig'ininki saroyga, bunday aytgancha.
Alo. Assalamu alaikum Şeyh Türkistanlık qarindoshlar, ko'rayotganinglar Dunya Uyg'ur qurultiyi to'r televiziyasining naq maydon programmasi. Biz hozir sizlarga Chexiyaning poytaxti Pragdan 7 navbatlik Dunya Uyg'ur qurultiyi ichilayotgan bu zaldan bu programmani taqdim qilyapmiz. Atdeganning yog'i bu naq maydon programmamizni zerikmay, terikmay, buning ko'ngilib o'tdagan ekran oldidagi bütün ko'rurmanlarimizga alayida minnatdorligimizni bildiramiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, shuning bilan 7 navbatlik Dunya Uyg'ur qurultiyining tunji kuni bugun muvaffaqiyatli oxirlashgan bo'ldi. Bugun, ya'ni bizning Cumhuriyet bayramımız kuni Şunun için Dünya Uyghur Kurultayı'nınki tuncu günü düştüğün burun ettigende tuncu olup Şarkı Türkistan Cumhuriyet günü hatırlandı. Onun dinkin məxsus Mustabit Komünist Hükümeti'ninki Şarkı Türkistan halkı yürgüzüp atkan irqi kırgınçılık asası temi kılıngan halkaralık ilmi muhakeme yığını ötküzüldü. Az kırındaşta bugünkü Cumhuriyet günümüzü hatırlaş ve halkaralık ilmi muhakeme yığınıga dünyanın her kaysi ellerden kelgen 7. nöbet Dünya Uyghur Kurultayı'nınki resmi vekilleri, kandidat vekilleri ve çet ellik şeref mimarlardan bulup cami 250 neferden artık kişi katlaştı aziz görürmenler. Bu'ların içinde ettiğinin yağı İslami Karavat'ta 10'dan artık devletninki parlament azaları var. Az kırındaşlar şunu esketip böyle biraz dinkin Prag şehirlik hükümetinin yani Prag şehrinin şehir başlığı Muşu Yetin ve Dünya Uyghur Kurultayı'nınki vekillerine ve şeref mimarlarına şehirlik hükümet binası da bir ziyafet vermekçi. Bu ziyafetname biz Nakmeydan'dan taktimiz az kırımdaşta tahminen Prag vakti yani Avrupa vakti saat 7'den itibaren bu şehir başlığınınki vekillik verdiğin ziyafeti ninki emeli görünüşünü dikkatinize takdim kılımız az kırımdaşta etlik yani ettiğin Prag vakti yani Avrupa vakti 9'dan 15 minut ötken vaktida Muşu sizler ko'rayotgan Dünya Uyghur Kurultayı Tor televiziyasınınki Nakmeydan programmasını başlayımız ve bu Nakmeydan programımız ertesi keşkişe yığın ahırlaşkan kadar devam kıldı. Az kırındaşlar ertesi yığının 2. günü nihayeti mühim. Dünya Uyghur Kurultayı'nınki asaslık rehberleri 6. nöbetlik Dünya Uyghur Kurultayı'dan bu yankı 4 yıllık hizmetler hakkında doklat berdi. Nihayeti mühim doklattan berdi. Şundakla maliye kirim çıkım ahval hakkında doklat berdi ve ertesi düştün keyin umumi saylam yani 7. nöbetlik Dünya Uyghur Kurultayı'nınki umum rehberlik saylam ötküzülüdü ve bu saylamda 60'dan artık namzat bir yerde Dünya Uyghur Kurultayı'nınki 30'dan artık rehberlik organı ninki rehberlik için yarışıdı ve bu nayette keskin ve tatlı rekabetli az kırındaşlar ve bugün saat 7'de bulunduğun keş biraz dinken başlandığı programımızda kaçırmağla bulup mu erte kurultayının 2. günü ötküzülüdüğün nayette mühim kurultayınınki işki yığını Nakmeydan'dan taktımız bunu mu kaçırmağla erte ettiğin yani Prag vakti Avrupa vakti 9'dan 15 ötkende programımız başladı. Hemen Allah'a tekrar rahmet biraz dinken görüşelim.